Section 49 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 3, The Wars of Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Chapter 15, Spain under Philip II, by Martin Hume of the Royal Spanish Academy. Part 1. The impossible task undertaken by the Emperor Charles V in his youth had worn him out, mentally and bodily, at an age when most men are in their prime. From the beginning, he had proceeded on the assumption that he and his were the chosen instruments by means of which God's cause must finally triumph over impious rebellion. Popes, kings, and peoples, the institution of the Church itself, were but pawns to be used according to his inspired direction. The idea of a Christendom religiously unified, with a Spanish Caesar politically supreme, was the end aimed at, and the emperor recognized quite early in the struggle that the life of one man was too short to see the fruition of the dream. His only son Philip had from his birth been schooled in the cynical distrust and wary patience which formed his father's system, and in the belief in his divine selection to succeed the emperor in his great task. Philip inherited both the policy and the methods, neither of which he could have changed, even if he had desired to do so. The policy thus inherited was, in the main, Aragonese in its immediate political purpose. The dream of a Romance empire, on the Gulf of Lion, under the King of Aragon, had been destroyed by the advance of France southward to the Mediterranean. But the prevention of French extension eastward, which had always been the object of Aragonese policy, had become of vital importance to Spain when Charles had succeeded to the empire and the Burgundian heritage, as well as to the championship of religious unity. Spain provided the bulk of the men and money required, and the hold of the Spanish Caesar over Italy had to be complete in order to secure a passage for troops from one part of his dominions to another, and to prevent the papacy from thwarting him by uniting France and Italy against him. This necessity imposed upon the emperor and his successor the maintenance of a close friendship with England and the preservation of contentment in the emperor's Flemish dominions. At first, in order to hold France in check at sea, and the second, to render her innocuous on her northern land frontier. This was a position to which Philip succeeded. It was recognized, after much discussion, in 1551, that Philip's desire to succeed to the empire must be postponed, and one of the conditions imposed upon Ferdinand, when he was placed before his nephew in the imperial succession, was that the suzerainty of the empire over certain of the Italian states should be exercised by Spain. This, as will be seen, was absolutely necessary if Spain was to assume, as she did, the burden of carrying out the work of religious unification to which Charles and his son were pledged. The vacant duchy of Milan had been conferred upon Philip in 1546, and he had been proclaimed King of Naples when he married Mary Tudor in 1554. Shortly afterwards, his father granted to him the vicariate of the Republic of Siena, when it should be conquered, as it was in 1555. The tentacles of Spain thus reached over Italy. The Farneses, long estranged, were lured by the bait of Parma and Piacenza, while Genoa and Mantua remained as ever in the emperor's pay. While yet in England, Philip assumed the control of Italy. His position there was difficult and anomalous. The emperor's viceroys had grown independent and resented interference. The Duchy of Milan was a fief of the empire. Naples and Sicily were independent kingdoms, except for a repudiated claim for papal homage. And in Siena, Philip was his father's substitute, claiming suzerainty over the Republic by virtue of force. Philip, when in England, took the bold course of sending the Duke of Alva to Italy as his representative, much to the emperor's dissatisfaction. Alva's methods and his vast ambition for Philip and for himself were well known, but those around the king in England, especially his favorite, Ruy Gomez, whose influence was in favor of peace, were anxious at any cost to get Alva away from England and Flanders, where he could have done most harm. And he was sent to Italy to hold it in his grip for its new master, and to humble Pope Paul IV, Carafa, who hated Charles, Philip, and the Spaniards with true Neapolitan rancor. When Philip left England on August 26, 1555, he knew that the masterstroke of policy, which was to tie England to Spain forever, had failed, and that new devices must be adopted to hold that outpost of his fortress when his English wife should die. For the moment, more pressing claims called him to his father's side. The emperor could wait no longer for his rest. Philip was 28 years of age, but prudent and experienced beyond his years. Thanks to the influence of Ruy Gomez, he had freed himself from Alva's plans for the imperial succession. With a burden thus lightened, he dreamed that he might succeed better than his father had done in the main object of his life. He was never light-hearted, and he did not disguise from himself the difficulties of his task. An absolute and crushing want of means dogged him from the first. Italy was in a state of turmoil, and the Flemings were already frowning on their new prince. But Philip shouldered his burden with a dull, plodding determination to do his best and to sacrifice everything to his view of duty. There was no enthusiasm, only the conviction of inevitable destiny that doomed him to labor patiently with utterly inadequate means, assured of final triumph in the cause, because it was that of God, of Spain, and of himself. On January 16, 1556, 3 months after the transfer of the Flemish sovereignty, the memorable assembly of Spanish grandees in Brussels witnessed the surrender to Philip of the historic crowns of Spain, the emperor retaining his imperial title yet for a time at the prayer of his brother Ferdinand. But, though Charles might thus accede to Ferdinand's wish for delay, he was determined that nothing should stand between Spain and the dominion over Italy, and by 2 secret documents, now at Simancas, Philip's protectorate over Siena was confirmed, and all future kings of Spain were authorized to exercise the imperial suzerainty over Italy. Philip now stood alone. He was conscientious, clement, and well-meaning, and he loved peace. But his outlook was limited on all sides by his conception of his mission, and dissent from his will was impious blasphemy. Human suffering and earthly sacrifice were as nothing, if the divine cause triumphed, and the sovereign, appointed as his champion, was acknowledged supreme among the sons of men. Slowly and reluctantly, Philip was forced to understand, after Mary Tudor's death in November 1558, that England was slipping through his fingers. Politic always, but determined not to be patronized, the new Queen of England played and paltered with all the approaches which he made to her. Philip's English adherents promptly changed their colors, and the Spanish ambassador, Feria, could only tire his master's ears with the one theme that England should be conquered by fire and sword before it was consolidated under the new dispensation. But Philip was slow and hated violence. Ruy Gomez and the churchman Granvelle were by his side in Flanders. Alva was far away in Italy, and a new policy, which commended itself to the peace party, was adopted by Philip. A policy which, though it had been tried again and again, and had failed, this time, for a few short months, looked as if it might bring to Spain the triumph upon which now depended almost its national existence. In his peace negotiations with France, Philip for some time stood out on the question of the restitution of Calais to England. But when it became clear to him that Elizabeth was not to be cajoled or coerced into accepting his protection, the Peace of Cateau-Cambrésis was signed on April 2, 1559, and England's ancient foothold in France was lost. As had been the case with his father, Francis I, in the Peace of Crépy, Henry II was mainly moved in his desire for peace with Spain by the growing strength of the Reformation in France and a desire to join the other great Catholic power in its suppression. So long as any hope whatever remained to Philip of retaining his hold on England, he had listened courteously, but coolly, to the French advances. But when the French king's fears had become acute, and England was drifting ever further away, Philip made such a bargain as seemed, for the time at least, to promise a rich compensation for the defection of his late wife's kingdom. By the Treaty of Cateau-Cambrésis, France surrendered nearly all her Italian claims and conquests. Savoy, but without Saluzzo and Pinerol, was restored to its own duke. Siena went to the Medici. Corsica was handed to the Genoese. and, to the dismay and surprise of Frenchmen, they saw themselves treated as vanquished after a war in which they had, in the main, been victorious. Henry II offered to give the flower of his flock, his child Elizabeth, not yet 14, to Philip as his third wife, as a pledge of future friendship between France and Spain, which Philip accepted with feigned reluctance, and for all this concession, apart from the conquest of Calais from England, all that Henry II obtained was the secret compact by which Philip bound himself to join hands with the French king for the purpose of opposing heresy throughout Christendom. The scheme, at least so far as Philip was concerned, was not directed specifically against England, for the presence of Elizabeth on the throne, so long as she was not actively aggressive, was infinitely preferable to the accession of the next legal heiress, Mary of Scotland, married to Henry's heir, the Dauphin, Francis. But the union of the Catholic powers would render the English queen impotent for harm, and, what was perhaps more important still, it would secure Philip against French interference in favor of the reformers, if he decided to begin his reign by stamping out ruthlessly any spark of heresy that might be kindling in his own dominions. Philip, in the meanwhile, was impatient to get back to Spain, the country of his heart. He had no sympathy with the habits and traditions of the Netherlanders and Flemings whom his father had loved so well. He spoke French badly, and Flemish not at all. The outspoken roughness and the independence of his subjects in the Low Countries galled him, accustomed, as he had been, to an almost complete autocracy in Castile, where the parliamentary institutions, once so vigorous, had been fatally weakened 40 years before, when the Commons were beaten at Villar. Above and before, all money was needed for the work he had been set to do, and in his realms of Castile alone could money be had at his behest. Other reasons, besides his homesickness and his poverty, drew him at this time towards his own people so irresistibly as to make Faria, one of his closest friends, exclaim, in July 1559, quote, "It is of no use saying anything more about the voyage to Spain, for if the world itself were to crumble, there would be no change in that." End quote. The main tie that bound together the various autonomous territories of which Spain consisted was the spiritual pride and religious exaltation cunningly promoted by Ferdinand the Catholic of Aragon and his wife, the Queen of Castile, as a means of unity. The activity of the Inquisition for 70 years since then, 1490, had been popular with the majority of the people, for it had flattered their intensely individualistic pride to feel that they were of the elect, and that, in the system to which they belonged, there was no room for those upon whose faith lay the slightest suspicion. The ruler of Germany might be forced to hold parley with vassals who dared to deny the religious infallibility of the Church. The king consort of England might, for political reasons, smile upon courtiers whose heresy was but thinly veiled, and do his best to temper the burning zeal of the churchmen. He might indeed, as he did, seek in marriage his schismatic sister-in-law. But the King of Spain in his own land must be able to look around him and see every head in his realm bowed to the same sacred symbols, and hear every tongue repeating the same creed. The day that it ceased to be so, the binding link of the Spains was broken, and the powerful weapon in the hand of the king to force religious unity upon Christendom melted into impotence. Philip had been absent from Spain since June 1554, and for these 5 years the country had nominally been governed by a gloomy widowed woman, his sister Juana, whose great sorrow had deepened the shadow of madness that had befallen her, as it had most of her kindred. In these circumstances, it was natural that the Council of State should have exercised a more decided initiative in international relations than had previously been the case. The members of the council were, so to speak, consultative ministers appointed by the favor of the king, and, as is usual in such cases, were more jealous of his prerogative than the sovereign himself. The traditional policy of Castile had been for many years to increase the hold of the kings upon the patronage and temporalities of the Church in Spain, and to weaken the papal power even over ecclesiastical affairs. The struggles of Charles to this end against successive popes had been bitter and almost continuous. But as he had usually been able to hold out rewards or threats, he had, especially with Clement VII, Medici, and Paul II, Farnese, on the whole been successful in his policy. With Paul IV, Carafa, in the papal chair, and Alva and his troops thundering at the gates of Rome in 1557, the persistence of the council in their policy of encroachment upon the power exercised over the Spanish Church by the papacy greatly strained the relations of the latter with the state, and they remained out of harmony until the death of Paul IV, August 15, 1559, when Philip was about to return to Spain. But in the meantime, ecclesiastical affairs had been seriously disorganized by the spectacle of the Council of State suspending the papal bulls and refusing permission to the Spanish bishops to obey the Pope's summons to Rome, by the order given in the name of the Regent Juana for the Pope's messenger to Spain to be captured and punished, and by several other irritating measures which finally led to the excommunication of both Charles and Philip. The cloistered clergy and high dignitaries were scandalously corrupt, and the general tone of religion, notwithstanding the slavish obedience to ritual and lip service to the Church, was loose and cynical. Philip, whilst yet in Flanders, had seen the danger, and had sent orders to Spain that the Inquisition there was to increase its vigilance. A few months before his return, the effect had been seen in the presence of the Regent Juana and Philip's heir, Carlos, at the great auto de fe at Valladolid, where some of the greatest nobles in Spain were accused. That popes might be treated curtly by kings of Castile, and that ecclesiastical revenues might be used for political purposes under the pretext of religion, was quite in the nature of things. But if Spaniards once assumed the right to judge for themselves in matters of doctrine or religious procedure, the very foundations of Philip's system were threatened. Rumors had reached Philip that, in his absence, and owing to the laxity of ecclesiastical discipline, the virus of heresy was showing itself even amongst his own people, and this, probably, was a more powerful reason than any other for his irresistible desire to return to Spain. The Inquisition in Castile had, from the first, been guarded on every side against papal interference, and it was more than ever necessary now that the king should be able to use it unchecked as a political instrument to reinforce civil authority. When, therefore, shortly before Philip's arrival in Spain, his own favorite churchman, who had been with him in England, Bartolome de Carranza, Archbishop of Toledo and primate, was, with other bishops, probably as truly orthodox as he was, accused and imprisoned by the Holy Office, the king raised no hand to help them, though he probably knew, as did others, that the persecution, which lasted whilst Carranza lived, was prompted mainly by the jealousy of the Dominican accusers. How unsatisfactory was the religious position in Spain at the time is seen by Count Faria's vehemently indignant reference to Carranza's arrest in a private letter in October 1559 to Bishop Quadra, Spanish ambassador in England. Philip's first need was to support authority, even that of fools, against wise men, and his ardent desire to get back to Spain is thus quite comprehensible. The situation which he was leaving behind him in the Netherlands was also ominous in the extreme. His gravity and known Spanish sympathies had produced a bad effect upon his new Flemish subjects. In the Belgic provinces, at least, the people were strongly Catholic, but the whole country, which had grown rich and prosperous under its various autonomous local institutions, dreaded the centralizing Castilian system and the inquisitorial methods which Philip was known to favor. His measures, however well meant, were therefore regarded with suspicion, especially when it was known that, against the Flemish constitutions, he intended to retain under arms in the provinces 4,000 Spanish infantry. The indignant Flemings presented a strongly signed remonstrance, to which the king was obliged to give a temporizing answer. But, before he stepped upon his great galleon at Antwerp in August 1559, he knew that some of the highest heads in Flanders must be humbled before he could have his way in the heritage of his Burgundian forefathers. On every side of him, therefore, the prospect was gloomy when at length Philip landed in Spain on September 8, 1559. He had left his half-sister, the Duchess of Parma, as regent of his Flemish dominions, with Granvelle as her principal minister, a man almost as unpopular as his master, and it was evident to all men that a storm was brewing there. The Treaty of Peace, signed with France, had left Philip's Mediterranean coasts still harassed by the Turkish and Barbary corsair fleets which had joined the French coalition against Spain during the late war, and unless the commerce of Spain in the inland sea was to be destroyed and her authority utterly humbled, a great effort must be made by Philip in this direction also. Called on to meet all these responsibilities, the new king had to face the fact that his country was beggared and his treasury empty. The vicious system of Spanish finance and the constant need for ready money had, during the whole of the emperor's reign, led to the collection of revenue from the sources of prosperity rather than from its results. The great metallic wealth which came annually from America was in most cases forestalled, the king's portion being pledged to Genoese or German bankers, the merchant's share being hidden or surreptitiously sent abroad to avoid frequent seizures and other extortions. The greater part of the land of Spain was owned by the ecclesiastical corporations and the nobles, who were exempt from the regular taxation, but were fleeced intermittently and irregularly. The main revenue of the Castilian kingdoms was derived from the alcabala, a 10% tax upon all sales. Thus, every time a commodity changed hands, its value was raised by 10%, which hampered business to such an extent that in the course of time, Spanish manufactures could only be used at or near the places of their production, especially as the local tolls levied by each township through which the commodity passed added to its cost. This suicidal tax finally destroyed Spanish industry altogether, although many attempts were made to mitigate its rigor by fixing quotas for townships to be raised and paid by local authorities and by other devices. In addition to this constantly decreasing source of revenue, the king received his royalty on the bullion sent from America, import and export duties on merchandise, an excise, subsequently called the millions, on the principal articles of food, the proceeds of the sale of offices and titles, the dues arising from the sale of indulgences, originally for the support of the wars against the infidels, the state monopoly of salt, and the revenues of the royal patrimony. These taxes were difficult and costly to collect, in addition to being unwise in principle. The mistaken idea that industries handicapped by the alcabala and excise, with the addition of municipal tolls, could be protected by prohibiting the introduction of merchandise from abroad and the export of bullion from Spain to pay for it, was persisted in for a century and a half. At a time when Spanish America, with her abounding new wealth, was clamoring for luxuries, and Spain herself, in a whirlwind of sumptuary splendor, was squandering all her substance on fine stuffs and bullion embroideries, the manufacture of such things was prohibited in Spain to avoid waste, and the importation of them rendered illegal. The natural result was universal smuggling, and a ruinous loss to the national exchequer. But this was not all. The killing of the most productive industries, together with the drain of the best Spanish manhood for the armies and for America, reduced a naturally industrious people to habitual idleness and pretentious poverty. Philip struck the keynote of his reign on the occasion of his first public appearance as king by presiding over one of the most splendid autos de fe that had ever been seen in Spain, in Valladolid, on October 18, 1559. The people, acclaiming their beloved Philip with frantic joy, knew that they had a king now after their own hearts, religious, grave, and stern, convinced, like themselves, of personal divine selection to stand in the forefront of God's battle, but one whose really kind nature and gentle instincts were surrounded, even as theirs were, by the confining walls that shut out pity and human charity, and whose eyes were centered solely upon what to him was the sacred cause of God and his country. Hunger reigned everywhere. Untilled fields cried out for patient labor, while hordes of idlers crowded the court and hung about the palaces of nobles in the towns. The roads, where they existed at all, had decayed into rough mule tracks, unsafe always, and often impassable. The inns were wretched and poverty-stricken, as they are painted in Lazarillo de Tormes, and Guzman de Alfarache, and the only professions which endured subsistence were those of arms, the church, and domestic service in the households of the privileged classes. Still, the personal representative of the system that had brought Spain to this pass was, when he came to his own, hailed with a love and loyalty quite unfeigned, for he was a Spaniard born in the heart of Castile, with the faults and limitations of his people balanced by their virtues and exalted ideals. So far, however, as the lights of Philip and his subjects allowed them to judge, his reign on his own land seemed to open propitiously. He had cleared Italy of the French by treaty, his old enemy Paul IV had just died of rage and grief at the crimes of his infamous nephews, and placid Pius IV was, on the whole, favorable to Spain, and what no doubt appeared to Philip of the highest importance, he himself had his finger on the pulse of French policy for the first time in his life. Henry II had been quite sincere in his eagerness to commence a crusade against heresy and to attack Geneva at its center. Philip had no intention of going so far as that, for religion was only one branch of his policy, but his new father-in-law's honest zeal had been a valuable guarantee that, strike at heresy wherever Philip might, and with whatever object he pleased, he had nothing to fear from French opposition. The accidental death of Henry II at the tournament in celebration of the peace in June 1559, while it had rendered French interference in favor of Protestantism even more improbable than before, owing to the now complete ascendancy of the Guise kinsman of the Queen Consort, had nevertheless increased the need for Philip's firmness in restraining active Catholic aggression on the part of his French allies, because such aggression would have now inevitably assumed the form of an attack upon England in the interests of Mary Stuart. While, therefore, Philip's diplomatic triumph was for the moment complete, and he was more free than his father had been for many years to strive for his ultimate objects, the utmost vigilance and patience were demanded to prevent the control of European events from passing into other hands than his own. In the first place, it was of the utmost importance to him that England should not fall under French influence, or, on the other hand, be driven to make common cause with the Protestants in general against Catholicism. Even before he left the Netherlands, he had made up his mind that the free-spoken Flemings must be taught a stern lesson of obedience, of which the primary principle was religious conformity. If the ambition and the political levity of the Guises forced Elizabeth to look to the extreme Protestant elements for her support, it was obvious that she, or her people by her connivance, would do battle overtly or covertly on behalf of the Protestant Netherlanders in the hour of their trial. Philip's present policy was to prevent this, and to effect the isolation of England by joint French and Spanish action, while behind the back of his allies he was striving to persuade Elizabeth that he, and not France, was her real friend. The accession of Francis II to the throne and the Guises to power in France was promptly followed by the assertion of the right of Mary Stuart to the crown of England, and in the consequent English attack upon the French and Scottish forces in Leith in early 1560, Philip's strenuous efforts to bring about peace, notwithstanding Guise's prayers for his aid, are a clear indication of his intention not to allow the secret anti-Protestant part of the Treaty of Cateau-Cambrésis to be used for the benefit of any policy but his own. For him, it meant that he was to have a free hand with his own Flemish Protestants, not that England should be crushed in the interests of the French Guises. This was the state of affairs when, at the end of January 1560, Philip traveled to Guadalajara to meet the child Elizabeth of France, whom in June Alva had wedded as his proxy in Paris with incredible splendor. The death of her father, and the almost endless political and ceremonial exigencies of Philip's agents in Paris, had delayed the new queen's long winter journey to her future home. But when she came at length through the Pyrenean snows to meet her prematurely aged husband of 32 years, the child consciously bore within her sweet and dainty personality the springs of a secret diplomacy intended to change the balance of power in Europe and transfer the poise to the hands of her mother. After years of neglect and contumely, patiently, almost cheerfully borne, the opportunity of Catherine de' Medici had come. Her natural tendency, as the daughter of a great papal house, would be in favor of the extreme Catholic policy, which had led her husband to submit to the hard terms of the Peace of Cateau-Cambrésis. But with the accession of her son Francis II, under the control of the ultra-Catholic Guises, it became her advantage to side with the politiques, or moderates, who had, for their left wing, the growing Huguenot party. Philip's consent to take the young French princess as his wife had been prompted by a desire to keep in touch through her with the secret course of her father's policy. But the father had been in his grave for 6 months ere Elizabeth of France met her husband, and Catherine de' Medici, in meanwhile, had entrusted her daughter with the intrigue by which she hoped to make Philip an instrument of her own triumph, and of the preponderance of France in the councils of Europe. The young queen was to gain her husband to a marriage between his heir to the miserable Carlos and her younger sister Margaret of France, and then to negotiate a union between Charles IX and the gloomy, widowed sister of Philip, Donna Juana. The objects she was to serve were, first, those of her mother against the Guises, and those of France afterwards. The crusade against heresy was to be used as Philip himself desired to use it, only to a different end, and was to be alternately pressed and slackened as the changing circumstances might make it desirable in the interests of the Queen Mother of France. Elizabeth promptly won the heart of her husband and of his people, as no other of his wives did. She was tender, prudent, and good. But Philip, much as he loved her, was not the man to allow himself to be made a tool of, even by her, for the advantage of her mother, whom he cordially detested and profoundly distrusted. And in the contest of cunning which followed, French and Spanish interests soon drifted apart, as if the religious part of the Treaty of Cateau-Cambrésis had never existed. The death of Francis II, in December 1560, relieved Philip of the danger that French national resources would be employed against England in the interests of Mary Stuart, and thenceforward, for many years, the 3 main factors in European politics were Philip, Catherine de' Medici, and Elizabeth of England. The frequent mutations of their relations toward each other, and towards the secondary factors, were ruled by the desire of each one of them to get the better of the other 2. Philip's astute, though slow and overcautious foreign policy was only one of the means necessary for the attainment of his supreme end. His determination to establish unquestioned authority in his own dominions, by the extirpation of religious dissent, and subsequently to secure Spanish supremacy in Europe by uniting the Catholic elements under his leadership, had primarily to depend for its execution upon the resources and unflinching orthodoxy of Spain itself. His presence at the great auto de fe, already mentioned, was a proof that he was aware of this, and his mode of life, from the day of his landing in Spain until his death, was such as to impress upon his people the mysterious sacredness with which he sought to invest his mission in their eyes. End of section 49. Section 50 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 3, The Wars of Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Chapter 15, Spain under Philip II, by Martin Hume of the Royal Spanish Academy. Part 2. The ancient institution of Spain had grown out of locally diverse conditions in the various realms. The Castilian parliaments had been the outcome of a system of privileged autonomous towns strong enough to supplant a turbulent, but weak, disunited, and corrupt feudalism. The Cortes of Aragon and Catalonia, on the other hand, had originally sprung, like the Parliament of England, from a strong feudalism, to which the landed gentry and the burghers had rallied as a defense against the encroachments of the crown. In Castile, the removal of the nobles from the Parliament, and the reduction to 18 of the number of towns sending members, the weakening of municipal institutions, upon which representation rested, by the introduction of royal patronage into the town councils, and finally, the crushing by force of arms of parliamentary resistance to the financial encroachment of Charles V, had, before Philip's accession, rendered the Cortes, in great measure, effete as a financial safeguard, and under the fixed policy, which was that of both the emperor and his son, to establish a complete autocracy. The decadence of the Cortes of Castile continued until they flickered out in 1812. The Cortes of Aragon and Catalonia, consisting of representatives of the three estates and secure in the possession of binding charters, were able to resist all attempts at encroachment until early in the 18th century, and from them Philip could obtain but a fixed vote at regular intervals, often at the cost of much wrangling and humiliation. Upon the Castilian kingdoms, therefore, that is to say from Spain, exclusive of the Basque provinces, Navarre, Aragon, Catalonia, and Valencia, the main burden of the cost of Philip's ambitions fell. The government theoretically consisted of a council of state, selected by the king to advise him upon foreign affairs, a council of Castile to administer the interior government and the judicature, and councils of war, finance, and so forth. Though in practice, even the pettiest item in every branch of administration was submitted to Philip personally, before and after exhaustive discussion and rediscussion by the respective councils. With these the king usually communicated through his secretaries of state, of whom there were several, each in charge of a particular department, and who were invariably persons of obscure birth. Legislation was usually initiated by petitions from the Cortes to the sovereign, asking that decrees should be issued, remedying the grievances recited. But the assembly had lost the strength necessary for the refusal of supply until its grievances were amended, and Philip habitually disregarded the presentments of the Castilian parliaments. There was, however, one petition presented to him by his first parliament in Toledo, to which he was ready enough to listen. The insolence of the Muslim in the Mediterranean had passed all bounds. Sicily, Naples, and the Baleares, even the coast of Spain itself, were raided with impunity by the Turk, and Tripoli, the African stronghold of the Knights of Malta, had been captured by the Barbary corsair, Dragut Reis. Let the Catholic king, prayed the Cortes, strike at the hereditary infidel foes of Spain, and re-establish the Christian power in the inland sea. But, willing as Philip was, and vital as the action suggested was for the success of his aims, enterprise was paralyzed by the cumbrous system, introduced by him, of personal supervision on his own part of every detail of administration and of endless penmanship. Consequently, instead of a swift blow being struck, the Turks were given time to gather a great fleet before Medina Celi, and the younger Doria, John Andrea, led the Spanish fleet to the Tripoli coast in February 1560. After capturing the small island of Las Gelves in the Gulf of Cabez, they were surprised the next day by a great fleet of Turkish galleys. The Spanish commanders lost nerve and fled. Panic seized their force, and 5,000 men with 65 vessels fell into the hands of the enemy, while 8,000 more, starved and hopeless, held out upon the island. After 6 weeks' siege, only 1,000 of them remained alive, and these, standing in the breach, with naked breasts, defied the infidel assault, till all were dead or disabled. It was the first great blow that fell upon Philip. Thenceforward, for 11 years, the Spanish power in the Mediterranean was eclipsed, and throughout the calamities and anxieties which crowded upon Philip, with respect to international policy and the struggle for Christian religious uniformity, the need for defending the ravaged littoral of his own land and avenging his plundered and outraged subjects was an ever-present nightmare. But, stolidly convinced that he was fighting God's battle, which in the end he must win, Philip never despaired and was never elated. And, just as he heard of the disaster of Las Gelves, with no sign of dismay, the crowning victory of Lepanto in October 1571, which restored his Mediterranean supremacy, failed to wring from him a smile of exultation. The almost simultaneous accession to power of Elizabeth of England, Philip of Spain, and Catherine de' Medici, Queen Mother of France, radically changed the problems of European politics. The religious divisions in France and Catherine's balancing methods removed for the first time for centuries the danger to Spain of French aggression in Italy and the danger to England of French interference in Scotland. The severance of the empire from the Spanish crown relieved Philip of a crushing burden, though it rendered more difficult than ever the task to which his life was pledged, since his own kinsman on the imperial throne had been forced to recognize the rights of the princes of the empire in the matter of religious toleration. Central European politics, therefore, no longer turned on the enduring territorial rivalry between the House of Aragon-Austria and that of France, in which England and Scotland had been the smaller, shifting weights upon the balance. The religious divisions of each of the countries had driven new lines of cleavage athwart the old political alliances. For the first time, England became a primary, instead of a secondary, factor, because the Queen's peculiar position towards the papacy placed her in sympathy with all the Protestants in all countries, and, more important still, because the main point to be decided in the next 50 years was not political, but religious. The key of the position was no longer faraway Italy, as it had been, but Flanders and France, which were close neighbors to England. The emperor's life problem had been by crippling France to make her harmless as against his dominions. There was now no fear of her encroaching on these, any more than of a French domination of Scotland, which had been England's standing danger for centuries. For France had crippled herself and was no longer homogeneous. So long as France was kept divided, both England and Spain were secure, and if, in addition, English religious dissensions were fomented by the Spanish encouragement of Catholic revolt, there would be no power in Europe to counteract Philip's plans. These plans were, first, to secure absolute religious uniformity and unquestioned obedience in his own dominions, and thereafter to side cautiously in turn with the Catholic elements in England and France, and probably also in the Empire, in order that his political influence might become all-powerful in those countries. We shall see how the strength and craft of Elizabeth of England and her officers ruined his plans and doomed Spain to decay by vigorously counteracting his efforts to paralyze England by religious revolt, as France was paralyzed by the ambition of Catherine and the ineptitude of her sons. The net of the Inquisition was cast wide over Spain, to begin with. Rich and poor, great ecclesiastics and nobles, gentle ladies, professional men, craftsmen and tillers of Moorish or Jewish descent were swept in by thousands and paid in life or estate for the mere suspicion of heterodoxy. When Philip opened the Cortes of Madrid in 1563, he thanked God that, quote, so much had been done, and such careful and minute intervention effected in religious affairs by the Holy Office, whose ministers had been so actively aided and favored that not only had the evil of heresy, which had begun to spread, been utterly extirpated, but such precautions had been taken that, with God's help, the country was now, and he hoped would remain, as pure, steadfast, and devout as could be hoped. End quote. The reign of religious terror, popular as it was with the thoughtless masses, was not established even in Castile without some remonstrance. The Cortes, again and again, petitioned against the abuses and methods of the Holy Office, and especially against the enormous number of unpaid familiars who, in consequence of their nominal connection with the institution, escaped civil jurisdiction and evaded civic responsibilities. Philip, however, paid but little attention to the petitions of the Castilian Cortes, for he extorted the regular vote of supply, 450 million maravedis, every 3 years before discussion of grievances, and even laid on new impositions without the authority of the Cortes at all. So great indeed was his penury that at this period, 1563, he assured the members of the Cortes that every national resource had been exhausted, his treasury was empty, and he had no money even to defray the necessary expenses of his own household. The Cortes, in reply, told him that the country itself was sunk into the deepest misery and could provide no more than it had done. This was in poor agricultural Castile. In Aragon, it was quite another matter. It was necessary that the 3 parliaments of the Crown of Aragon should take the oath of allegiance to Philip's heir, Don Carlos, and the king summoned the Cortes to Monzon for that purpose in the autumn of 1563. The assembly had not met for 10 years, though by the Constitution they should have been summoned every 3 years. Philip made no secret of his detestation of the claims to self-government professed by his Aragonese and Catalan subjects, and went to Monzon with the almost avowed intention of curtailing their privileges. he found the Cortes suspicious and sulky, and was at first met by a demand that the powers of the Inquisition in Aragon should be limited strictly to matters of doctrine, and that the oppressive methods of the institution should be inquired into. The king told the representatives to vote supply, and he would consider their requests later. But the Aragonese answered that no money would be voted until a satisfactory reply was given. Philip fell ill with rage, but he was powerless to coerce, and he had to give way and promise enquiry. Only then did the Cortes vote the 1,500,000 ducats that formed their 3 years' contributions to the king's expenditure. Shortly before this, December 1562, even the Spanish bishops grew restive, when power was granted by Pope Paul IV to the Inquisition to try them for heresy. And finally, the Pope himself, submissive as he had been to Philip, lost patience at the constant interference of the Spanish ambassadors with the action of the Council of Trent, then in season, to prevent its attempts to mitigate the methods of the Holy Office. But Philip resisted every power, from Pope to Parliament, that sought to weaken the instrument upon which he depended for working out the object of his life. Thus Spain itself was cleansed of express dissent, and all men bowed ostentatiously to one formula. But if Spaniards were full of the exalted spiritual pride that made them accept, but with slight opposition, a system which increased the conviction of their own superiority, at the expense of their independence, other subjects of Philip were equally proud of their local autonomy, of their enlightened institutions, and of the personal freedom which had rendered them prosperous and contented. The Flemings and Netherlanders had, under Charles V and his Burgundian forefathers, enjoyed vast prosperity, protected by their provincial constitutions, and the known Spanish and centralizing sympathies of Philip had, from the first, aroused the distrust of his Flemish subjects. That his confidential minister, Cardinal de Granville, was a foreigner, increased the discontent which culminated in the gradual alienation of the nobles, the resignation of Margaret of Parma, the sanguinary rule of Alva, and the great insurrection described elsewhere in this volume. That Philip's plans to rule his Flemings in the same system as he adopted in Spain had long been maturing in his mind is evident from the persistent efforts of Alva to effect a new Catholic league through the Cardinal of Lorraine and Catherine de' Medici, with the object of reviving the secret religious part of the Treaty of Cateau-Cambrésis. Philip's French wife was to meet her mother at Bayonne, and under the cover of a family reunion, the Catholic powers were to bind themselves anew to extirpate heresy throughout Europe. At the very hint of the negotiations, heterodox Flemings fled across the North Sea to England by thousands, and Elizabeth, alarmed at the prospect, and at the talk of Philip's coming to Flanders with his fleet, developed an intense affection for Spain and an attachment to Catholic principles which had not been apparent for some time. Some sort of agreement was ostensibly patched up at the conference at Bayonne in the summer of 1565, but Alma's demands frightened Catherine, and she easily found means to avoid the fulfillment of the conditions, as she had no desire to destroy the balance of her own power by making Catholicism permanently supreme. But for a time it looked as if Protestantism was doomed in Europe, and the prospect, for the first time, gave a purely religious character to the Flemish revolt, a character which Philip, doubtless from the beginning, had intended it to assume when the final trial of strength should come. Tribulation had, in the meantime, continued to follow the king in other portions of his dominions. His attempt to introduce the Spanish form of Inquisition into Naples as a political instrument had caused a revolt which threatened his domination, and he had been forced to give way in 1565. His struggle with the Muslim in the Mediterranean still drained his treasury and well-nigh broke his heart. By a supreme effort of his Sicilian viceroy, Garcia de Toledo, rather than of himself, he had succeeded in relieving Malta when the knights were at their last gasp, besieged by a great force of Muslim in September 1565. But the Turkish power remained unbroken, both on land and sea, and reduced Philip's pretensions to the supremacy of the Mediterranean to a dead letter. At home, too, his troubles gathered thick about him. His beloved young French wife had brought him 2 daughters, the elder of whom, the Infanta Isabel Clara Eugenia, was his best beloved child. But the heir to his crowns was his only son, Don Carlos, born 1546, who was now approaching man's estate. We have seen that Catherine de' Medici dreamed of winning the lad for her younger daughter, Margaret. The ideal marriage, for him to suit his father's projects, would have been with Mary Stuart, after the death of her French husband, and for a short time such an event seemed probable. But Philip would take no risks. While he was intriguing so that he alone should gain by such a match, and that the Guises should not benefit by it, the clever countermoves of Elizabeth and Catherine upset his scheme. The condition of the prince, moreover, made the negotiation of his marriage difficult. He was a lame, stunted, hydrocephalus epileptic, uncontrollable in his vicious passions, and alternately under the influence of his stepmother and his aunt Juana. When he was 16, his father had hinted to the imperial ambassador, who sought his hand for the emperor's daughter Anne, that Don Carlos was not in his right mind, and his extraordinary and outrageous behavior during the remainder of his life leaves little doubt that this was the case. His violent and unprovoked attacks upon inoffensive citizens in the streets of the capital, his attempts to murder with his own hand Cardinal Espinosa and the Duke of Alva, and his threats to Don John of Austria, his young uncle, rendered his isolation necessary. It is probable that he may have been approached by agents of the Flemings or of Ruy Gomez's party, opposed to Alva, with suggestions that he should go to Flanders on a mission of pacification, which would account for the attack upon Alva when the latter was about to start on his voyage, and for Carlos' violent threats to the members of the Cortes, who petitioned that he should remain in Spain if Philip went to Flanders. But the deciding factor of his fate was his last resolve, which he confessed to Don John, to escape from and defy his father. Philip was a man of extremely strong family affections. His ambitions and hopes for his son had been boundless, but the task entrusted to him overrode all considerations, whether of suffering love or human instinct. When his only son proved that he would be an obstacle and not a help to his father's task, Philip, with much consultation of churchmen, with prolonged prayer and many tears, decided to sacrifice his heir. Whether the young prince was strangled by his father's orders, or, as is much more likely, killed himself in desperate apprehension of a lifelong incarceration, is not quite certain. But whichever was the case, Philip's love and his pride alike suffered a heavy blow. Still, he accepted this, as he did all his afflictions, humbly, and as a chastening discipline sent from his master, the better to fit him for the work of his life. Another bereavement fell him 3 months after he lost his son, in October 1568, when his beautiful and beloved wife was sacrificed to the unskillfulness of Spanish physicians. This loss almost broke him down. "It is enough," wrote the French ambassador, "to break the heart of so good a husband as the king was to her." In the deepest grief, the bereaved husband retired for a time to a monastery and saw no one. For the rest of his long life, little pleasure came to him, and though his fourth wife, his niece, Anne of Austria, brought him many puny children, the 2 daughters of Elizabeth of Valois always remained his chief solace. We have seen how, in order that Philip should be able to effect his first great object, namely the forcing of religious uniformity upon his Netherland subjects, it was necessary for him to secure, at least, the neutrality of England and of the French Huguenots. The latter he could usually paralyze by intriguing with the Guises and Catherine de' Medici, but the Queen of England was more difficult to deal with. She was, it is true, desirous, as was her wisest minister, Burleigh, to avoid a national war with Spain. But it was evident to both the sovereign and people of England that the extirpation of Protestantism in the Netherlands would only be the first step to the suppression of religious dissent from Rome throughout Christendom, and that the unchecked supremacy of Catholicism, as represented by Philip and Alva, would mean the political supremacy of Spain throughout the world. From the first day of Elizabeth's accession, Philip's ambassadors had exhausted all the resources of diplomacy to pledge her, either by means of marriage or by fear of her Catholic subjects, to a friendly neutrality towards Spain. The conservative nobles, with whom Burleigh usually, though not invariably, acted, and the party of Leicester and the growing Puritan element had alternately gained the upper hand in English councils, as Elizabeth's fears of Catholic solidarity waxed and waned, But with the arrival of Alva in the Netherlands and the strong religious feeling aroused in England by his severities, it became daily more difficult to maintain the appearance of friendship between Spain and England. There arose, moreover, concurrently, another reason for enmity, which eventually proved more powerful even than the religious question. From the latter years of Henry VIII, the piratical attacks of English shipping upon Spanish commerce had been a stock subject of complaint and remonstrance, but during the religious war in France, and in the period following Alva's suppression of the First Netherlands Rising, English seamen from the southern and eastern coasts had in large numbers eagerly seized the opportunity for plunder by preying upon Philip's subjects as privateers, authorized respectively by the Huguenot and French Protestant leaders. Elizabeth, of course, disclaimed them, but she was fully aware that Philip could not afford to go to war with her while Flanders was simmering in revolt, and while the religious discord in France prevented the Catholics from wielding the national power at their will, so that, though she continued to profess friendship, she took less care than ever before to propitiate Philip. The English depredations on Spanish shipping had naturally been met by increased interference on the part of the Inquisition with English merchants and sailors in Spanish ports, and in early 1568 a crisis was reached when the English ambassador, Dr. Mann, was hampered in performing divine service in the embassy according to the Reformed rites. In reply to a peremptory demand from Elizabeth that full liberty in this respect should be given, the English ambassador was expelled the country. The Catholic rising which took place at the same time in Scotland, and the rumors of help sent thither by the Guises, furthered the giving of bolder and more open aid to the Flemings by the English, especially in their depredations at sea, and to the French Huguenots. These causes would have been sufficient to drive England and Spain into open war had Philip dared to attack England while the Protestants of Holland and France were still unsubdued, and had Elizabeth not dreaded open war with her own north country, almost solidly Catholic, and longing for an opportunity of rising in favor of the imprisoned Mary Stuart. But in 1568, the advent in England of Géraud d'Espèce, a violent bigot, as Spanish ambassador, simultaneously with a treacherous attack upon English seamen on the American coast, almost brought matters to a crisis. The Spanish claim to commercial monopoly of the whole of America, although jealously enforced so far as was possible, had from the nature of the case become impracticable. The crushing of Spanish industry by an unwise fiscal policy had made it impossible for Spain itself to supply the growing needs of the settlers, whilst the galling restrictions imposed upon foreign sailors and vessels in Spanish ports had immensely hampered the importation into Seville, the center of the whole transatlantic trade, of manufactures from abroad. The natural consequence was a widespread smuggling trade with America, both from England and France. Sanguinary reprisals had been made, especially upon the attempted French settlement in Florida, but the business had proved a profitable one, especially in conjunction with the importation into Spanish America and the West Indies of Negro slaves captured on the African coast. An expedition led by John Hawkins and his nephew, Francis Drake, consisting of 5 small vessels from Plymouth, was caught in September 1568 by a greatly superior Spanish force at San Juan de Lua on the Mexican coast, and overwhelmed, in violation, as it was asserted, of a compromise that had been arranged. 2 of the smallest vessels alone escaped, with Hawkins and Drake, and thenceforward the latter devoted his great genius, skill, and boldness to harrying the Spanish commerce from the seas. For the next 30 years, the Spanish claim to a monopoly of transatlantic trade was laughed to scorn by the English sailors, whose ceaseless piratical depredations upon Spanish shipping increased 100-fold the enmity between the nations, which the religious persecution had begun. D'Espèce was known from his first arrival to be plotting with the English Catholics, and had endeavored to frighten Elizabeth by threats of Alva's vengeance if she allowed the Huguenot and Flemish privateers to take shelter in her ports. It is not to be wondered at, therefore, that, when chance threw into her way an opportunity of crippling Alva and spiting the officious ambassador, she should have seized it. Philip, as usual, was in dire straits for money, but he had contrived to borrow a large sum from Genoese bankers to meet Alva's pressing requirements, and shipped it in 6 vessels for Antwerp. They were chased by privateers in the Channel, and for safety ran into Plymouth, Falmouth, and Southampton. 2 of the cutters, rightly believing that they had as much to fear from the English on shore as from the pirates at sea, escaped from port, ran the gauntlet of the pursuers, and arrived at Antwerp. The others, being still assailed, though in port, requested permission through the Spanish ambassador to send the specie overland to Dover, and so across the Channel. Elizabeth not only accorded her consent, but volunteered to give the protection of a squadron of her own ships, if needful. Just as the bullion was being landed, there came rumors from Spain, and a few days later a letter from William Hawkins at Plymouth to Burghley, telling of the destruction of Drake and Hawkins' squadron on the Mexican coast. The excuse was sufficient, particularly when Elizabeth learnt from Spinola, the banker in London, who was in association with the lenders of the money, that they had contracted to deliver the specie in Antwerp. Her credit, she said, was as good as that of Philip. She would borrow the money herself. It was a heavy blow to Alva, and when he retaliated by seizing all English property in Flanders, Elizabeth in her turn laid hands on all Spanish property in England to a very much greater value. Thenceforward, for some years, trade between England and Philip's dominions was practically suspended, and English piracy, in consequence, enormously increased. The futile plots of Despies and Alva to depose Elizabeth by means of a rising of the English Catholics were all known, and the ambassador was finally expelled with ignominy in December 1571, after the discovery of the Ridolfi plot, in which he had been a principal. For the next 5 years, Philip had no formal ambassador in England, and English aid to the Flemish beggars, both on land and sea, went across the North Sea almost undisguised. Thus, in the 10 or 11 years that had passed since Philip arrived in Spain, he had made practically no progress in the great objects of his policy. Far from securing religious uniformity in the Netherlands, Alva's cruelties had only made the reconciliation of the Protestants forever impossible. The Huguenots in France, in close union with Elizabeth, were strong enough to paralyze any attempt of the Guises to join France with Spain for the suppression of Protestantism in general, while the course of events in England and Scotland enabled Elizabeth, practically, to defy Spanish threats of vengeance for her aid to the Netherlands and the depredations of English sailors. The Turks and North Africans in the Mediterranean, moreover, were still unsubdued, and raided almost with impunity the southeast coast of Spain, being doubtless abetted by the descendants of those Moors of the Kingdom of Granada, who only 70 years before, when the Catholic kings had conquered their lands, had been solemnly promised toleration for their faith. These Moriscos were a standing reproach to Philip's boast that in Spain, at least, the orthodoxy of every man was beyond reproach. Throughout the country, the Moorish blood had mingled so much with the Christian as to be in many places undistinguishable. But in the Kingdom of Granada, the race, so recently conquered, was almost pure. Successive galling edicts had forced upon them the Christian garb, faith, name, and tongue, but in secret they still preserved their ancient beliefs and usages, to the despair of the bigoted churchmen who were the king's instruments. The Moriscos were the most skillful and prosperous people in Spain, and, especially in agriculture and horticulture on the fertile Vega of Granada, their success brought them the hatred and envy of their Christian neighbors. The Castilian Cortes vied with the Catholic bishops in urging a constant renewal of measures of oppression against them, alleging their doubtful orthodoxy, their undue wealth, their sympathy with the marauding Muslim corsairs, and their utilization of slave labor. At first the Moriscos bribed and bowed sulkily to the yoke, but finally, at the end of 1568, the storm, long gathering, broke, and rapine swept down from the Morisco fastness in the Alpujarras upon smiling Granada, desecrating Christian churches and avenging on Christian Spaniards the hoarded wrongs of centuries. Philip's vengeance was prompt and terrible. Men, women, and children were slaughtered by thousands by the Marquis de los Vélez and by Bishop Deza, who knew no mercy. And when the danger was past, Philip's natural brother, Don John of Austria, born in 1547, was sent to give the last blow to the lingering rebellion. The young prince was one of the handsomest and most chivalrous men of his time, the idol of his brother's subjects, and a soldier every inch of him. But the cruel work he had to do after he had finally vanquished the Moriscos in arms well nigh broke his heart. Death or slavery were the only alternatives left to the conquered. Those Moriscos who escaped the bloodthirstiness of the Christians were driven forth, heavily chained, from their own fair land through the winter's snow to the bleak plains of Castile, to lifelong servitude, and by the end of 1570, the whole of Andalusia was cleared of those who bore the taint of Moorish blood or sympathized with the Muslim corsairs. This victory for the Orthodox churchmen was not without political warrant, but it was one stroke more at the dwindling industrial prosperity of Spain. While Philip was celebrating in Seville his brother's victory over the Moriscos, there came to him an envoy of the Pope to urge him to a crowning effort to chase the Turks from the inland sea. A great Ottoman fleet was before Cyprus, which island, unaided, the Venetians were powerless to save. The loss of the island to Christendom would be irreparable, and the Pope exhorted Philip to join a league with Rome and Venice to crush the Moslem. Philip had no love for the temporizing mercantile Venetians, but the occasion was pressing, and Don John was clamorous to fight again against unbelievers. Philip ultimately consented to make a supreme effort to clear the Mediterranean of the scourge, although he utilized the opportunity for extorting from Pius V one more concession, diminishing the power of the papacy over the Spanish Inquisition. Europe rang with preparations for the new crusade. The task of collecting the vast force needed was a long one, and Cyprus had fallen before Don John had gathered, in the Bay of Messina, the finest fleet of war galleys ever seen in the Mediterranean. The Turks were, by this time, harrying the Adriatic coasts in September 1571, and defied the Christian forces. All that religious fervor could give to strengthen Don John and his force was lavishly poured out, and the young commander himself aroused the extravagant enthusiasm of Catholics throughout Christendom in his favor. Overriding the cautious advice of older commanders, he sought the Turkish fleet in the Bay of Lepanto on October 7, 1571, with his 270 galleys and 80,000 men. The spirit infused into the attack was irresistible, and in a few hours the Muslim power in the Mediterranean was broken, never to be fully restored. The religious exaltation that followed passed all safe bounds. Don John was to restore the throne of Constantine, and was to sweep the unbelievers from Europe and North Africa. Don John, then only 24 years of age, lost his head with adulation. Philip, almost alone in Europe, would not allow his judgment to be shaken, for he knew that his brother's dreams could only be realized at the sacrifice of his own. In the meanwhile, affairs were going badly in Flanders. Trade there was ruined by the suspension of the English commerce and the flight of craftsmen under Alva's persecution, while the seizure by Elizabeth in December 1568 of the Spanish remittances had driven the Duke to despair. In answer to Philip's statement that every national resource was pledged and that he was absolutely without means to carry on his government, the Cortes of Castile protested, in 1570, that the people of the realms of Castile were sunk into so dire a poverty as to make it impossible to raise a maravedì beyond the ordinary tribute. No money, therefore, could be sent to Alva from Spain, and he was driven to adopt in Flanders the fatal tax that had ruined Spanish industry, namely the alcabala, or 10%, upon all sales of commodities, a step which united the Flemings of all classes and creeds into resistance to the commercial and industrial ruin that threatened them. Ultimately, the peace party in Philip's councils brought about Alva's recall and the experiment of a conciliatory policy under the new viceroy Requesens in September of 1573. End of section 50. Section 51 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 3, The Wars of Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Chapter 15, Spain under Philip II, by Martin Hume of the Royal Spanish Academy. Part 3. The curse of poverty lay upon all Philip's plans, and yet Spain was a byword for riches throughout Europe. The reason for this is to be found in the administration rather than the amount of revenue and expenditure. The emperor's ruinous system had depended largely upon arbitrary imposition, crippling the Spanish commercial and industrial classes, and upon the pledging of specific resources of revenue at extravagant interest to foreign bankers. During his early regency of Spain, Philip had frequently protested against these oppressive methods, but when he succeeded to his father's task, he was obliged to follow the same evil course. Personally, he was extremely frugal, almost penurious, and was a notoriously bad paymaster to those who served him. He was grieved beyond measure at the distress suffered by his Castilian subjects in consequence of the taxation which he was obliged to impose upon them. But he could devise no other scheme of finance than the vicious one he had inherited. By the middle of his reign, the stifling of industry by the alcabala and local tolls, the depopulation of the agricultural districts by the oppression of the Moriscos, and the great drain of men for America and the wars, had immensely diminished the sources of revenue. And while the inability of Spain to supply manufactured goods to her colonies caused a great portion of the American treasure to be diverted to other countries through Seville, or direct, notwithstanding the prohibition of the export of the precious metals, the arbitrary seizure of specie belonging to merchants to meet sudden government emergencies had also bred distrust, and much of the commercial wealth was smuggled abroad or concealed. The amounts received by the treasury, therefore, tended to become smaller as time went on. On the other hand, Philip's rigidly centralized system, which weakened the control and authority as well as the responsibility of his executive officers, inevitably encouraged corruption to an extent almost beyond belief. And much of the money sent for the payment of soldiers, the purchase of munitions and victuals, and the maintenance of fleets was appropriated to the private use of the intermediaries. It was impossible for one overburdened man in the center of Spain effectually to superintend, as Philip tried to do, the minute details of administration in all parts of the world. The amounts of money actually received from America, even before the English systematically plundered the galleons, were much smaller than public opinion at home and abroad imagined. Vast sums were stolen, hidden, or surreptitiously detained by the king's officers in America, and not only viceroys, but bishops and friars who had gone to the Indies penniless returned laden with great ill-gotten booty. It thus happened that the vast revenues enjoyed on paper by the Catholic king dwindled by a faulty system, bad management, and peculation to an amount almost absurdly inadequate to the demands made by Philip's objects. The Italian dominions produced practically nothing for the Spanish exchequer. The Netherlands, which had always managed their own resources, now constituted a terrible drain upon the king. Aragon and Catalonia stood stiffly by their parliamentary charters, contributing only their moderate fixed quota, and even that unwillingly. In Castile, moreover, the nobles were exempt from regular taxation, though large and irregular sums were extorted from them by various devices, while the enormous accumulation of property in ecclesiastical hands, which was also exempt from taxation, cast by far the larger portion of Philip's enormous expenditure upon the commercial, agricultural, and industrial classes of the provinces of Castile. Requesens prayed ceaselessly for money. The troops, he said, unpaid, were turning bandits, sacking and plundering at large, and even the Catholic Flemings could endure it no longer. The credit of the rebels was good, he complained, while no one would trust him or Philip, and such being the state of things in Flanders, Don John's clamors for aid for his visionary ambitions necessarily remained unheard. Philip did not openly contradict. That was not his way. Evasion and silence served as well. And while he was thus paltering, the Calabrian renegade Luk Ali had, within 9 months of the Battle of Lepanto, raised another force of 150 galleys. Don John was alternately prayerful and indignant at his brother's coolness, and all the summer of 1572 was wasted in and out of Messina. The autumn and winter passed. Don John's force fell away and decayed. The Venetians patched up a peace with the Turk, but still no money came from Spain. Not until October 7, 1573, could Don John sail to relieve the garrison he had left at La Goleta. That was his ostensible object, but his plans were larger, for he made a sudden dash upon Tunis and captured it, in the hope of making it the base for the conquest of his new empire. Leaving there a garrison of 8,000 men, he sailed back to Sicily to summon all Christendom to his aid. Gregory XIII gave him his blessing, and so the Golden Rose. But Philip was aghast. The prince's advisor, Soto, was recalled, and Don John was instructed to abandon and dismantle Tunis. He disobeyed those orders, and even asked Philip's permission to attack Constantinople. The reply was the stoppage of all supplies, both from Spain and from Naples. In vain, Don John raved. No money and no help came, and before a year had passed, Tunis and La Goleta fell into the hands of the Turks, and the soldiers who were to carve out Don John's new empire were massacred. or made galley slaves. But Don John had tasted the sweets of victory, and his dreams of empire beguiled him still. A fresh adviser was sent to him of the strictest Ruy Gomez school, named Escobedo, but he too fell under the spell of the prince's visions, and, like his master, entreated the Pope and the Christian princes to subsidize the crusade. For 3 years longer, Don John thus remained in Italy, his brother's resentful jealousy growing as his turbulent demands became more pressing, and his conduct more flighty and unstable. The Neapolitan nobility, indignant at Philip's treatment of Don John, established a league for the purpose of formulating for their country demands similar to those of the Flemish nobles, namely, the provincial assemblies and the withdrawal of Spanish garrisons. Genoa, too, the now decadent republic, which had always been the faithful servant of Philip and his father, rose in revolt against the Doria and Grimaldi, the Spanish king's henchmen, and threatened an appeal to France, which Philip dreaded of all things, so that humiliating concessions had to be made to Doria's enemies. In this dangerous condition of things, Requesens died in Flanders in March 1576. The Catholic Flemings had continued to press for the withdrawal of the troops, which Requesens had promised again and again, but without money, the troops would not budge, and Philip was at the end of his resources. Walcheren had been completely lost to the Spaniards. The siege of Leyden had failed, and at one time, in his despair, Philip had resolved either to drown or burn all Holland. Tired out at last of the hopeless contest and of the ceaseless demands of the Catholic Flemings, Philip bent to the inevitable and summoned Don John from his dissolute life in Naples to carry to Flanders the message of peace, offering any terms so long as Spain's suzerainty over the Low Countries were retained. The humiliation, bitter for Philip, was more bitter still for his brother. Don John was ordered to travel post-haste to Flanders direct, to withdraw the mutinous troops at any sacrifice, and to conciliate the Belgic provinces. The task was repulsive to him. As he said, any old woman with a distaff could do it better than he, but it seemed to offer him a chance of reaching an ambition even greater than that of his visionary Eastern Empire. Either the prince or his minister, Escobedo, conceived the rash idea that the cutthroats who were ravaging Flanders, instead of being marched overland to Italy, might be withdrawn by sea and suddenly be thrown into England, where, in conjunction with a rising of Catholics in the north, they might liberate Mary Stuart. Don John would marry her, and they would reign over Great Britain as Catholic monarchs under the aegis of Spain. It was a wild and impracticable plan, but to Don John real enough to make him disobey orders and rush to Spain to beg his brother's aid to it. Philip's heart hardened at the coming of Don John with plans that would have set all Europe in a blaze. And with a cool, evasive answer to his prayer, he sent his brother in disguise through France to Flanders. Before Don John arrived there, the catastrophe had happened. Antwerp had been sacked and ruined by the revolted soldiery on November 4th, 1576. There was no more hesitation. Flemings of all ranks and creeds made common cause to defend their homes and lives. And, when Don John reached the frontier, he found that he could only enter upon his governorship on terms dictated by the states. News had reached Orange of the great plan against England, and the first demand of the states was that the troops must be withdrawn by land and not by sea. Don John rebelled against his task. Wild prayers went to Spain that he might be allowed to fight the insolent rebels who thus defied their sovereign. But Philip knew better. He had no money, no credit, and an unsuccessful attack upon England now would have meant ruin. He distrusted Don John, too, for Perez was hourly poisoning his ear against his brother. At length, with infinite trouble, humiliation, and bitterness, sufficient money was borrowed in Flanders on Escobedo's credit to satisfy the soldiers, who marched out of the country in the spring of 1577. The joyous entry of Don John into Brussels marked the triumph of the Flemings, but there was no joy in Don John's heart. His prayers for recall were unanswered, and at length, in despair, he broke with the states, threw himself into Namur, and defied the Flemings, Catholics, and Protestants to do their worst. His greater cousin, Farnese, hurried from Italy to bring his generalship and diplomacy to bear, whilst Don John, heartbroken, sank and died on October 1st, 1578. There were other importunities besides those of Don John upon which Philip was forced to frown. The young King Sebastian of Portugal, his nephew, was burning with zeal for the conquest of Morocco for the cross, and sought to persuade his uncle to throw the weight of Spain into the project. As we have seen, Philip was hopelessly bankrupt at the time, at close grip with the Flemings, and on most critical terms with Elizabeth of England. He dared not arouse all Islam against him anew, and did his best to divert his half-crazy nephew from his plans, but without success. Don Sebastian led his Christian host across the strait to the deep grief and discontent of his people, and met his fate, of which the mystery can never be revealed, at the Battle of Alcazar Quibir on August 4th, 1578. The next heir to the crown of Portugal was the aged and childless Cardinal Henry, great-uncle of Sebastian. After him came a host of claimants, amongst whom Philip II was the strongest, though not the most popular in Portugal, or possessed of the best title. The possession of Portugal seemed to hold out the hope to the Spanish king of an accession of power that would enable him to have his way in Europe. The great wealth of the Portuguese crown, the revenues from the East Indies, where the Portuguese were rapidly ousting the Venetians from their monopoly of trade, the mines of Brazil, and the great possessions in Africa, would provide resources which, when added to those of Spain, would far exceed those of any other power in the world, and the prospect of their possession opened to Philip a bright vista of success for the future, since all of his previous failure had sprung from want of means. To him it mattered little that he claimed the succession through his mother, the daughter of Emmanuel the Great, whilst the other claimants descended from sons of the same king. He lost no time in sending trusty agents to Portugal to bribe his way to the throne whilst yet King Henry lived. The old king himself had vain dreams, notwithstanding his 77 years, of founding a dynasty and disappointing all rivals. But Philip's ambassador in Rome promptly stopped the process of releasing him from his vows. Don Cristobal de Mora, Philip's ambassador at Lisbon, and the eager Spanish churchmen were not long in worrying the old cardinal king into his grave with their importunities. He died on January 31st, 1580. And of the 5 regents left by the king to choose a successor, Philip's bribes and threats had won 3. An army was standing ready at the Andalusia, and Alvaro de Bazan, Marquis of Santa Cruz, the stout admiral, had 39 armed galleys lying in the Bay of Gibraltar. But a land commander was wanted. Alva alone would suit. He had lain in disgrace since his return from Flanders. His enemies, Perez and the Peace Party, had been all-powerful. As will be related below, Don John had been abandoned, and his minister Escobedo murdered on the mere apprehension that they might strengthen Alva. But now that Alva was needed for Philip's plans, the old soldier was called to honor again, and bidden to lead the Spanish army through Portugal. The regents were on Philip's side, and those of the Portuguese nobility who were not bribed were terrified by threats or kidnapped to Spain. The first movement of the Portuguese people and clergy had been to elect to the throne Don Antonio, the half-Jewish and doubtfully legitimate grandson of Emmanuel the Great, prior of Crato. But his resources were scanty, and, though he was personally popular, the people themselves were cowardly and unorganized. Alva marched through the country almost unresisted, defeating Antonio's forces in 2 battles and driving the unfortunate pretender into hiding, and thence into lifelong exile. In the meantime, Philip followed in the wake of his army to take possession of his new realm. On his way, at Badajoz in October 1580, to his inexpressible grief, he lost his 4th wife, and soon afterwards 2 of the 3 children she had left followed her to the grave. Philip was a good husband and father, and after this there was no more pleasure for him in life. He had always been reticent and grave. Now he became a gloomy recluse, living but for his great task and for the love of his eldest daughter, in gathering sadness, but striving still to bear his troubles humbly and patiently. He went from town to town through his new kingdom to receive the oath of allegiance from the Portuguese Cortes at Tomar on April 1st, 1581. Now, if ever, there seemed a chance of his being able to crush his enemies by mere force and wealth. All America, all Africa, vast rich territories in Asia, the finest Atlantic ports in Europe, with trade and mineral wealth unbounded, were his. And the mere contemplation of the power thus acquired by him drove Elizabeth of England and Catherine de' Medici both into a panic. The fugitive Don Antonio fled through France to England in July 1581 and was received with royal honors, Elizabeth and Catherine vying with each other in their endeavors to secure the direction of so powerful an instrument to oppose Philip, or so valuable an asset for a transaction with him. Antonio at first decided to trust the English, and the Puritan party, now led by Leicester and Walsingham, rose in influence with such a tool in their hands. Catherine de' Medici pretended to some sort of claim to the Portuguese throne herself, but it was not seriously pressed. And when Antonio found that Elizabeth and her ministers were more eager to get possession of the priceless jewels which he brought than to go to war with Spain for his sake, he listened to the more tempting offers of the French Queen Mother to fit out a mercenary fleet for the seizure of the Azores, which were inclined to accept him as king. Leaving England in October 1581, he sailed, in the following summer, in high hope with a great fleet of 55 ships and 5,000 men, commanded by Strozzi. Terceira received the pretender with open arms, but in the midst of the rejoicing, the terrible Santa Cruz, with his Spanish fleet, appeared, and scattered to the winds Antonio's ships, the pretender himself barely escaping, and Strozzi being slain. In the following year, an exactly similar attempt was made, with the same result, when Aymar de Chastes, mercenary fleet with 6,000 partisans of Don Antonio, fell a prey, also off Terceira, to the skill and daring of Santa Cruz. Then Antonio, with broken fortune and flagging spirit, drifted back to England again, to be alternately taken up and dropped by Elizabeth, as the mutations of her attitude towards Spain demanded, until the crowning fiasco of the English mercenary invasion of Portugal in 1589 quenched forever his chances of reigning in his own country. Then, having served Elizabeth's turn in the War of England against Spain, he sank into obscurity. But both Catherine and Elizabeth took stronger measures than cherishing Don Antonio to retort upon Philip for his seizure of Portugal. When the Catholic Flemings had been driven to revolt by the outrages of the Spanish troops, some of the Catholic nobles had invited the Archduke Matthias to assume the sovereignty of Flanders. At the risk of offending his uncle Philip, Matthias consented, and the interests of the two branches of the House of Austria were thus separated, a diplomatic advantage which led Orange to accept with alacrity the subordinate position to the young Catholic prince. But it soon became evident that another prince of stiffer material must be found by the Catholic Flemings, or Brabant and Flanders would have to choose between submission to the Protestants of Holland or to the Spanish tyranny. Before Don John's failure, negotiations had taken place with the Catholic Flemings to place upon the throne of Brabant Elizabeth's young French suitor, Francis of Valois, now Duke of Anjou. Henry III, who had no desire to be drawn into a war with Spain, in which his own Guises and extreme Catholics would not be likely to help him, was panic-stricken at the idea, and promptly put his brother under lock and key. Anjou escaped in February 1578, and the Huguenots and malcontents flocked to his standard to aid in the project of crippling Philip by placing a Frenchman on the Belgic throne, with Hollanders and Protestants by his side, and perhaps with the support of England. Henry III and his mother were anxious not to be compromised with Spain, but the matter was much more serious for Elizabeth. Envoys were sent from England to Don John in his retreat at Namur, and to the States urging them to agree in order to keep the Frenchmen out. During the next few years, English diplomacy was directed to this end, or to ensure that, if Anjou ever ruled, it should be under English influence alone, while France and Spain were embroiled. With Leicester by his side, Anjou was crowned Duke of Brabant in Antwerp in 1582, only to be repudiated as such by Elizabeth directly afterwards. His utter worthlessness soon became apparent, and the farce of his sovereignty was abandoned, while the Catholic Flemings were cajoled or coerced by Farnese back into submission, and the northern provinces, now supported undisguisedly by Queen Elizabeth, stood apart again from them. It is not to be supposed that these French and English intrigues, carried on through a series of years to his detriment, were allowed by Philip to pass without retaliation. With every move of Anjou toward the Huguenots, the Guises drew nearer to Spain. In 1580, they gave Philip to understand that their niece, Mary Stuart, would, thenceforward, serve Spanish interests alone. And from that period until the unfortunate Queen's death, the conspiracies constantly formed in her favor, at first with Guise and subsequently without him, were purely Spanish in object, and intended, by placing England in Catholic hands, to end a regime by which Spanish commerce had been well-nigh destroyed, and the Protestant revolt against Philip sustained. For 25 years, open national war between England and Spain had been avoided, with the constant hope on Philip's part that he might be able alone to crush religious dissent in his own dominions, and thus be in a position to deal with England subsequently. But, as we have seen, his poverty and tardy methods, as well as the resource and agility of his opponents, had frustrated this plan. He lived for the object of unifying Christianity for the ultimate political benefit of Spain, and after a quarter of a century of ceaseless struggle, he was further from the goal than ever. Not only were the depredations of Drake and his many imitators a standing humiliation to him, but the interference with his shipping, Spanish and Portuguese, hampered him financially to a ruinous degree. His mind was slow to move, and he detested war. Despite the oft-repeated prayers of his ambassadors and agents that he would make open war on England, he had not dared to face the cost and responsibility of this course. He had done his utmost by encouraging Catholic revolt in favor of Mary Stuart and subsidizing English religious discontent, even by listening to and aiding plans for Elizabeth's murder, though with little conviction, for repeated failure had taught him the efficacy of Walsingham's spies and the faithlessness of conspirators. Very slowly and reluctantly, he was forced to recognize that he would have to begin by mastering England, or the rest of his task would be impossible. Santa Cruz had always been of that opinion, and after his victory over Don Antonio's second expedition off Terceira, he wrote to the king on August 9, 1583, fervently begging him to allow him to conquer England with his fleet. Philip coolly thanked the admiral, but evaded the offer. The idea, however, germinated, and when Elizabeth accepted the supremacy over the Netherlands in 1585, the eventual adoption of the plan became inevitable. England, or rather Elizabeth's government, must be crushed, or Spain was doomed to decay. To this pass had Philip been brought by the march of circumstances and his own rigidity of method. His tactical mistake had been to refrain from dealing with England when she was weak, and so depriving the continental Protestants of their main support. Misled by Elizabeth's clever juggle of an Austrian marriage and similar diplomatic pretenses. If, however, he was to be driven to the conquest of England, he was determined that the benefit must accrue to him alone. The plan of the Scottish, French, and Welsh Catholics, and of the Vatican, had always been to convert James Stuart, forcibly if necessary, and make him King of Britain, the end for which James himself ceaselessly worked. The English Jesuit party and Philip's English pensioners were violently opposed to such a solution, and indignantly scouted the idea of a Scottish king over England. Guise's plans had always included the invasion of Scotland, in the Catholic interest, simultaneously with that of England. But Philip looked more and more askance at both James Stuart and his French kinsman, and listened with increasing favor to the hints of the English Jesuits that, after James, excluded for heresy, he, Philip, had a good claim to the English throne through his descent from John of Gaunt and the House of Portugal. There was no candidate outside his own house who could be trusted, and with Mary Stuart's formal recognition of Philip as her heir in June 1586, the policy of forcing a Spanish sovereign upon England was finally adopted. Thenceforward, if the plans of the Guises and the Scottish Catholics were smiled upon, it was done only in order to frustrate them. In January 1586, Santa Cruz again urged the king to adopt a strong naval policy. The English, he said, had since the previous August done damage to Spanish shipping to the extent of 1.5 million ducats, and a national war would be less costly than that. Philip ordered the admiral to submit his plans and estimates for the invasion of England, but when they were complete, the cost, 3,800,000 ducats, was alarming, and the whole force was to be raised and sent from Spain. Philip knew that ruined Castile could not produce such an amount, and that years would be needed to collect in Spain the material for such a force, but he recognized at last that his time was now or never. The Flemings had been cajoled or crushed by Farnese, The Dutch were in worse case than they had been in for years. The English garrisons in the Netherlands towns were passing over to Farnese's side in the most alarming fashion. The Turk was busy at war with the emperor, and France, divided by religious discord, was powerless to interfere. So the plunge was taken, though on a smaller scale and on a less concentrated plan than that suggested by Santa Cruz. Orders went to Naples, Sicily, Portugal, and the Spanish ports for ships and munitions to be prepared. Not a hint was given openly of the destination of the force, though the Irish refugees from the Munster Rebellion, who crowded the quays of Lisbon and Corunna, soon began to chatter gleefully of the vengeance that at last was to fall upon their enemy. In his cell in the Escorial, the little white-haired man toiled night and day, directing the smallest details everywhere. Pope Sixtus V, Peretti, was alternately bullied and cajoled into promising 1,000,000 gold crowns, and perhaps half as much again, if once a landing was effected in England. But he was kept in the dark as to whom the King of Spain was to put in Elizabeth's place, though he promised, after infinite wrangling, to approve of the person Philip might choose. In the secret councils of the king, the English Jesuits had prevailed, and the Infanta Isabel Clara Eugenia was Queen Designate of England. But the papal subsidy was not available until after the event, and, though finally Philip managed to borrow some money on the security of it, the sums needed at once and continuously were enormous. The Cortes of Castile, when they met in the autumn of 1586, could only repeat in doleful tones their oft-told tale. The realm, they said, was going from bad to worse. Lands were untilled, and the former cultivators wandering tramps and homeless beggars at convent gates. Trade was everywhere languishing or extinct owing to taxation, and the utmost that could be squeezed from the country of Castile was the usual triennial grant of 450 million maravedis. It was a mere drop in the ocean of Philip's needs. The clergy had to disburse handsomely for the crusade, and the nobles were half ruined by extortions. The Italian princes were made to understand that if they wished to be regarded as friends, they must contribute. And so, throughout the vast dominions of Spain, money was wrung from all classes in the name of Philip and the cause he championed, and the dockyards and arsenals throbbed with life. End of section 51.
Section 52 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 3, The Wars of Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Chapter 15, Spain under Philip II by Martin Hume, Part 4. It has been related elsewhere how the English seamen had taken the measure of the Spaniards, and how on April 18, 1587, Drake and his fleet suddenly swept down upon Cadiz, plundered, burned, and sank all the ships in harbour, destroyed the painfully collected stores, and sailed out again unmolested. Santa Cruz's main fleet was in the Tagus, but it had no artillery on board, and if Drake had burned it, as he might have done, the Armada could not have sailed. But Elizabeth's orders were precise. Drake had learnt that peace negotiations were in progress with Farnese as Philip's representative, and the ships in the Tagus were left unmolested. The peace negotiations in question were probably sincere on the part of the moderate Catholics and the Burghley party in England, who may have thought to separate Farnese from his uncle's interest by the bait of an independent sovereignty for himself in Flanders. But so far as Philip was concerned, the negotiations were insincere from first to last, though Farnese earnestly prayed for permission to make peace in reality. Santa Cruz and Farnese urged ceaselessly the need for seizing a port of refuge in the North Sea, and the admiral fretted over the change of plan that had been forced upon him. An army under Farnese was to be convoyed across the Channel, and on land Farnese was to be supreme. Santa Cruz's idea was that of a seaman. First defeat the English fleet and gain command of the sea, and then invade the land. Philip's plan was that of a landsman. Keep the English fleet at bay whilst Farnese's army was ferried across in barges. In September 1587, Santa Cruz received his orders. He was to sail straight to the North Foreland and protect Farnese's passage across. He replied that the force was not ready, and the season was too far advanced to sail without a port of refuge. Philip's soldier officers were scornful of such timid counsels, and Philip was impatient too, for he knew that Farnese's 30,000 men would melt away before another season came. So the only man who could have led the fleet to victory was driven to his death by the unmerited reproaches of his master, and Santa Cruz breathed his last in February 1588. The delay nearly ruined the whole project. Food went bad, ships grew foul, men had to be fed, and money was ever harder to come by. The Pope distrusted Philip and stood firm to his stipulation that he would pay nothing until the Spanish troops landed in England. And one more appeal was made to the Cortes of Castile, April 1588. They were well nigh effete now, but they had protested that no such sum as that demanded, 8 million ducats, had ever been heard of in Spain before and could not be raised. The pulpit and the confessional were set to work throughout the country. The members of the Cortes were bribed and terrified into acquiescence. The town councils were similarly treated, and the vote was passed that led to the excise tax called the millions, which for the next 2 centuries burdened the simple food of the people. Philip had several fine seamen in his service, but pride and jealousy reigned supreme amongst the officers at Lisbon. The soldier always assumed superiority. The sailor was only a carrier to convey the fighting men to battle, and Philip was obliged to choose a man to succeed Santa Cruz, whose rank was high enough to command respect from all, soldiers and sailors alike. He was also guided in his choice by his fatal desire to command the armada himself from his cell, and a man of initiative and ability did not suit him. The man he chose was the greatest noble in Spain, the Duke of Medina Sidonia, head of the great house of Guzman and admiral of the coast of Andalusia. He was a fool and a poltroon, and he knew it, but it served the king's purpose to appoint him. In vain he protested his unfitness. He suffered from seasickness. He knew nothing of marine warfare. He was half ruined already by the preparation of his squadron, and he was in poor health. But Philip was firm. He was sure, he said, that the Duke would worthily uphold the great name he bore. Medina Sidonia found disorganization, corruption, and jealousy rampant in Lisbon. Pestilence and famine were rife, the men and ships all on ready, and the stores rotten. This gave the new chief an excuse for fresh and ever-repeated delay in sailing. More men, more arms, more money was his constant cry, until his own officers accused him of willful procrastination and sent angry remonstrances to the king. Only at Philip's peremptory command did Medina Sidonia unwillingly sail from Lisbon, May 30th, 1588 NS, and even then nothing short of a miracle could have made the expedition successful. The teachings of experience, the advice of experts, the most obvious precautions had all been perversely neglected. Everyone knew that the English sailors had revolutionized tactics in the previous 20 years, that their ships were stancher and handier and could sail closer to the wind. The galley tradition still ruled in Spain, and the first principle was to grapple and close so that soldiers and small arms could be utilized. Artillery was reckoned an ignoble arm, and its use among Spaniards was to disable rigging, not to pierce hulls. Philip and his advisers knew to their cost that Drake had formed a new system, depending upon the power of the English craft to evade grappling and employ their superior artillery upon the enemy's hull. But all this knowledge was useless, for Philip's mind was impervious to new ideas. Similarly, his neglect of the best advice to seize a safe port on the English coast was neglected. To all remonstrance he had but one type of reply. The expedition was in God's service, and he might be trusted to bring it victory. So in Lisbon, before the fleet sailed, and throughout Spain, prayers and vows took the place of prudent mundane precaution. Sacred banners, holy waters, crucifixes, blessed scapularies, priests and friars and images of the saints made the great fleet like a cloister, and inflamed to religious ecstasy the crews and soldiers who were told that they went on a saintly crusade to deliver a yearning people from the tyranny of the evil one. If exalted enthusiasm and religious zeal had sufficed, the Armada was sure of victory, but its material organization, plan of campaign, and system of tactics were such that it could only win by an almost impossible combination of entirely favorable circumstances. Its unseaworthiness was proved almost as soon as it got clear of the Tagus. For the next 3 weeks, the unwieldy ships were buffeted by a series of gales on the coasts of Portugal, Galicia, and Biscay. Some of the vessels reached as far north as the Scilly Isles. With gaping seams and shattered spars, they sought such shelter as they might, and those that were not entirely disabled were finally once more collected in Corunna. This foretaste of disaster increased the Duke's fears. On June 24th, he wrote to the king, solemnly urging him to abandon the expedition and to make an honourable peace with Elizabeth. The water, he assured the king, was fetid and the food putrid, the supplies already so short that under the most favourable circumstances they could not suffice for 2 months. The ships have suffered much and are now greatly inferior to the English, and the crews are seriously weakened, numbers falling ill every day in consequence of the bad food. All the force of Spain, he urged, was employed in this unpromising venture, and ill success would mean utter ruin. The same advice in more dignified language had been given 2 months before by Farnese. His men, unpaid as usual, for he was in dire straits for money, had dwindled by sickness and desertion after long waiting and 2 disappointments. His Italians, Germans, and Walloons were in a dangerous state of discontent. His only ports were the little sand-blocked harbours of Dunkirk and Newport. His boats were only flat-bottomed barges, unfit to face any weather but the finest. Justin of Nassau, with his fleet, was watching for him outside, and unless the Armada could first gain complete command of the sea and give him 6,000 Spanish veterans to stiffen his own mercenaries, he warned the king again and again he neither could nor would move. Thus, with 2 unwilling commanders foretelling failure, Philip's faith was put to the supreme test and conquered all his boasted prudence. Farnese was given no authority to make his sham peace negotiations with the English commissioners real, and Medina Sidonia was coldly ordered to sail at once and carry out the plan laid down for him. Ever since the first sailing from Lisbon, Medina Sidonia had continued to urge Farnese to be ready to come out and meet him, and on the voyage to England and up the Channel, the Duke's letters to this effect became more and more peremptory. Farnese, in hot indignation, could only repeat that the conditions promised to him must be fulfilled to the letter or he could not move. His men had dwindled by plague and defections to 17,000. He was being closely watched by Nassau and Seymour. His barges were powerless against attack, and the sea must be cleared of enemies and 6,000 Spanish veterans given to him, or the Armada must do without his aid. Catastrophe, almost inevitable, therefore loomed ahead when on July 29, 1588, the Lizard was sighted from Medina Sidonia's flagship. The soldiers were confident, but the sailors knew the conditions better and were assailed by doubts. How, in a week's running fight up the Channel and 1 awful battle off a lee shore near Gravesline, the sailors were justified and the soldiers lost faith in themselves and in the divine patronage promised to them, is told in detail in another chapter. But a few words must be said here with regard to the effects of the catastrophe upon Spaniards generally. A cry of despair and rage rang throughout the land. The Duke, abandoning everything, fled to the refuge of his palace at San Lucar, pursued by the curses of his countrymen. Farnese's loyalty was impugned, the Duke's reputation for valour was attacked, but amidst the recriminations and dismay, the one man to whose hopes the defeat was indeed a death blow blamed no one and gave no sign of anger. In agonized prayer for days together, Philip still fervently whispered his unquestioning faith to the God he tried to serve according to his dim lights. "It is thy cause, O Lord," he murmured. "If in thy wisdom defeat is best, then thy will be done." He could no more doubt of the final triumph than he could doubt the sacredness of the cause he had inherited. His slow, laborious mind was incapable of change or adaptations. A conviction once assimilated by him could only with great difficulty be eradicated. He had been taught that his royal house and his Spanish people were divinely appointed to champion the system which was to bring about God's kingdom upon earth. Suffering, hardship, oppression, cruelty might be necessary for the attainment of the glorious object, of which he and Spain were to be the instrumental factors. If so, they must be endured without murmur, even as he endured unmoved labour and disappointments that would have broken the heart or crushed the faith of any other man. And thus, in the hour of Spain's bitter disillusionment, the king alone remained serene, and turned again to his ceaseless round of plodding office work, patiently planning how best to retrieve the disaster. The immediate and personal effects of the catastrophe of the Armada were felt so poignantly, the culmination was so dramatic, the reaction both in Spain and England so violent that the larger results were only very gradually understood. For the greater part of a century, Spain had imposed herself upon the world to an extent entirely unwarranted by her native resources and the numbers of her population. She had, during the period, discovered, subjected, and organized a vast new continent. The commercial and mineral wealth of both East and West had been claimed as her monopoly, and throughout the world her assumption of the leadership of Orthodox Christianity had been humbly accepted by all but a few. The accident of the accession of Charles V to Spain and Naples and the Empire, with the added possession of the vast heritage of Burgundy, had given the appearance of strength necessary to maintain the pretense. But it was still only Castile, poor in herself and her colonial possessions, that bore the main burden of the expenditure demanded by the world policy of the Emperor and his son. The sentimental impetus such as must inspire a people for any great national advance came from Spain as a whole, though Castile had to provide most of the means. Yet there was no true Spanish nationality at all before the time of Ferdinand and Isabel, and to this day the nation is far from homogeneous. No purely political cooperation for national purposes was to be expected from the many divided peoples with separate institutions and antagonistic racial qualities which constituted Spain. The bond of union had been sought in spiritual exclusiveness. Under this influence, the Spanish people had been used as a political instrument by its monarchs for a century. The religious pride thus engendered enabled the Spanish men-at-arms to dominate in Europe and America with a power that far surpassed the material resources behind it, and dazzled the eyes of the world for a century. The American treasure, which enriched other countries more than Spain, encouraged the deception. And until the defeat of the Armada, there were few to question the claims of Spaniards to overwhelming power, except the English sailors and the beggars of the sea. In their running fight up the Channel, the Spanish mariners first raised the sinister cry wrung from their disillusioned hearts, "God has forsaken us." From that hour, though it lingered yet a while, the source of Spain's ephemeral strength, the conviction of special divine protection, decayed. And as it waned, so waned the haughty tradition that had for so long cowed Europe. Spain's agony lasted for 100 years longer, and more than once in that period it suited other nations to revive the old pretense for their own ends. But the defeat of the Armada marked the commencement of the Spaniard's doubt of the destiny of his country. But all this was hidden at first from those who witnessed the catastrophe. When the extent of the disaster became known, the unanimous cry of the Spanish people was for vengeance against the insolent islanders, who dared to claim a victory over Spain for what was really a visitation of Providence. The towns, half ruined and depopulated as they were, came to Philip with offers of money for a new fleet. The Cortes secretly offered to vote 5 million ducats to wipe out the stain. The monasteries found that they still had some treasure left that might be employed for the holy cause, and the sailors and merchants were clamorous that they should be allowed to fit out a new armada. But Philip knew, as yet alone, how utterly ruined the calamity had left him both in credit and in coin. The promised papal subsidy was not forthcoming. He was deep in debt everywhere, and though he would have been willing to receive the money offered to him by his subjects, the offers were always clogged with conditions which he could not accept: that his organization should be reformed, and that the contributing bodies should supervise the expenditure of their money. So he bade his people be patient, thanked them with a vase of courtesy, and promised that he would act for the best when he judged opportune. Other reasons gave him pause beside the lack of money. The Pope had been cajoled once into supporting a policy intended to make England a dependency of Spain, but he would hardly be likely to be so compliant a second time. The papacy, always deeply jealous of Spanish supremacy, and depending naturally much upon France and other Catholic powers, had no intention of aiding the subjection of all Christendom to Philip. But a still more important element was the attitude of France. The strong Huguenot party had been thrown into a ferment at the threat conveyed by the Armada, and Henry III had only been kept neutral with difficulty by his hard taskmasters, the Guises, and by the strong Catholicism of the Parisian population. That, also, would never be likely to happen again. Henry III was sinking into premature senility. He had no child or brother to succeed him, and the next heir to the French throne was Henry of Navarre, the hereditary foe of Philip, whose great-grandfather Ferdinand, with the aid of the Pope, had filched the ancient Spanish mountain realm from its rightful kings. Not only was it clear that as Henry of Navarre's sun rose, the danger of French interference in Philip's plans increased, but a still greater peril loomed ahead that might well turn the King of Spain's thoughts from Protestant England, even from the Netherlands and their revolt. Unless Spain was to decay, as has already been explained, England must be kept friendly as a counterbalance to France in the Channel. For her to be a fit friend for Philip's ends, she must be at least tolerant to Catholics. Philip had signally failed to make her so, and in addition now had gained her undying enmity. He could therefore expect from England nothing but opposition, continuous and strenuous. The Dutch Protestants, instead of being nearer submission to their nominal sovereign in the matter of religion, were more stoutly determined than ever, now that they realized his maritime impotence on resistance to the death. Philip had therefore failed completely in the two primary and most obvious points of his policy, and it was evident that, whatever happened, Spain could not hope to regain or retain her commanding political position by means of forcing religious uniformity upon all Christendom. This was bad enough, but if France under a Huguenot king became Protestant too, then the ruin, rapid and complete, of the system upon which the Spanish power was based was inevitable. This was a danger more pressing even than that of England or Holland, and the Spanish intrigues to avoid it were as crafty as they were unscrupulous. Already the Guises were hovering over the prey, a share of which they hoped to seize in due time by the help of Spain, while Philip, fully alive to the peril, fomented their ambitious hopes with soft words and painfully wrung treasure, determined that, come what might, no Protestant should reign over France, and above all not the foe of his house, the popular, self-reliant Henry of Navarre. Approaches had been made to the latter more than once on Philip's behalf, and, if he had been content with Béarn and Gascony, he might have had them for a kingdom without fighting. Philip's first idea had been to disintegrate France. He would give to his elder daughter, Isabel Clara Eugenia, the Duchy of Brittany, to which she had a good right through her mother, Elizabeth of Valois. To his son-in-law, Duke Charles Emmanuel of Savoy, he would cede the county of Provence, while Guise should reign over central France, including Paris, under Spanish influence. And most important of all, Picardy and French Flanders opposite England should be added to Philip's own dominions. The Spaniards would thus, through Philip and his daughter, control the French Channel coast. The plan was a clever one, but Henry of Navarre would have none of it, and cajolery, threats, and bribes were alike powerless to move him. The Guises secured the withdrawal of the Edict of Toleration, and anarchy and war at once reigned throughout France. To free himself from the Guises, Henry III caused the Duke to be murdered almost in his presence and fled to the Huguenots, December 1588. Paris solemnly deposed the king and set up a provisional government under Guise's brother Mayenne. For years it had been agreed between Philip and the Guises that the former was to have a free hand in England in return for the support given by Spain to their ambition in France. But Guise was dead and Mayenne unstable, and Philip was not ready to begin a national war with France while Henry III was still alive, nor could he engage in such an adventure without a clear knowledge of how he was to benefit by it. He had his hands full at the time, for the English attack upon Lisbon in the interests of Don Antonio was in full preparation, and if Drake and Norris could set the pretender on the Portuguese throne, then indeed Philip's sun had set. So he turned a deaf ear to the appeals of Mayenne and the fanatics until the retirement of the English from Lisbon relieved his anxiety in that respect, and the murder of Henry III precipitated events and forced upon Philip the need of throwing all his power into the scale to prevent France from becoming a Protestant power under the Huguenot Henry IV. The first impulse of the Catholics in Paris had been to proclaim Philip King of France, but this did not suit Mayenne, who did not wish to burden the cause of the League with the domination of the foreigner. The Dukes of Savoy and Lorraine, and Mayenne himself, were greedy for the dismemberment of France in order to partake of the spoils. But Philip was determined that if Spanish men and money conquered France, it must be for him and not for others. The successes gained by Henry IV over the League on his march from Normandy to Paris swept away for the time the Flemish-Spanish contingents under Egmont. And when the great victory of Ivry had been won, March 14, 1590, it was clear that, unless the Huguenot was to carry all before him and Spain be ruined, Philip's cause must be championed, not by Flemings and Walloons, with commanders of the stamp of Egmont, but by Spanish national forces under Farnese and veteran Spanish officers. Farnese had been badly treated by his cousin. A half-confidence was all that was vouchsafed him. His children's claim to the Portuguese crown had been ignored. His own hopes of a Flemish sovereignty had been set aside, and he yearned for the reconquest of the Netherlands above all things. His conditions were therefore precise and rigid, and the Spaniards again whispered of treason. But at length, unwillingly and with a heavy heart, he accepted the great task of conquering France for Philip and the Church. During one brief period, August and September 1590, it looked as if the power of Spain and the great Farnese would triumph, and the cause of Henry of Navarre seemed well nigh hopeless. But Mayenne was jealous and self-seeking, Farnese rough and haughty, and the attempt of Philip to cause his daughter to be crowned Queen of France caused dissensions amongst the Leaguers. So Farnese suddenly abandoned his French allies and hurried back to Flanders. Again the cause of Navarre prospered. Philip now saw that he could not force his daughter upon the throne of France, and the idea of partition was revived, Brittany to fall to the Infanta. With this view, a port on the Breton coast was seized. Elizabeth had already helped Henry, but now that a port opposite Plymouth was held by her enemy, even against Leaguers and Frenchmen, more efficacious help was sent in the form of 3,000 English troops under Essex to besiege Rouen, July 1591. Thenceforward, for nearly a year, the war was a scattered one, consisting indeed of several separate wars in the interests of the various parties, while Spain hardly made a pretense of wishing to conquer all France for Philip or his daughter. Meanwhile, affairs in Spain grew more and more desperate. The king himself was 65 years old, suffering under the tortures of constant gout. The only son left to him was a dull, scrofulous weakling, 14 years of age, in whom the vices of his origin were already too apparent. The dominions of Castile were now almost utterly ruined. The Cortes might be forced or persuaded to vote more money, but money could not be wrung from beggars. The well-meant but financially unwise sumptuary laws, which followed each other from year to year, prohibiting with increasing but ineffectual penalties the expenditure of money upon superfluities, reduced still more the demand for labor, while the artificial attempt to reduce the prices of commodities by forbidding the export of manufactured articles, even to the American colonies, deprived Spanish industry of its best market and strangled a trade upon which the revenue mainly depended. The constant, ineffectual attempts to prevent the exportation of bullion encouraged almost universal contraband, while the arbitrary and illegal seizures made by the government in moments of pressure of the private property of merchants and bankers at the principal ports, especially Seville, sapped confidence and led to the concealment or surreptitious conveyance to foreign countries of much of the wealth drawn from remittances from America and the East. The constant accumulation in the hands of the Church of land consequently exempt from regular taxation, the continuous increase of a class really or ostensibly attached to the ecclesiastical institutions and also exempt from taxation and the operation of the civil law, and the drain of the best and strongest men in the nation for the American settlements, these causes had toward the end of Philip's life together produced a state of affairs in Castile that rendered the country cynically hopeless. Already the exalted faith that had carried their ancestors so far was giving way among Spaniards of all classes to a grosser form of slavish superstition with which religion itself had little to do. The most rigid observance of ritual and devotional forms was gradually being blended with an almost blasphemous semi-jocose familiarity with sacred names and things that has left its distinct mark upon the Spaniards of our own day. Religion was growing to be no longer a rule of life or a guide of conduct. It was becoming a set of formulae, the strictest observance of which might be quite compatible with the life of the blackest iniquity. Such being the inevitable result of Philip's fiscal and political system in the portions of his dominions where the weakening of parliamentary institutions had enabled that system to work without restraint, the kingdoms where the parliamentary check was still operative naturally looked with increasing jealousy upon any attempt to enforce in them the king's conceptions of the rights of sovereigns as against those of peoples. When the king, in imposing state, had carried his younger daughter Catherine and her husband, the Duke of Savoy, to embark on his galley at Barcelona for the voyage to her new home in 1585, the opportunity was taken for summoning the Cortes of Aragon to take the oath of allegiance to the heir to the crowns, Prince Philip, then 7 years old. and on the king's return journey from the coast, a united sitting of the Cortes of the three Aragonese dominions, Aragon, Catalonia, and Valencia, was called at Monzon for legislation and the voting of supplies. Philip was kept chafing in the unhealthy, crowded provincial town for 5 months during the autumn of 1585, while the Aragonese deputies besieged him daily with claims and demands which he considered injurious to his prerogative. So strongly was he opposed to the assertion of popular rights that he had entered Barcelona at dead of night in order to avoid a state reception in which the citizens would have had an opportunity of displaying their ancient privileges. Aragon had at the time a judicial system which was unexampled in the rest of Europe and had always been a source of annoyance to Philip and his father. The Chief Justice of Aragon, who was irremovable and independent of the king, possessed the power of taking charge of any prisoner who claimed his protection and lodging him in his own prison of the Manifestacion, where he was judged by a legally constituted tribunal, defended by a qualified lawyer, and exempt from torture. Every person or authority, civil or seigneurial, was obliged to produce a prisoner in their hands and surrender him to the Chief Justice if the demand was made. And so soon as a person of whatever nationality set foot on Aragonese soil, he could claim the invaluable right of the Manifestacion, ensuring him a trial in which the law of the land alone was the criterion of guilt. Thus it sufficed for any of Philip's subjects from other portions of his dominions, if accused or suspected, to escape to Aragon, appeal to the Chief Justice, and defy arbitrary or irregular persecution. And as may be supposed, the king lost no opportunity of endeavouring to weaken an institution which so greatly reduced his prerogative of punishment. Even the Inquisition in Aragon was not quite the pliant instrument that it was in Castile, and during his long stay in Monzon in 1585, Philip found himself opposed by both the Chief Justice and the Inquisition in an attempt to appropriate the great fief of Ribagorza, as well as worried by the Cortes. The chagrin thus caused him, added to the insalubrity of the overcrowded place, threw him into an illness which threatened his life, and when he returned to his daily round of work in Madrid in January 1586, he was aged and broken almost beyond recognition. His contemporaries were passing away. Margaret of Parma and Cardinal de Granville died in 1586. Alva had died soon after his Portuguese campaign. Rui Gomez was gone, and the ministers and secretaries who now surrounded the king were distinctly inferior in ability to those who had preceded them. Mateo Vasquez, the king's personal secretary, was a sly, servile scribe of obscure and doubtfully Christian birth, without the keen wit and vast ambition of the brilliant scoundrel Antonio Perez, whom he had supplanted. On the return of the king from Aragon, it was accordingly found that his infirmities would no longer allow him to deal as before with every detail of every paper, and his methods of dispatching affairs had necessarily to be changed. Instead, therefore, of each document being submitted to him with his secretary's annotations before it was sent to the particular council which it concerned, a sort of intimate privy council was formed, consisting of 3 members, Don Juan de Idiaquez and Don Cristobal de Mora, the principal secretaries of state, and the Count of Chinchon. This council met every night in the palace. It was called the Council of Night in consequence, and considered the documents of the day before they were submitted to the king. Each of these ministers took charge of a special department of government and was accorded an audience every day in which the affairs of his department, arising out of the documents of the previous night, were submitted to the king, and the execution of the policy decided upon was relegated to the various secretaries of councils. End of section 52. Section 53 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 3, The Wars of Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Chapter 15, Spain under Philip II by Martin Hume, Part 5. The greatest loss to the bureaucratic part of Philip's government, as well as one of the bitterest trials of his life, was the defection and escape of his chief secretary Antonio Perez, which once more brought the king into antagonistic contact with the stubborn Aragonese and their judicial privileges. In the circumstances mentioned in an earlier page, Perez had been commanded by the king to bring about the death of Escobedo, Don John's warlike secretary, killed during his visit to Spain in the summer of 1577, in order to prevent his return to Flanders, where his presence might have further inflamed the prince's ambitions and have led to a renewed rupture with the recently reconciled Catholic Flemings. The attempts to assassinate Escobedo failed at the time, but when Don John had, of his own motion, quarrelled with the States and fortified himself in Namur, and the murder of his secretary was powerless to mend matters in any way, Escobedo was stabbed by Perez's creatures in the streets of Madrid, March 31st, 1578. It was a matter of little consequence, and although doubtless the king may have marvelled somewhat that the man should have been put out of the way at such a time, the affair would have blown over but for the persistent rumours in the capital, made the most of by Secretary Vasquez, connecting the name of Perez and that of Rue Gomez's widow, the Princess of Eboli, with the crime. The Princess, a Mendoza, was a haughty virago, who had given the king great trouble already, and who now clamoured, as did Perez, for vengeance against Secretary Vasquez for his gossip concerning her. Philip endeavoured to hush up the matter, for Perez had become necessary to him, but at last the scandal became too public, and both the princess and the secretary were arrested and imprisoned. The princess never regained her liberty, but Perez, reduced to a somewhat humbler state of mind by his disgrace, after a time once more returned to his functions as minister. He remained in Madrid when the conquest of Portugal was undertaken, and his fate was sealed when the presence of Alva and his war party was necessary in the capital. Alva attributed to Perez, doubtless with reason, his own long unmerited disgrace. He knew that Don John had died neglected and broken-hearted because Perez, fearing the prince's warlike influence, had poisoned the king's mind against him. The patient investigation of jurists in Alva's interest proved not only this, but that the Princess of Eboli had a private grudge against Escobedo, and that Perez killed the latter when he did, by virtue of the king's previous authority, not really for state reasons that had disappeared before the deed was done, but only to avenge the woman who was his paramour. The knowledge of his betrayal by the man whom he had trusted turned Philip's heart to the bitterest hate of Perez. For years the ex-secretary lay in prison, while every wile and threat, even torture, was employed to wring a confession from him of his motive for the murder. In vain he pleaded the king's authority. This was not what Philip wanted. Perez could not well be executed for a murder done by the king's command, but if he could be brought to confess that he did it to avenge the princess's quarrel, he could be put to death for the divulging of state secrets to her. Philip dared not tell the world that he had purposely abandoned Don John because he had been persuaded by his false secretary that his brother was disloyal. At length, by the self-sacrifice of his heroic wife, Perez escaped from prison and fled to Aragon, where he was saved from arbitrary action. Orders were sent that he was to be captured dead or alive and brought back to Castile in spite of Aragonese liberties. And Perez, learning this, claimed the manifestation. When the message came that the prisoner must be delivered to Castile, all Aragon, priests and laymen, flew to arms to protect the right of their tribunals, and Philip found himself defied by his own subjects. Perez claimed a trial and issued a masterly statement of his case, to which Philip dared not reply without telling more of his own secrets than he desired. Again and again he demanded of the Chief Justice the delivery or death of the fugitive, and the refusal of the Aragonese cut him to the quick. As a last resource, Perez was accused of heterodoxy, and orders came that he was to be handed to the Inquisition on that charge. The judicial authorities acceded to this, as they had no personal liking for Perez, who was obviously a traitor and a rogue. But the populace rose, besieged the palace of the Inquisition, which they threatened with fire, and in a great popular tumult rescued Perez from the Holy Office, lodging him again in the prison of the Manifestation. To avoid further conflict, Perez was then hastily smuggled out of prison and over the frontier into Béarn. Henry IV was, May 1591, in the midst of his war with the League and Philip. Perez knew, as no other man had ever known, the innermost springs of Philip's policy, and he was received by the King of France with almost royal honours. In Paris and in London, as the friend and pensioner of Essex, Perez remained during the last years of Philip's life his bitterest foe. At the disposal of the Puritan war party in England, ever ready with his brilliant pen and subtle brain to wound his old master, he did more than any other man to drag England into the contest between Henry IV and Spain. All Philip's attempts to murder him in France and England failed, and so long as the religious war lasted, it was the Spaniard who tipped with poison the keenest darts that pierced the armour of Spain. But if Philip could not reach his enemy beyond the Pyrenees, his long-pent vengeance fell upon the Aragonese who had balked him, and upon the institutions of which they were so proud. Anarchy had been the outcome of the popular ferment, and with the pretext of suppressing lawlessness, an army of 15,000 Castilians, led by Alonso de Vargas, one of the veterans of Alva's school, overran Aragon. In December 1591, the Chief Justice was suddenly seized and beheaded, and the net of the Inquisition was cast far and wide, sweeping into the dungeons all those, high or low, who were known to have favoured the defiance to the king. A small body of Bernay's troops crossed the pass of the Pyrenees, but the Aragonese themselves joined Philip's troops in expelling them. Out of the great number of persons condemned, only 6 were actually burnt alive in the great square of Saragossa. But of the 80 who were relieved of the death penalty by the king's clemency, nearly all suffered a terrible retribution for their support of the rights of Aragon. Even Philip dared not with a stroke of the pen or sword abolish the ancient charter of the realm, but it was made plain to the Aragonese that, when in future their rights conflicted with the sovereign's will, they must submit, not he. In the meantime, the struggle in France went on. The country was utterly exhausted with the civil war, and even Catholics were saying that a Frenchman, though of doubtful Catholicism, might be a better ruler of his country than a Spanish nominee pledged to rigid intolerance. To have been defeated in his objects in France, as he had been in the case of England and Holland, would have been to Philip the crowning catastrophe of a long life of failure, and a despairing effort had to be made. Farnese was again summoned from his fight with the Dutchmen, but came reluctantly. By a masterly march he raised the siege of Rouen in April 1592. But he soon found that the Leaguers hated the Spaniards now as bitterly as the Huguenots, and that nearly all France was against him. Wounded and broken-hearted at the jealousy and distrust with which he was treated in France and Spain, Farnese with difficulty escaped suffering heavy loss. He died in Flanders in December 1592, abandoned as Don John had been by the sovereign he had served too well. Philip saw now that the utmost he could hope for in France was a compromise which should leave the kingdom officially Catholic. When the Estates met at the Louvre in January 1593, Philip's ambassador Feria was instructed to revive the idea of the young Duke of Guise as King of France, with the Infanta as his wife. But Feria, who like all Spaniards of his time stiffly upheld the tradition of Spain's superiority, lost too much time in pressing the Infanta's own claims to the French crown, claims really unacceptable now even by extreme Leaguers. When it was too late and Henry IV outside the walls had made it understood that he was not obdurate about religion, Feria brought forward the Duke of Guise. If he had done this at first, compromise or a partition might have been possible. But in July 1593, Henry went to Mass, and 9 months after he entered his capital as a Catholic king. The Spanish troops by agreement marched out of the city the day after Henry's entry, leaving little love or gratitude behind them. Of Philip's design to make himself master of Ireland, and thence menace Elizabeth's English throne, some account will be given in the chapter dealing with the reign of his son, who prosecuted that design to its close. The war with the French and their English and Dutch allies in the north of France continued languidly for 5 years after the conversion of Henry IV, but with little or no expectation of an issue favourable to Spain. Nor were the social results of Philip's lifelong effort to rule Spain as if it had been a cloister more happy than his attempts to reduce the rest of the world to his own ritual. It is true that by means of the ubiquitous Inquisition with its army of informers, a certain level of devout profession had become an element of the daily life and speech of the people. Priests, monks, and friars were everywhere, and in every concern of existence they assumed a superiority and authority over laymen, which caused matters of all sorts, political, social, and even commercial, to be regarded and dealt with on considerations other than those which usually govern mundane affairs. The narrow and professionally sanctimonious view taken by churchmen of purely secular business and their predominance in every sphere of activity had, by the time of Philip's declining years, blighted enterprise, discouraged research, and made Spaniards generally timid and slavish in their attitude toward ecclesiastical pretensions. Philip himself in his old age became perfectly servile towards any ignorant friar, and even boasted of his humility. While the king, in constant ill health and impotent from gout, divided his time between exhausting devotions and office work, his people, to whom he had become a mysterious abstraction, and his court, which had to a great extent lost its dread of him, grew daily more undisciplined and dissolute in their ordinary conduct. The women of Spain, who had always been kept in almost oriental seclusion, had within the last 20 years scandalized propriety by their freedom of demeanour and speech. The stern decrees so often issued forbidding luxury, splendour, and ostentation were constantly evaded or circumvented, and the privileged classes still lavished money corruptly obtained. Yet the streets even of the capital were unutterably filthy and almost impassable on foot, and vagrancy and pauperism, encouraged by the convent doles, were almost universal. Of all this the recluse king probably knew or recked little. He was rarely brought into contact with realities and saw things through the medium of documents alone. As he grew older, too, his ecclesiastical ministers became more insolent even to him. Rodrigo Vasquez, the secretary, with his ally Friar Chavez, the confessor, having between them ruined Antonio Perez, determined to depose from the most influential post in Spain, the presidency of the Council of Castile, Count de Barajas, who had been at one time friendly with the former secretary. Vasquez coveted the great post himself, obscure upstart though he was. But Barajas was a great magnate, and Philip hesitated to dismiss him without cause. Chavez thereupon wrote to the king, saying that he would give him no absolution until he did. For such is the command of God. I am certain that your majesty is in a more perilous condition than any Catholic Christian living. And in answer to this insolence, the king humbly submitted and disgraced Barajas as he had been ordered to do. Such a spectacle as this made even lay grandees regardless of the king's authority, and his attempts, constant as they were, to meddle in their private affairs were often treated with contempt. Justice was scandalously corrupt, and murders and robbery, even in Madrid itself, were committed with perfect impunity if favour or bribery was resorted to. Ignorance, especially of science, was absolute among Spaniards, for the Inquisition opposed the cultivation of research, and the education abroad of young Spaniards was strictly forbidden. The population, even of the principal manufacturing towns, had dwindled, and large districts of the country were entirely depopulated and lying waste. And although Spain possesses some of the finest wheat-growing land in the world, it was found necessary to raise the prohibition of imports and introduce large quantities of grain from abroad to prevent even the reduced populations of entire provinces from perishing from famine. On the other hand, the court centres and the ecclesiastical institutions were overcrowded with hordes of idle, unproductive persons. The army and the church monopolized the strongest men whom emigration had left. So the evil was a progressive one. For, bad as was the state of affairs it produced in the last few years of Philip's life by his policy, the evils were cumulative, and the lowest depth of misery was yet to come. Before the death of Farnese, the king had sent to Flanders Count de Fuentes, who since the death of Alva had been his most efficient officer in Portugal. After a short interregnum in which the aged Count Mansfield and Fuentes, with the assistance of Secretary Ibarra, ruled the Belgic provinces, and Maurice of Nassau gained considerable successes against the Spanish forces, Philip turned again to his Austrian kinsman to discover a figurehead for his government. His Savoyard grandsons were yet too young to be of use to him, and he had no other relatives to aid him, since he could not spare his dear elder daughter, his constant companion in his documentary labours. One of the Austrian archdukes, Cardinal Albert, was his regent in Portugal and had acted creditably during the abortive English invasion of 1589. His brother, Archduke Ernest, was the one chosen to succeed the great Farnese in Flanders. Albert, superior to any of his brothers, partook nevertheless of his eldest brother Rudolph's objections to marriage, which, however, as he was a churchman, was perhaps to be expected. And Ernest, the vice-sovereign designate of Flanders, was frivolous and self-indulgent and already, though a young man, in constant ill health. Instead of proceeding at once to his government, Ernest spent some months in feasting and celebrations on the way, while Maurice of Nassau with his fine army was threatening Brabant. Ernest finally arrived at Brussels in January 1594 to find the Italian regiments, unpaid as usual, in full revolt. The Archduke, expelled by these regiments from his capital, was forced to stand idly by until his uncle could send him money from Spain to buy the reconciliation of the Italian ruffians, who had established a government of their own and were robbing and sacking without restraint. No sooner had the Archduke conciliated the mutineers than he succumbed to disease, February 20th, 1595. And Mondragon, a final Spanish soldier of the school of the Emperor and Alva, stepped into the breach in spite of his 93 years and turned the Italian and Spanish infantry from a horde of brigands to an army of fighting men, such as their fathers had been in the old days under the same Mondragon, Julian Romero, Sancho de Avila, Verdugo, Frederick de Toledo, and the great Duke of Parma himself. During the year that Mondragon still lived, Maurice of Nassau and his splendid army were impotent for harm. But when the last of the Emperor's men had disappeared, the link that bound the Netherlands to Spain as a possession seemed strained almost to breaking. The defeat of the Armada, though a most terrible blow to Spanish policy, had been succeeded so closely by the even more immediate trouble of the course of events in France that Philip had been obliged to postpone any idea of a direct attack upon England. But the English, Jesuit, and extreme Catholic party were loath to abandon all hope of restoring the faith in their native land by Spanish assistance. The more moderate Catholics were, especially since the Armada, desirous of any reasonable arrangement which should provide them at least with toleration under a native or even a Scottish sovereign, rather than that the now detested Spaniard should hold sway in the country that had worsted him in fair fight. After the commencement of the war in France, it was impossible any longer to doubt that Philip's aims were not, as he had always so loudly proclaimed, disinterestedly religious. His open intention of placing the Infanta on the throne of England by force if the Armada were successful, and his subsequent claim on her behalf to the crown of France, had opened the eyes of the most infatuated Catholics to the fact that, notwithstanding Philip's real devotion, religion was with him only a means for the establishment of his political supremacy in Europe, which in its turn would ensure the perpetuation of the particular form of Catholicism which he championed. But the English refugees and Jesuits, though they knew this, were content to accept even a Spanish domination of their country in exchange for the establishment of their doctrines as the only faith. And after the Armada, as before it, they were ceaseless in their petitions that the king should still work by any roads, straight or devious, to root out the heretic government of Elizabeth. The lessons of the Armada had not been entirely lost upon Philip. The period of comparative tranquility at sea after the abortive English attempt upon Portugal in 1589 had enabled him in 2 or 3 years to collect a smaller navy of more mobile type than he had previously possessed. The fast-sailing galley Zabras, built in Havana as armed treasure ships, were found to be eminently quick and seaworthy, and were largely adopted. In Spanish and Portuguese dockyards, English plans were used in the construction of ships and guns, and even English designers and builders were employed, so that by the end of 1592 the navy of Spain was once more a force to be reckoned with. The news of these preparations, duly exaggerated by spies, was a frequent source of alarm, even of panic, to Elizabeth and her people during the progress of the war in France, and especially after the seizure of Blavet in Brittany by Spain, avowedly as a base of attack against England. The English seamen were invariably in favor of crippling Spain's naval power before it could do much harm, but the cautious counsels of Elizabeth and Cecil until 1593 obliged the English mariners to content themselves with harrying the Spanish treasure fleets in the Atlantic. At length, the Spanish naval armaments were too formidable to be ignored, and in the English Parliament of 1593 a rousing appeal to patriotism was made in the Queen's speech that funds should be provided to withstand the anticipated invasion. Raleigh and the sailors, as usual, were for attacking the Spanish base in Brittany first of all, and then to watch off the Spanish coast to intercept any invading fleet that might sail. As a matter of fact, there was at that time no intention or possibility of a Spanish invasion in force of England, and Spain was much more alarmed, and with better reason, than Elizabeth or her ministers. Nothing was done on either side until the sending of large Spanish reinforcements to Brittany in the winter of 1593, and in the spring of 1594 the Spanish position at Brest was captured by the English. The favourite scheme now, indeed, both with the Spaniards for a time, and with some of the English refugees, was to invade England from Scotland in conjunction with a rising of the Scottish Catholics, many of whom at this period were ready to throw over their own king and accept a Spanish supremacy over all Britain. This phase, however, thanks mainly to the clever tergiversation of King James and the diplomacy of the Vatican, passed away. By far the most dangerous plan was that which developed through the intervention of the Munster Catholic refugees in Portugal, by means of whom Hugh O'Donnell, the chief of Tyrconnell, and at a later period his kinsman O'Neill, Earl of Tyrone, enlisted the Spanish power in their attempt to throw off the English supremacy of Ireland. The preparation of a small force in Spain to send to the aid of the Irish chiefs was magnified in England by Essex and the Puritan party, aided by Antonio Perez, and after much hesitation Elizabeth allowed a fleet to be sent to strike a decisive blow at the Spanish navy before it could sail to injure her dominions. With infinite trouble and unwillingness, a force of English ships, royal and chartered, was got together and reinforced by a Dutch contingent. The whole expedition sailed at the beginning of June 1596 to strike a death blow to all that was formidable of Philip's navy, then concentrated under the surf-beaten walls of Cadiz harbour. Philip lay ill in the centre of Spain. His blighting system had destroyed all efficiency and initiative in his local administration, and the supreme authority on the Andalusian coast was the feeble Medina Sidonia, who had led the armada to foredoomed disaster. The secret of the destination of the English force had been well kept, and when on June 20th, 1596, Cadiz was surprised by the arrival of the invaders in the bay, the place was practically defenceless. In the circumstances, the result was inevitable disaster, as is related fully in another chapter, and Cadiz was given up to systematic pillage and devastation. Philip was almost moribund when the news of the disaster reached him, but in the despair that surrounded him, he alone never lost faith. He had done his best, working all his life like a very slave, doing detail work which should have been delegated to others, centralizing in his remote cell the springs of his vast empire. His own faith was immovable. He could not understand that the lessons of his youth, the maxims of his saints and sages, as well as the firm conviction of his heart, could be all wrong. It seemed impossible to him that his prayers, his fasting and self-denial, through a long life of voluntary suffering, could be quite fruitless. That this could be so was unintelligible to him, because his system was raised upon the unstable base of an assumption that he and his were in some sort partners with the higher powers for the final exaltation of the linked causes of God and Spain. But he was growing weary. He had aged beyond his years, and suffering had weakened him in body and mind. As in the case of his father, the taint of neurotic dementia in the blood of Castile had brought with it the morbid spiritual introspection, the yearning for relief from the things of the world, that had led the great emperor to a cloister, and now made Philip long for his rest. The war with Henry IV still lingered. The Béarnais was really king of France now. Even the League had made terms with him, and in January 1595 he had felt strong enough to abandon the fiction of irregular hostilities and had declared a national war against Spain. For 2 years, Spanish armies under Fuentes and Frias held with varying fortunes strong places in the north of France. And when by a stratagem Amiens fell into Spanish hands, it looked for a time as if the League might abandon Henry and rally to its early friend. At this juncture, when the balance of Europe seemed trembling, Archduke Albert marched with a strong force from Flanders to relieve the Spaniards besieged in Amiens. He failed, however, to raise the siege, was forced to retreat, and Amiens fell. It was Spain's last effort. Her strength was exhausted. England could destroy her fleets, and Nassau could not only hold Holland, but take the offensive against the cities of Catholic Brabant. And far from being able to force unity of faith upon Christendom, the only outcome of Philip's life struggle had barely been to keep France from officially becoming Protestant. Meanwhile, the poverty of Spain had progressively increased. The loss of treasure taken from her at sea, and more especially at Cadiz, had been a terrible blow, and whatever might be the result, it was impossible for the country to continue any longer the war against France. Henry IV, on the other hand, was not less desirous of peace than Philip. France had suffered from many years of devastating war and was also exhausted, and the patriotic king saw that the first step to the consolidation of his position was to reconcile all classes of his subjects. The commissioners of the two sovereigns met at Vervins early in 1598, and Philip's main difficulty was not so much in being forced to surrender his base in Brittany, Blavet, and Calais, which his forces had seized by a clever coup de main, or even in having to abandon the Leaguers who still remained in arms against their king. All these would, it is true, be bitter humiliations, but as nothing in comparison with the conditions upon which the Dutch and English allies of France insisted before they would consent to Henry's making peace, namely the surrender by Spain of the sovereignty over all Flanders and the Netherlands. Elizabeth had been fencing with Henry IV for some time as to the terms of a possible peace. for his change of faith had destroyed her trust in him. But when it became evident that as a last resource he was prepared to throw her and the Dutch over altogether and make a separate peace for himself, Burleigh, almost on his deathbed, laid down as England's irreducible minimum demand that the United Provinces should be forever secured against a Spanish attempt to subdue them. The Dutchmen themselves were equally emphatic in their demand that this should be guaranteed by the separation of the Belgic provinces from the Crown of Spain. Essex, as usual, struggled against any compromise with Spain. The Puritan party was strong in England, and although Elizabeth's government acquiesced with a bad grace in the peace concluded between Henry IV and Archduke Albert, March 1598, the state of war between England and Spain itself still nominally continued. It was an impotent conclusion of the longest continuous war with a foreign power in which Philip ever engaged. But the result, tame as it was, relieved the life of the king from utter failure, and maintained the tradition of Spain's greatness for yet another generation or thereabouts. The terrible sacrifices which had made Castile desolate had at least secured that France would not on religious grounds join the Protestant coalition, and by adding strength to this entail a corresponding loss of prestige and power on the country which, to its own infinite misfortune, had been at once the champion and the scapegoat of an impracticable religious uniformity. The demand of a renunciation by Spain of the sovereignty over the Belgic provinces had been characteristically met by Philip's representatives with a suggestion that this sovereignty should pass to the king's daughter, the Infanta Isabel Clara Eugenia. But as this was, of itself, unacceptable, a proposal was added to it that the sovereignty should be exercised jointly by the Austrian Archduke Albert and his cousin the Infanta, whom he should marry, and that, in the event of no issue being born of the marriage, the provinces should be reincorporated with the crown of Spain. The Infanta was probably now the only person on earth for whom Philip felt any real affection, and already the austere etiquette of the sombre court and the strict devotion surrounding her had, in the 32 years of her life, withered the striking beauty which she had inherited from her French mother. Philip had failed to make her Queen of England and Queen of France. Even the Duchy of Brittany, which was fairly hers, had now to be abandoned for the sake of peace. To allow of her becoming sovereign of the last foothold left to her father's house of the Burgundian heritage, a condition had to be accepted which, though for some reasons it must have been repugnant to her father's mind, must nevertheless have pleased his intriguing spirit with the almost certain knowledge that he was cheating his enemies after all. The Archduke, who was in his 40th year, was not only a cardinal and an archbishop of Toledo, and as such wedded only to the church, but Philip knew that any more mundane marriage would probably, so far as Albert was concerned, remain fruitless. The condition introduced at the instance of Spain into the Treaty of Vervins, by which Flanders would revert to the Spanish crown in case the Archduke and the Infanta left no children, was therefore one that practically ensured the reversion to Philip's Spanish heirs within a generation. What the Infanta thought of the arrangement is not on record, but she was a dutiful daughter and for the sake of the new sovereignty accepted it without demur. The Archduke, on the other hand, was less assured. His episcopal preferment of Toledo was the richest in Christendom. He was already practically sovereign of Flanders, and the ecclesiastical dignity gave him many advantages, all of which he would have to renounce if he contracted a marriage which he did not desire. But Philip usually had his way with his kinsman, and Albert reluctantly gave up his cardinal's hat and mitre and went home to Austria to escort his young cousin Margaret to Spain to marry Philip's heir, while he himself wedded the Infanta and assumed the joint sovereignty of Flanders. This was in the summer of 1598, and the man at whose bidding all these puppets danced lay in his grim palace of granite on the Guadaramas, wearing out the last weeks of his life in a martyrdom of pain. From June to September he remained at the Escorial for 53 days dying, in circumstances so repulsive, in agony so horrible as to move any heart to pity. Yet he bore all his humiliation and anguish without a plaint. His only words were those of resignation and assurance of divine forgiveness. Night and day in the bare room where he lay, overhanging the high altar of the cathedral, the propitiatory offices of the church went on, and through the dreary, hopeless hours, the eyes of the king were fixed in ecstasy on the saintly relics and emblems of the divine passion that never left his sight. The papal blessing, plenary absolution, and extreme unction, all that the church could do for poor humanity at the last hour, came to Philip as he lingered, week after week, in unspeakable bodily torment. When the end seemed approaching, he took his last farewell of his heir. "I should have wished," he said, "to save you this trial, but I want you to see how the monarchies of this earth end. Behold, God has stripped me of all the glory and majesty of sovereignty that they may pass to you. In a few hours I shall be covered only with a poor shroud and girded with a coarse rope. The kingly crown is already falling from my brows, and death will soon set it upon yours. 2 things I especially commend to you. One is that you always keep faithful to the Holy Catholic Church, and the other is that you treat your subjects justly. The crown will one day fall from your head, as it now falls from mine. You are young, as I too have been. My day draws to a close. The tale of yours God alone can see, but it must end like mine." This was Philip's farewell to the world, for he concerned himself no more with things mundane. The future of his son alone gave him occasional apprehension. Philip, the heir, was only 20 years of age. He had been brought up even more rigidly than his father, and had seen nothing of the world but through the eyes of monks and priests. He was kindly and well-meaning, but the piles of official papers, the endless procrastination and discussion, which formed part of his father's system, had confused his dull wits and alarmed his pleasure-loving nature. And already the king had foreseen with distress the danger that his son's indolence would lead to his becoming a tool of favourites. Philip's last legacy to his son was a carefully made copy of the exhortations of St. Louis to his heir. And when he took a last farewell of young Philip and his half-sister the Infanta, the only words he could murmur through his weakness were one more prayer to them to keep inviolate the Catholic faith in the dominions under their sway. So, patient to the end, in serene confidence and unshaken faith that his life had been well spent in God's service, Philip II passed from the world in the early dawn of September 13th, 1598, while through the chamber rang the chant of morning mass in the cathedral far below. Grasping in one hand the rough-hewn crucifix which he loved best, and in the other a sacred taper, Philip of Spain died as he had lived, in the firm conviction which no disappointment or misfortune could daunt, that he and his were set apart from the rest of mortals to lead the host of the righteous in the fight against the powers of evil. The result of his policy had been to ruin his country in material resources, as it had enfeebled the faith that alone had made his people potent. He had terrorized his realm into a monkish theocracy, and in doing so had turned the majority of his subjects into ribald scoffers at the reality, while they were slaves to the symbols of sacred things. Yet his people revered him as a saint, and still cherish his memory as a great king, not for what he did, but for what he dreamed. End of section 53.
Section 54 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 3, The Wars of Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Chapter 16, Spain under Philip III, by Martin Hume of the Royal Spanish Academy. Part 1. Philip's last earthly care had been to enjoin his son to keep by his side his faithful friend and minister, Cristobal de Mora. Young Philip had contracted a close intimacy with a brilliant young noble named Sandoval, Marquis of Denia, and the father had warned the prince against allowing his favorite to influence him when he became king. In order, if possible, to guard against this, while not altogether offending his son, Philip in his last days appointed Denia to a high ceremonial post at court, and at the same time bestowed upon the prince's tutor, Father Loyasa, the archbishopric of Toledo, vacated by Archduke Albert. To Mora he gave the Lord Chamberlainship, and to Don Juan de Idiaquez the mastership of the horse under the new queen, Margaret, when she should arrive, urging his son to retain these 3 tried ministers as his political counselors, and to limit Denia to his ceremonial functions. When the prince had, as he thought, left his dying father for the last time, the king handed to Mora the keys of his secret cabinets, adding an injunction that they should be, on no account, delivered to anyone before his death. "And if the prince demands them?" asked the minister. "What am I to do?" "In that case," replied the king, "tell him the orders I have given you." "But if he still persists?" asked Mora. "Then give them to him," were the last words of the king. As no doubt Mora knew, the prince was awaiting him outside. "The master key, who has it?" he demanded. "I, your highness." "Give it to me." "But, your highness, pardon me, it is the private key of the king, and without his leave I dare not give it to you." "Enough!" the prince exclaimed angrily, and flung away. Mora at once entered the sick room and told the dying king what had passed. "You have done ill," was all Philip had strength to say. And when the prince was summoned to the bedside, Mora dropped to his knee and tendered him the keys. Without a word, the prince handed them to the Marquis of Dania, who followed him closely. Thus, before the crown was his, Philip III struck the dominant note of his reign, that of complete abandonment to his favorite. And his first act as king was to supplant the laborious ministers in whom his father trusted, and to hand to Dania, whom he immediately created Duke of Lerma, almost every prerogative of his crown. The sudden change in the demeanor of Philip III astounded even those who had known him all his life. He had always displayed a humility and submissiveness of manner which had led to the belief that he was the gentlest of creatures. He now suddenly assumed a haughty and arbitrary tone that was really as misleading as his previous meekness. Dania, who alone possessed his confidence, had schooled him to assert himself in his new position, and he did so with the exaggeration of a weak novice, supported as he was by the greater strength of his favorite, who artfully used the monarch's despotic mood to get rid of all the old courtiers and to pack the councils and secretariats with his own kinsmen and nominees. Everything was to be changed. The timid, laborious policy of Philip II, to which the new men attributed the misery and degradation that had fallen upon the country, was to be replaced by a bold assertion of Spain's undiminished greatness, and the rivals who had dared to question it were to be taught a sharp lesson. But the treasury was empty, and nothing could be done without vast sums of money. Before Philip III could even start on his way to the East Coast to meet his Austrian bride, who, escorted by her cousin Archduke Albert, was traveling with dazzling pomp through Italy, where, at Ferrara, the two marriages had been celebrated by proxy on November 13, 1598. Starving Spain had to provide the traveling expenses of the king. The Cortes, which had not met for 5 years, were summoned anew, and heard from the king a worse tale of penury than ever. Not even money for the daily maintenance of the royal table was at hand, and not an asset was unpledged or available. A vote to cover 6 years, at the rate of 3 million ducats a year, the equivalent of £366,000 in 1904, was demanded, with an extraordinary grant of 400,000 ducats for the king's journey, a similar sum for the new queen's pin money, and 300,000 ducats for the wedding feast. The sums were voted, for the country itself was a prey to reaction. The ghastly austerity of the old king's court during many years, the forced sanctimonious tone of society, the national depression, and the hopeless misery of all classes but the ecclesiastics and higher nobles, had now given place to sanguine exuberance. The new king, young and gay, would bring plenty to all. Spain, no longer scorned and defied by insolent rivals, was once more to be the head of Christendom, and the brilliance of the court would in future reflect the prosperity of the people. With these vain ideas, the court, and then the country at large, flung themselves into a frenzy of waste and extravagance. The king's journey to Valencia to meet his bride was a series of pompous shows in which 1 million ducats, more than thrice the sum voted by the Cortes for the wedding, were spent, besides 3 millions lavished by the nobles in entertainments, Lerma being the most prodigal of them all. Together, more than the whole revenue of the country raised by taxation in a year. The people thought the millennium had come, but as the manufacture of luxuries had been effectually discouraged in Spain for many years, nearly all of the squandered treasure eventually went abroad, and Spain became so much poorer. The one thing that might have saved Spain would have been a limitation of the vain pretensions that had brought her so much misery under a firm, alert government pledged to close economy and to a policy that would set the people again to productive labor. The course actually pursued was the exact opposite. Not a jot of Spain's haughty claims was abated. Wild prodigality in expenditure was at first met by the corrupt sales of offices, titles, and dignities, and idle ostentatiousness, always a failing of the nation, was flattered and encouraged. The prices of commodities continued to rise with a decrease of production. Yet specie currency was extremely scarce, an anomalous condition of things which may be explained by the fact that, although there still existed in the colonies a demand, partly satisfied, for Spanish manufactures, the remittances from America did not to any large extent become a medium of internal exchange, but were mostly hoarded or diverted abroad. Lerma was as unsound an economist as the other statesmen of his age, and attributed the scarcity of currency to the lavish use of silver in the churches and for household purposes, with the result that in 1600 and 1601 rigorous edicts were issued, confiscating much silver to the king's use and strictly limiting the future employment of the precious metals for ornament. The bishops and clergy soon frightened the minister out of his project, so far as the church silver was concerned. And to maintain the royal table, officers were sent, as a last resort, from door to door in the capital to beg any sum not below 50 reals, approximately £1, for the sustenance of the king and his family. In this unhappy state of things, with waste and penury going hand in hand, the fields untilled, the looms idle, and Castile a wilderness, a foreign policy of bold aggression was adopted on every side. Throughout the latter years of Philip II, the futile plotting of the Scottish and English Catholics to obtain the aid of Spain for their respective causes had continued. The English Jesuits, led by Father Parsons, still persisted in their idea that the only satisfactory solution of their trouble would be the establishment of the Infanta as Queen of England when Elizabeth should die, and they were ceaseless in their intrigues to that end. After the disaster of 1588, Philip II had never really allowed himself to be deceived as to the practical impossibility of this being done by outside forces. And although he gave soft, evasive answers to the urgent prayers of his English pensioners, he saw that his only chance of success in future lay in providing, at the crucial moment, support to any rising of Elizabeth's own Catholic subjects, sufficient to turn the scale in their favor. Demands for such aid had been numerous enough from England and Ireland, as well as from the body of extreme Scottish Catholics, led by Huntley and Bothwell. But Philip II had always required a fuller guarantee of success than they could give, and one chance after another had been lost by delay or had miscarried. The disaffection in Ulster and the dangerous coalition of Irish Catholics, formed by O'Donnell and Tyrone, had seemed to Philip II to offer the best opportunity for effectually embarrassing Elizabeth. The Desmonds and Munstermen in Lisbon, and priestly emissaries from Donegal, constantly coming and returning to Corunna, had persuaded Philip that with Spanish aid they might drive the English out of Ireland and make him king, as a preliminary to the capture of England. And already Spanish officers had met the Irish chiefs in Donegal and had well surveyed the land. It was, against the consequent naval preparations, neither so large nor so threatening as had been reported, yet still formidable enough that the attack upon Cadiz had been directed. Great, however, as the loss at Cadiz had been, it was not there, but in Lisbon and the northern ports, that the Adelantado of Castile, Martin de Padilla, was busy organizing his new armada, the real destination of which was unknown to anyone but Philip himself and Mora. And the bold Cadiz raid convinced the moribund king that the blow against the English in Ireland must be dealt swiftly, strongly, and secretly to be successful. But, as usual, the blighting centralization of his system had spoilt it all. Corruption, ineptitude, and indolence reigned supreme. And again, as in the case of the Great Armada, the king peremptorily ordered his unwilling officers to sail with his unready fleet, foredoomed to failure. On October 23, 1596, the new armada of 96 ships and 16,000 men sailed from Corunna, only to be scattered by tempest off Finisterre. 20 vessels with 3,000 souls on board perished in the storm. Thousands more died of pestilence in the ports of refuge in northern Spain. And, for that year at least, England and Ireland were safe from attack. Again, in 1597, an attempt was made with exactly similar result. All unready, foul and unseaworthy, with rotten stores and fainting crews, the Third Armada, consisting of 44 royal galleons, 16 chartered ships, and a large number of hulks and small craft, put to sea too late in the season for safety, October 18th, not bound this time for Ireland at first, but with instructions drawn up in defiance of all prudence to capture Falmouth by surprise or treachery. A mere headwind in the Channel took the heart out of admiral and men for so hopeless an enterprise, and the fleet ran back ignominiously to Spain without even making an attempt. Early in 1598, England was again thrown into a paroxysm of alarm at the news of the coming of a great Spanish fleet. In fact, a strong Spanish force of 38 transports had sailed up the Channel unmolested and had landed 5,000 men at Calais in February 1598, though half of the ships were wrecked at the entrance to the port, and the rest dared not return down the Channel. Lacking this squadron, the new armada, which was fitting out in the Spanish ports, was never even able to sail, and, by the time when it should have been ready, France and Spain were at peace. The Spanish garrisons in the north of France were withdrawn, and the death of Philip II, added to the desire of the new sovereigns of Flanders for peace, provided an opportunity, if Philip III and Lerma had been wise, to reverse the policy, irredeemably hopeless now, of trying to force upon rich, well-organized, and confident England a foreign faith and sovereign. The Spanish organization was indeed rotten at the core. The faith of the people in their high destiny had been sapped by repeated failure and all-pervading misery. Industry was not only languishing, but was despised, and society, high and low, was in utter decadence. A wise ruler beginning a new reign would have recognized the actual conditions of things and have abated unwarranted national pretensions that stood in the way of retrenchment and internal reform. But Philip III was not wise. As the old king lay dying, Ireland blazed out into rebellion again, and on Bagenal's defeat at Armagh, the rebels sent hopeful messages and prayers for aid flying across to Spain. With the death of Philip II, the hopes of the irreconcilable English Catholics revived. Fanatics such as Fuentes and the Adelantado assured the new sovereign that it would be easy to impose a Spanish monarch upon England. Philip listened, and once more the arsenals of Spain resounded with naval preparations. By the end of July 1599, the Adelantado, Don Martin de Padilla, had mustered in Lisbon and Galicia the most formidable Spanish fleet collected since the Great Armada. The new squadron consisted of 35 galleons, 22 galleys, and over 50 other vessels, with a military force of 25,000 men. There was, for the moment, a revival in Spain of the proud old crusading spirit, thanks to the youth of the king, the lavish splendor of his court, and the heroics of Lerma. But this feudal boasting incensed England and animated Ireland. But the danger was not really great, for the demoralization, the corruption, and the penury that still paralyzed Spain have only in our own days been fully brought to light. The Adelantado might brag and threaten in Lisbon or Ferrol. Fuentes and the council might sneer at the heretics. But the ships in port were ill-found and crazy. Troops were starving in one place, while food was spoiling in another. No ready money was to be found anywhere, except for costly shows. Plague and famine devastated the land, and Lisbon itself was a wilderness, most of the population having died or fled. But the English did not know how bad things were in Spain, and were seized by a panic when they learned that the Dutch fleet, which had undertaken to watch the Spanish ports, had gone off on a marauding expedition into the Atlantic. The London trained bands were called out. A camp was ordered at Tilbury. Nobles mustered their armed retainers. Every English ship was put into commission. Sir Francis Vere and his 2,000 Englishmen were summoned from Holland, and all along the south coast the nation stood ready, as it had in 1588. News came once that the Spaniards had effected a landing in the Isle of Wight. The gates of London were shut, and a fear fell upon the citizens, of which they were heartily ashamed afterwards, when the news proved false. After 3 months of vain vaporing, the Adelantado's great fleet, badly provided, ill-armed, and poorly manned, could only start a fruitless attempt to escort home the American silver ships and defend the Canaries from the attacks of the Dutch. By the time the wretched Spanish squadron reached the Azores, September 30th, 1599, 22 out of the 85 ships had foundered at sea. The Adelantado had failed to meet the Indian flotilla and had failed to find the Dutch. And the 4 millions of gold ducats, wrung out of miserable Spain, were worse than wasted. As for help to the Irish Catholics, Only 2 small pinnaces were sent to Lough Foyle with arms and money, over the division of which Tyrone and O'Donnell quarrelled. And nothing was seen of the oft-promised Spanish army. But Philip and Lerma would not learn wisdom from defeat. Though unable to send such aid as Tyrone demanded, they still kept up the hopes of the insurgents, with fine messages, gold chains, swords of honor, Spanish bishops for Irish sees, and pompous embassies to the rebel chieftains meeting in council at Donegal. Finally, in answer to the prayers of the Irish and the offer of Tyrone to accept a Spanish sovereignty over the island, young Philip himself scrawled across the report of his council, in which he was told that not even the 20,000 ducats ordered to be sent long ago to the Irish had yet been obtained, an order which gives us the measure of his failure to grasp the real position to which Spain had descended. His council has stated that the very utmost that could be done at present was to obtain the 20,000 ducats somehow and send it to Ireland with a supply of biscuit. Philip's peremptory command was that a powerful army and fleet should be raised immediately and be dispatched to conquer Ireland. The council praised to the skies so noble and wise an order, but pointed out that it could not be executed without money, and of money they had none. The king again sent back the council's report, saying that means must at once be found to raise the necessary funds. His Majesty's resolve, replied the council, was worthy of his, quote, grandeur and catholicity, end quote. But a vast sum of money would be needed for such a fleet as that required, as well as 6 months' pay for an army, and there were only 6 weeks of the season, 1600, left in which the expedition could sail, even if the money could be obtained. They would do their best and muster every possible ship and man, but they were not sanguine of success. Philip's comment upon this, in his own hand, was as follows, quote, as the expedition is so entirely for the glory of Almighty God, all difficulties must be overcome. The greatest energy and diligence must be exercised on all hands. I will find the money for it, even if I sacrifice what I need for my own person, so that the expedition may go this year. Settle everything without delay. Get statements for all that will be needed, and send them immediately to me. Do not wait to send to the Adelantado. I will give orders for the immediate collection of the money, sufficient to send a force of 6,000 men. In the meanwhile, send to Ireland instantly the 20,000 ducats and 400,000 pounds of biscuit." End quote. This was in August 1600, but such was the prevailing demoralization that in November, not even half the biscuit was ready, much less the fleet. Tyrone's demands continued to grow. Spain must appoint him Governor-General of Ireland, Hugh O'Donnell and Desmond, James Fitzgerald, respectively governors of Connaught and Munster, and a great force of Spaniards must be landed to cooperate with the rebels. This, said Tyrone, was their last stand. Unless aid came promptly, they would make terms with the English in earnest and abandon the struggle. The Cortes of Castile were persuaded to vote a larger sum than ever before, 24 millions of ducats in 6 years, and at length the Spanish fleet of 33 ships and 4,500 soldiers sailed from Lisbon to support Tyrone and O'Donnell early in September 1601. Brochero, the admiral, was on bad terms with Don Juan de Aguila, the general. Jealousy and divided counsels, as usual, hampered the efficacy of the force. A northern gale struck the fleet off Ushant and drove back to Spain the vice-admiral Zubier and 9 ships with 650 soldiers and most of the stores. The design was to seize Cork as a base, and Caro stood ready to defend the port to the last. But the Spaniards, unable to make the harbor, drifted into the almost untenable port of Kinsale, except 3 ships that sought refuge at Baltimore. Aguila in Kinsale had only 3,000 soldiers, and as soon as he had landed, the admiral, in a hurry to get back to Spain, dumped the cannons and stores onto the ooze of the harbor and left him to his fate. The position of the Spaniards was hopeless from the first, for Caro, with a force of 4,000 men, was within reach. In vain, beseeching messages were sent by Aguila to Spain, praying for help and to the rebel chiefs in the north to hurry down and relieve the Spanish garrison. Zubier's squadron at Corunna was not ready for sea again until December, when it sailed to reinforce Aguila. 4 of its 10 ships were wrecked before reaching Ireland, and those that were left, frightened at learning on reaching the neighborhood of Kinsale that an English squadron was blockading the harbor, drifted into the port of Castlehaven. Here were 3 separate Spanish forces bottled up in as many isolated harbors. The Munster chiefs, generally, were trying their best to keep on fair terms with the English whilst helping the Spaniards. But Castlehaven and Baltimore, belonging to the O'Driscolls, and Dunboy, the stronghold of the O'Sullivan Bear, were solemnly ceded by their lords to the King of Spain. Everything depended upon the arrival of the rebels from the north, and at length Tyrone and O'Donnell, having marched the length of Ireland, appeared with 6,000 rebels upon the hills above Kinsale, now being besieged by the English. All Ireland was aflame, and this was perhaps the most dangerous moment for the future of Protestant England in Elizabeth's reign. On January 2nd, 1602, New Style, the decisive battle was fought. Outmaneuvered by Mountjoy, the rebel forces, with the Spanish auxiliaries that had joined them from Castlehaven, were utterly routed. 1,200 Irish and nearly 200 Spaniards were slaughtered in the fight, and the rest were captured, killed, or put to flight. Tyrone was wounded and reached his own country in a litter. O'Donnell, broken-hearted, fled from Castlehaven to Spain with Zubier. The news fell upon Spanish pride like death. "The prestige of Spain," wrote the council to the king, "is at stake. Something must be done, or we shall never hold up our heads again." Wild, impossible suggestions of great fleets and armies were made. O'Donnell, O'Driscoll, O'Sullivan, and the Irish bishops prayed earnestly for help, but the poverty of Spain forbade further rash adventure, and all that could be sent were a few small ships, only one of which reached Ireland, to find that the Spaniards had ignominiously surrendered and abandoned the Munster chieftains to the tender mercies of the English. O'Donnell died in despair at Simancas. O'Sullivan became a Castilian noble, and the hope of Irish independence under a Spanish overlord was at its end. The tame ending to young Philip's heroics had an immense effect in Spain, but it was not entirely displeasing to the English Catholic pensioners. They had long been urging that the Infanta should be openly adopted as Philip's candidate for the English throne on Elizabeth's death, and that the Catholic party in England should be liberally subsidized and prepared beforehand for a Spanish armed intervention in favor of that solution. Father Parsons in Rome and his successor, Creswell, at Philip's court, were indefatigable in their efforts, but the English enterprise, as it was called, meant more money even than that required for aiding Irish rebellion, and 3 years passed at Madrid in futile discussion. Some leading personages in England had now been gained for the Infanta's cause, which, at all events, would shut out the King of Scots, and the union of the sovereignty of Flanders with that of England, independent of Spain, would not have been entirely antagonistic to traditional English policy. But though the extreme English Catholics kept asking for the Infanta as their queen, the new ruler of Flanders and her husband had no desire to be drawn into such an impossible adventure as the seizure of England. They were in the thick of their struggle with Maurice of Nassau. They were middle-aged and childless. They knew Spain's poverty, slowness, and disorganization, and looked coldly upon the visionary Jesuit plans of conquest that were discussed so seriously, and ineffectually, in Philip's council. At length, one councillor more sensible than the rest, Count de Olivares, had the good sense to prick the bubble. In December 1602, he asked his colleagues what was the use of keeping up the pretense any longer. The Infanta had no desire for the English crown. Spain was impotent and could not force a foreign monarch upon England. Why not face the facts at once and promise Spain's support to the most popular English claimant, thus keeping out the King of Scots and securing some influence, even for gratitude's sake, to Spain in the new government? The advice was adopted when it was already too late to be of any service. Communications were opened with the English moderate Catholics. Money was ordered to be sent to Flanders, and a naval force under Spinola was to stand ready at a moment's notice for the news of Elizabeth's death. March 24, 1603. Doubtless the design was to forward the election of Arabella Stuart in conjunction with her marriage to Lord Beauchamp, the son of Hertford and Catherine Grey. But while the interminable preliminaries were yet in progress, Elizabeth died. Robert Cecil had secretly prepared everything for James's accession. With the acclamation of the new king in England, Protestantism was safe, and it had become certain that the dream of the emperor and his son would never be realized. Immediately after the Peace of Vervins had been signed in 1598 between France and Spain, Archduke Albert had written from Flanders to Philip II, pressing for permission to make peace with England. Friendly messages had for some time previously been passing between Cecil and the Archduke, whose evident intention was to secure an understanding with Elizabeth's government as soon as the Infanta and himself were acknowledged as independent sovereigns. He could only hope for a peaceful and prosperous reign for his wife and himself by shaking off the strangling toils of impossible Spanish ambitions. Yet, owing to the constantly renewed cries of the Essex party in England about Spanish designs, the foolish bombast of Philip III and Lerma, the aid furnished by Spain to the Irish rebels, and the intolerance of the Infanta, a true daughter of Philip II, the peace between England and Spain and the Archdukes was not signed until after Elizabeth's death in August 1604. In the late autumn of 1599, when the Archdukes came to their new dominion, an attempt was made by Albert to escape from the devastating war which had united against him all the Protestant elements in Europe, and negotiations were opened with Nassau and Elizabeth for peace, Spain itself being represented. But the demands of Philip III were more inflated than ever, and the conferences at Bergen-op-Zoom and Boulogne broke up fruitlessly in May 1600. The new sovereigns began their reign auspiciously during the progress of these negotiations. The Belgic Catholics were overjoyed at the possession of complete independence, such as had been their boast under their Burgundian lords, and both the Infanta and her husband were personally popular. The tolerant and diplomatic Archduke would, of himself, easily have made terms with the Dutch, had not the impracticable Spanish claims stood in the way, and had not there still rested upon the Infanta the shadow of her father, which made it repulsive for her to treat with heresy in any form. The reversion clause, restoring Flanders to Philip if no issue was borne to the Infanta, unhappily gave to the King of Spain a voice in all that concerned the country, and thus effectually prevented the peace for which all Europe was yearning. During the Archduke's absence in Spain, his place in Flanders had been filled by his young cousin, the Archduke Andrew, and the war had still lingered on in Cleves. When the sovereigns arrived, and a new campaign with Spanish help was threatened, now that the peace negotiations had fallen through, Maurice of Nassau, with a great force, carried the war into Flanders itself. It is related elsewhere in this volume how he was unable to pursue his victory over the Archduke at Newport in June 1600, and how the interest of the campaigns of the ensuing years centered in the efforts of the latter to recover Ostend, and in the great military struggle between Maurice of Nassau and Ambrogio de Spinola. The latter had arrived in 1602 with an army of some 8,000 Italians, which he had raised on the guarantee of Spain, and throughout the campaign of 1602, his genius and the efficiency of his troops kept the Catholic cause from defeat. The elder brother, Federigo Spinola, who had also on the Spanish guarantee taken to Flanders a fleet of 8 galleys to blockade Ostend by sea, was less fortunate than Ambrogio, and lost 5 of his vessels by the attacks of the Dutch and English before he arrived at Sluis. Thus, ruined as Spain was, Philip and Lerma listened still to the promptings of old ambitions and consented to wring from the people the resources needed for the hopeless task of forcing Catholicism upon Holland. Under the vigorous action of Ambrogio de Spinola, a new mercenary force, mainly of Germans, was raised with Spanish credit and money, and in the spring of 1603, after Federigo Spinola had been defeated and killed at sea by the Dutch, his brother Ambrogio, who had succeeded to his marquisate, formally took command of the siege at Ostend. During the winters and summers of 1603 and 1604, the siege was continued without a break. In April 1604, Maurice of Nassau determined to attempt a vigorous diversion by besieging Sluis with an army of 17,000 men after defeating a Spanish force sent to intercept him. Once again, the hold of Spain upon Catholic Flanders seemed relaxing. The Infanta and her husband worked heroically, personally exhorting and beseeching their mutinous unpaid levies to trust them yet a while, and summoning Spinola from Ostend to beat Maurice at Sluis. But in this he failed, for Sluis was captured by the Protestants in August 1604, leaving Ostend still in the firm encircling grip of Spinola and the besiegers. But already the great change that was coming over Europe by the death of Philip II and Elizabeth was making itself felt. James I had for many years been endeavoring to ingratiate himself with Spain. He had no motives of pride for maintaining the old enmity, and was willing to admit all the inflated Spanish claims. This of itself was much, for the peace negotiations at Boulogne in May 1600 had broken down mainly upon questions of dignity and precedence, and if concessions were made to Spanish pride, the more important material points could be easily settled. James hated piracy as much as he feared revolt against sovereigns, and was ready to agree to such terms as Elizabeth would never have subscribed. Juan de Tassis, Count of Villamediana, was sent by Lerma to congratulate the new King of Spain upon his accession in the autumn of 1603. Following the king on his progress in the home counties, he was detained for a time at Oxford in consequence of the death of some of his household from plague, and his first audience of James at Winchester was delayed for several weeks. But he made good use of his time and won all hearts by his frank joviality and numerous presents of perfumed Spanish gloves and dressed kid for garments to both the ladies and the gentlemen. His fame as a good courtier and charming gentleman had preceded him, and when James saw him at Winchester at the end of September, he overcame the rivalry of the French envoy, de Rosny. Count Ehrenberg, the Flemish special envoy, had already broached the desire of the archdukes for peace some weeks previously, and the terms had been tentatively discussed before Tassis's interview. James's principal desire being that Spain should be included in the arrangement, provided that he himself was not drawn into antagonism with the Dutch. Tassis' assurances to the king that Philip III desired nothing better than to make peace with England were therefore very complacently received. The States General were not easy to deal with. When, throughout the spring of 1604, the details of the agreement were discussed in England by representatives of all parties concerned. It was soon seen that the Dutch would bate no jot of their claim to independence, and public opinion in England, still distrustful of Spain, was strongly in favor of standing firm by the Protestant cause. But the Constable of Castile, de Velasco, Duke of Frias, who was sent to London with a splendid train of grandees to conclude the peace, bribed broadcast the Howard interest and the ladies and gentlemen of the court, whilst impressing the king by alternate flattery and veiled threats. To the indignation of those who had been bred in the school of Elizabeth, and in spite of French opposition, the pact was signed in August 1604, and the constable left Somerset House, where he for many weeks had been entertained by James, at a cost of £300 a day, fully satisfied that, with so pliant a king as James upon the throne of England, Spain might yet hope for resurrection. Some of the causes to which James consented were a complete surrender of the policy of Elizabeth and her ministers. No aid was to be given to the Dutch, no English ship was to trade with the Indies, the Inquisition was to be allowed to seize and condemn Englishmen who failed to kneel to the sacrament in Spanish territory, and a firm alliance and friendship was to exist forever between England and Spain. The signature of the treaty changed the position in Flanders. Thenceforward the Dutch stood alone. Maurice of Nassau had captured Sluis almost simultaneously with the settlement of peace, and immediately afterwards the heroic defenders of Ostend came to terms with Spinola, a dearly bought victory that cost the archdukes at least 40,000 men. In Spain, as in England, the peace was welcomed ostentatiously, but not without dissent. The English sailors who had grown rich on privateering plunder, the large Puritan party, and the men who recollected the great days of the Armada looked with frowning brows upon the abandonment of their fixed traditions, while in Spain the great churchmen declaimed almost violently against the shame of making terms with heretics. But however much extreme partisans on both sides might object, the peace with England opened, to Spain at least, a vista of possible prosperity such as she had not enjoyed for 45 years. Lerma's insane lavishness had inflicted upon the unhappy country the last extreme of misery and degradation. His financial experiments had made matters worse. The sudden doubling of the face value of the copper coinage, with the idea of making its purchasing power greater, of course failed in that object, while it practically drove silver coin from circulation and caused the introduction from abroad of vast quantities of forged copper currency, causing a still increased appreciation of the price of commodities. In 1600, Lerma conceived the opinion that the terrible condition of Old Castile, the depopulation, the famine, and the dearth that scourged the land would be remedied if the court was removed thither with its luxury and expenditure. By decree, in January 1601, therefore, the capital of Spain was transferred from Madrid to Valladolid. In vain the Cortes protested that the cause of all the trouble was overtaxation and the discouragement of industry. In vain all classes in Madrid appealed against so unwise a step. Valladolid became, until 1606, the capital, and the misery was increased enormously by the greater demand for food and commodities and the appreciation of rents in the poorest part of Spain, while Madrid was utterly ruined and deserted. In vain the household silver was seized, and church plate begged to be turned into coin. It disappeared so soon as it was put into circulation. End of section 54. Section 55 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 3, The Wars of Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Chapter 16, Spain under Philip III, by Martin Hume of the Royal Spanish Academy. Part 2. While this general wretchedness prevailed, with industry dead, the fields untilled, the husbandmen turned into beggars and vagrants throughout the Castiles, the Cortes continued to vote larger subsidies than ever, which it was quite impossible to raise. It is true that the relief afforded by the improved international relations now enabled the silver ships from America to arrive with some regularity, but for fiscal reasons already given, and in consequence of the general corruption, only a small proportion of the bullion reached the treasury or went to increase the wealth of the country. Through all this penury, Philip III, occupied alternately in devotions and costly shows, entirely failed to grasp the true condition of affairs. Depending implicitly upon Lerma, who kept him in a fool's paradise, he squandered the money, so painfully wrung from his starving people, upon pompous christenings, such as that of his daughter Anne of Austria in 1601, and the sumptuous baptism of his heir Philip in Valladolid, which coincided with the arrival there of the Earl of Nottingham, Charles Howard, in April 1605 to ratify the peace. Grants, offices, and endowments, grandeeships with estates, and knighthoods with pensions were showered upon Lerma's followers, and the king, with no possibility, even if he had possessed the desire, of knowing the truth, hunted, danced, prayed, and trifled, while the country was dragged from misery to misery. No sooner had peace relieved Spain of some of her most pressing troubles and provided an opportunity for retrenchment of expenditure than Spinola hurried to Valladolid to beg for means to carry on a renewed, vigorous campaign against the Dutch Protestants. The capitulation of Ostend, on one hand, had been balanced by the loss of Sluis on the other, and, if Philip and Lerma had been wise, or even patriotic, they might have seen that the opportunity was a golden one for a general peace and reconciliation. After 40 years of struggle, it was evident to all the world that Holland could not be forced to submit to the religious tyranny of Spain. The Archduke had no desire to prolong indefinitely a hopeless struggle, and though the Infanta was willing to fight to the end for a principle, she would have been powerless to do so without the great material aid of Spain, which, as a nation, had nothing whatever to gain from victory over the Dutch, even if it had been within her reach. But the vain hope that the Protestants, now that they were deprived of English aid, might yet be subjugated, still inspired the inflated claims of Philip, and when Spinola, the victor of Ostend, arrived with his flattering tale, all thought of the misery of Spain was cast aside, and subventions of money and contingents of men, larger than before, were again thrown into the bottomless gulf of the Flemish War. The Spanish contingent was captured at sea by the Dutch, but just as Maurice of Nassau was threatening Antwerp itself, the Italian and German troops, paid by Spain, fortunately arrived in Flanders by land, and Spinola was able to carry the war into his enemy's country on the other side of the Rhine. in 1605. In the winter, again flushed with such success as he had obtained, Spinola returned to Spain for further help. This time he was less fortunate. The Indian flotilla had not come into port, and it was feared had been lost. Not half the taxes voted by the Cortes for the year had been collected, or could be. The change of capital, it was now seen, had made matters worse instead of better, and Philip's treasury was absolutely empty. The Italian bankers would advance nothing upon the king's credit, even at the 30% interest paid by him in the previous year, and Spinola had to pledge his own fortune before even a small loan could be obtained. The next campaign, in 1606, although it was still carried on in the Dutch territory and added to Spinola's military prestige, was less vigorous and effective than the previous one. Whatever visions may have still dazzled young Philip in faraway Spain, it was now clear to the genius of Spinola, on the spot, that unless Spanish arms, men, and money were provided very lavishly, the United Provinces could not be crushed by force of arms. His 2 visits to Spain had opened his eyes to the exhaustion of that country, and he saw that continued and sufficient resources could not be found there. The soldiery, without regular food and pay, were an element of disorder and weakness, not of strength. So he accepted the position and sided with the Archduke and the Catholic Flemings in their desire to end a fratricidal war which could produce no good result to anyone. To propose peace was a difficult matter, for the rebels, as they still were called, had again and again rejected compromise, and would accept nothing short of complete independence, which Spanish pride could not openly acknowledge. After some fruitless wrangling, however, a preliminary truce of 8 months, from May 1607, was accepted, to which, for the first time, the Archdukes appended a private declaration that they entered into the arrangement with the United Provinces as with sovereign states, over which they claimed no authority. Before the truce was ratified by Spain, another heavy blow fell upon Philip. A Dutch squadron off Gibraltar attacked the Spanish fleet and almost annihilated it, and then sailed to the Azores to intercept the American silver flotilla. To surrender so great a source of revenue as the plunder of the Spanish treasure ships was not at all to the taste of Maurice, and he stood out against the very natural demand of Spain that the suspension of hostilities should be operative on sea as well as on land. This difficulty was at length overcome, but it was found that the protocol was signed by Philip in the haughty, ancient form of Spanish monarchs, "I, the king." "Philip is no king of ours," said the Dutch commissioners, and for a time it looked as if the war would be reopened on so small a point as this. James of England intervened, as did the German Protestant princes, on the interests of a permanent peace, but both sides were obstinate. Nothing less than the recognition of their independence would satisfy the United Provinces. Nothing less than the acceptance of their supremacy would content the Spaniards. At length, Philip offered to waive his claim if the Dutch would refrain from trading with the Indies, but to this Maurice would not agree, and the peace negotiations came to a deadlock. France and England together proposed that at least a long truce should be settled in order that old animosities might be allowed to cool. Oldenbarnevelt, in the States General, eloquently advocated conciliation. The Archduke sent his own confessor to Spain to calm the scruples of Philip, and gradually moderate counsels prevailed. It had been a bitter humiliation for Spain and the Infanta to consent to the peace conferences taking place at The Hague, but war for them was no longer possible, and they had bent to what they could not avoid. At the later stages, when the situation was less tense, the negotiations were much facilitated by the transfer of the sittings to Antwerp, where an agreement was finally reached in March 1609 for a 12-year cessation of hostilities by land and sea, the clause respecting traffic with the Indies being purposely drafted so obscurely as to be unintelligible. The compact consisted of 38 clauses, by which the archdukes, in their own name, and in that of the King of Spain, contracted with United Provinces, as with independent states upon which they had no claim, and in a great assembly of 800 representatives of the states at Bergen op Zoom, on April 9, 1609, the momentous treaty that was to bring peace to Europe, at least for 12 years, was signed and ratified. It was a political event of the first importance, for it marked the abandonment of the principle by which Charles V and his son had hoped to dominate the world, namely the forcible religious unification of Christendom on Spanish lines. Once more, the waning dream seemed temporarily revived, a few years later, by another Philip and another favorite, but its realization was hopeless from the moment when sheer exhaustion compelled Philip III to renounce the struggle and to sign the 12 years' truce with the United Provinces on equal terms. When the war was renewed under Philip IV and Olivares, it was no longer with the hope of forcing the Spanish form of Catholicism upon Europe. It was no longer animated by the burning zeal and supreme confidence in the sacredness of Spain's mission that had lent the facetious strength of a crusade to the struggle in its earlier stages. It was but the despairing effort of an utterly decayed and disillusioned nation to postpone the evil day when its secular enemy, France, should dwarf and crush it. Terrible as had been the drain upon Spanish resources caused by the long wars against France, England, and the United Provinces, and in later years by the prodigality of Lerma, there had been another class of claims for expenditure which could not be neglected. The peace signed with Henry IV at Vervins in 1598 had not included Henry's ally, the Turks, and with them and their fellow unbelievers, the Barbary corsairs, the conflict had never ceased. The Battle of Lepanto had, it is true, to a great extent broken the power of the Sultan in the western Mediterranean, and the task of holding in check the Muslim Empire east of Sicily had been left to the Venetians and the Knights of Malta. The papacy had tried almost unceasingly to draw Spain into the league with the Italian states to pursue the Turk into his own seas, but for reasons already set forth. It was not until the recklessness of Lerma swayed the Spanish policy, and Philip III, without resources, dreamed of rivaling his grandfather's achievements, that overburdened Castile was called upon to contribute to a new Holy League against the infidel. In 1601, a powerful galley fleet of 70 vessels and 10,000 men was raised by Spain and the Italian states, except Venice, to surprise and capture Algiers. There was no Don John now to infuse enthusiasm into the expedition. There was only his evil genius, the incompetent Jean Andrea Doria, nephew of the great Andrea, and he, in accordance with his invariable ineptitude, returned with his fleet to Messina without striking a blow. 2 more attempts, one in alliance with Persia, were made in the following years, with little better result. The Barbary corsairs, insolent before, now became boldly aggressive, and the coasts of Spain in the Mediterranean were harried by the Muslim from end to end. By 1608, these pirates had become intolerable, and English seamen, like the famous Captain Ward, and many others, raised and commanded in their service regular fleets of broadside ships and galleys, which defended the Christian powers and mocked at Spain's supremacy. But with the signature of the truce with Holland, a change in Philip's tactics in the Mediterranean became possible. The day of the galley was nearly over. Sailing ships could now be spared from the Atlantic, and for the first time in history, a great Spanish sailing fleet entered the straits to punish the pirates. It was to join a squadron of freighted ships under Sir Anthony Shirley, but the Spanish admiral, Fajardo, missed them and fell in with the French privateer fleet, which joined him. Together they made a dash upon Tunis, utterly destroying a fleet of over 30 sail there that had been organized by Ward, Verney, Bishop, and Kara Osman, thus breaking for many years to come the pirate power in the Mediterranean. Spain rang once more with joyful hope. Trade was possible again, for the pirates were conquered, Drake was dead, the King of England was the servile friend of Philip, and the Dutch were at peace with Spain. But though Spain had now no foreign foes, the attacks of the corsairs upon the Valencian coast had shown that in Spain itself there was a whole people who would be enemies if they dared. During the peace negotiations, all Europe had watched with distrust the preparation of a great fleet of galleys in the Spanish ports. No one could guess the object of such a mobilization, but after the corsairs were destroyed at La Goleta, in Tunis, distrust gave way to astonishment, and the extraordinary design of Lerma was revealed to the world. The kingdom of Valencia was largely peopled by Spaniards of unquestionably pure Moorish descent and sympathies, and for years accusations, true or false, had been made against them of friendship with the Muslim corsairs to the detriment of Christian Spain. Lerma himself was a magnate of Valencian Christian descent and, like all his class, bitterly hated his Morisco countrymen, towards whom he had been ruthless during his viceroyalty. The Valencian Moriscos, mostly agriculturists and horticulturists, were thrifty and prosperous, and had made the plain of Valencia the most fertile spot in Spain by means of patient toil and irrigation. Amidst the slothful misery that surrounded them, they were envied and loathed for their prosperity by their Christian neighbors, and petitions had frequently been presented to the king for the expulsion of intruders who, it was said, were eating food intended by heaven for pure Spanish Christians. But the Moriscos were always ready to pay the heavy taxation, and Philip II, bigot though he was, could not afford to lose the contributions of his prosperous subjects. With the rise of Lerma, prejudiced, short-sighted, and impractical visionary as he was, all was changed. The churchmen thundered denunciations against the Valencian Moriscos as doubtful Christians. The poor people were oppressed and persecuted beyond endurance, and at one time, before Elizabeth's death, they had entered into a correspondence with her and the Protestants with a view of organizing a revolt in Spain. When James I made peace with Philip III, he cruelly sent to Spain this correspondence, and the hatred of Lerma against the Moriscos grew. Philip III was a mere puppet in the hands of his favorite and the monks who swarmed around him. For years, the Archbishop of Valencia had demanded the expulsion of these sponges who sucked up all Spanish wealth. Fanaticism and envy joined forces against the Moriscos. They were backsliders who secretly carried on their infidel worship, said the priests. By devilish acts, they contrived to be rich when worthier Christian gentlemen starved, said the sluggards, who despised industry as disgraceful. They were bad Spaniards and rebel subjects, said the king's officers. Out with the whole vile brood, cried Spaniards everywhere. But there were in Valencia 30,000 families, mostly large, of known Moorish blood. Indeed it was, and still is, difficult to find a Valencian free from the admixture, and to depopulate a kingdom was no easy matter. When total expulsion became the cry, the Valencian landlords, fearful of losing their best tenants and husbandmen, protested, and some of the saner churchmen, who were content to oppress, shrank from deporting the population which had turned Valencia into a garden. At the instance of the Pope, a commission of ecclesiastics and officials met, ostensibly to devise means for the effective conversion of the Moriscos. But the latter, in fear and anger at the threats used towards them, became defiant, and rumors ran that the whole Moorish race in Spain would stand together to resist persecution. Whether this were true or false, it turned the wavering balance against them, and like a thunderclap there fell on September 22, 1609, the dreadful edict which made clear to all men the real object of the great mobilization of galleys in Spanish Mediterranean ports that had puzzled Europe for months. With the exception of 6 of the oldest and most Christian Moriscos in each large village, who were to be retained to teach their system of cultivation, every man and woman of them was to be deported to Barbary, taking only such personal property as might be carried by the owner. In heartbroken multitudes, the unhappy exiles were driven to the waiting galleys from fields and homesteads, from looms and workshops. Thousands were murdered or plundered on the way, for there was no protection for them. They were forbidden to take money with them, so that their property had to be abandoned. Some resistance to the cruel order was attempted in the winter, but it was suppressed with ruthless severity, and in March 1610 Valencia was declared free from its most useful citizens. During the 6 months, 150,000 Valencian Moriscos were driven from the land which they and their fathers for centuries had made fertile. Nor was this all. Fear and bigotry drove Lerma to greater lengths, and not Valencia alone, but Aragon, Murcia, Andalusia, Castile, and Estremadura also were swept clear of those who were regarded as new Christians. In Castile and Estremadura especially, The races had become so closely amalgamated that it was almost impossible to distinguish, in most cases, the old Christians from the new. And in these kingdoms, the greatest hardship and wrong accompanied the expulsion, which was frequently made an instrument of private vengeance and cupidity. It is difficult to reconcile the many estimates that were made as to the number of Moriscos expelled, but at a moderate computation, it cannot well have been less than 500,000 souls, to which should be added the great number who fled previous to the issue of the edicts, and those who fell victims to the Inquisition and to murderous attack. With these people, the best and most thrifty workers in the country, there went what was left of Spanish skilled industry. In horticulture, gold-working, silk-weaving, embroidering, damascening, and fictile manufactures, they had been supreme, and their productions had been in demand throughout Christian Europe and the East. For more than a century, they had been loaded with disabilities, their industries impeded and clogged, in some cases almost destroyed, by mistaken fiscal edicts and sumptuary pragmatics. The reasons that have already been set forth had made work of any sort despised by most of their countrymen, yet, in the face of all these obstacles and drawbacks, the Moriscos had persevered, and had kept their beautiful crafts from complete extinction, contributing by them to the wealth and revenue of the country, in spite of the purblind governors who thought that the way to make the country rich was to keep the people poor. The expulsion was one of the most popular acts of Philip's reign, a subject for the admiring boast of his eulogists to the day of his death, and in his own eyes, his chief claim upon the gratitude of posterity. Such a feeling, which was general throughout Spain, is not easy fully to understand in our more tolerant and enlightened times. It must not be forgotten, however, that Spain's most splendid days were contemporary with, indeed, had mainly been owing to, the fierce spiritual pride of the majority, engendered by the forcible suppression of religious dissent, and it was not unnatural that, led by false guides, the people at large should believe that the decadence which had fallen upon their country was due, to some extent, to a slackening of religious steadfastness among the growing population of New Christians, accused of looking with something more than sympathy upon the Muslim corsairs, whose bold aggressions had reduced Spain to a cipher upon her own seas. The reasons that inspired the expulsion were consequently partly religious, partly social, and partly political. And in the eyes of most contemporary Spaniards, the measure was necessary and meritorious. The underlying error of it, from an economical point of view, was the same as that which had rendered so ruinous the system of taxation pursued by the emperor and his son, namely, that coin was wealth instead of a convenient token of value, and that, so long as the precious metals could be prevented from leaving the country, the creation and dissemination of wealth by industry of the people was a matter of minor importance. The expulsion of the Moriscos practically killed the higher handicrafts in Spain. But another 100 years passed before it began to be understood by Spanish statesmen that the riches of a country do not depend primarily upon the bullion introduced into it as tribute, but upon the net value of its own products. The decadence that had set in as the inevitable consequence of the policy inherited and accentuated by Philip II, very far from being arrested by the lavish recklessness of Philip III and Lerma, had been immensely accelerated by it, and by 1610 had attacked every element in Spain. The next 12 years of peace brought, it is true, greater security and tranquility than had been enjoyed for many years, and some apparent revival of general prosperity was noticeable, while the political importance of the country had been renewed after the murder of Henry IV in May 1610, by reason of the Spanish leanings of Mary de' Medici and the anxiety of James I of England to outbid her for the friendship of Philip. This phase of Spanish history must be left for a future chapter, and it is mentioned here to emphasize the fact that this temporary revival, during the rest of Philip III's reign, he died in 1621, really aggravated the social dry rot that had fallen upon Spaniards of every class. The craze for ostentation reached from the highest to the lowest. The frequently repeated edicts for the suppression of extravagance were evaded with impunity after the first few weeks, and where the king and Lerma set the fashion for unexampled magnificence of attire and adornment, it was difficult to prevent imitation from becoming general in various degrees. Idleness and corruption filled the towns to the detriment of the country, and every noble and churchman was followed by hosts of threadbare dependents and hangers-on, looking for easy preferment or plunder. The abundant Spanish fiction of the time presents an appalling picture of the demoralization of society, especially in the capital. The stock characters of the picaresque novels are the swaggering, penniless hidalgo, gaining a scanty subsistence by cheating and impudence, the sham student, living, according to his luck, by alms, service, or theft, the self-indulgent, hypocritical priest, and the leering ladies who bandy coarse jests with strangers in the streets. Crowds of crapulous mumpers, false cripples some, and some suffering from awful, self-inflicted diseases, throng the streets and churches and cluster at the convent gates. Office-seekers, panders, and swindlers fill the antechambers of ministers, and assassins for hire stand at the corners of filthy alleys, reeking with sloth and vice. Above all, the scoff of men, the tattered poet seeking for a paymaster, is everywhere. These types presented to us with a fidelity and vividness peculiar to the genius of the time and country, when mordant satire and luxuriant verbiage ran riot, had all one spirit in common. From the king down to the self-maimed wretch in the gutter, they all scorned work and sought to live in idleness upon the wealth of others. The state was regarded in some mysterious way as being the fount of riches, from which each citizen hoped to draw, while contributing nothing to it by his own labor. How such a general feeling would affect the life of a country is obvious. Idleness was honorable, work a disgraceful necessity to be avoided whenever possible, and corruption was so widespread that denunciation of the greater peculiators by the less successful caused Lerma more than once to throw some of his too greedy officers to the lions in order to escape unpopularity himself. One such, the powerful Pedro Franquesa, the secretary of the Council of Finance, was made to disgorge nearly 1.5 million of ducats, of which he had defrauded the revenue, and even Lerma finally saved himself from a similar disgrace at the hands of his own envious son, Uceda, by becoming an ecclesiastic and a cardinal, and retiring to pious obscurity. But this period of complete social decadence coincided, as similar periods had in the previous history of Spain, with a development of a literary brilliancy and activity so extraordinary as to have stamped an enduring impress upon European letters. At a time when manual work was at a discount and the Inquisition discouraged science and speculation, the only outlet for the florid fancy, the mocking malice, and the vehement verbosity which are characteristic of the Iberian nature was social satire, based upon the observation of current life. And the period now under review, the golden era of Spanish literature, produced the great masterpieces of imagination, description, verbal felicity, and satire, which have become Spain's principal contribution to the intellectual wealth of the world. The earlier influence of Spain upon European thought had been mainly didactic. The science and culture of Greek and the Orient had been preserved through Hebrew and Arabic texts by scholars of Cordoba and Toledo, and had, previous to the revival of Greek learning in the latter part of the 15th and at the beginning of the 16th century, reached Europe almost exclusively through the medium of Spaniards. The sententious and proverbial form of wisdom, peculiarly Eastern in origin, and the didactic apologue, from a similar fount, had also been revived and strengthened as a literary form in Europe through the translations of Spanish Hebrews and Arabs. Great as these services were, they sink into insignificance before the intellectual debt incurred by Europe to Spain from 1540 to 1640. The revival in Spain, and to some extent thence communicated to the rest of the world, of the Celtic tales of chivalry, at a time when the realities of modern life had weakened their influence elsewhere, was rather in the nature of a manifestation of natural character and ideals than an outcome of the true literary genius of the Spanish people. The central idea which lent to the nation the temporary greatness it enjoyed was individual exaltation by sacrifice. The spirit which had led thousands of Christians in Moorish Spain to insist obstinately upon martyrdom in spite of opposition, the feeling which provided for every barren hillside an ascetic hermit, and for every convent a bleeding cataleptic nun, which animated alike the ghastly pencil of Ribera, the bitter mortifications of Philip II, and the reckless bravery of the American conquistadores, centered in the special distinction of each individual by self-sacrifice in the face of the Lord. The ruling idea of the romances of chivalry was merely a literary embodiment of the same spirit. The purely altruistic self-sacrifice of the hero for an idea, the seeking of wrongs to remedy, and of the oppressed to liberate, had for its ultimate object the exaltation of the hero in the estimation of a higher power, and the avidity with which the whole nation cast itself upon these stories, foolish and unnatural as they obviously were, was caused by the fact that they represented, for the first time in literary form, the spirit to which Spain owed its passing potency as a nation. For reasons which have already been set forth at length, the spirit itself had decayed rapidly towards the end of the 16th century. The old faith had waned in the face of repeated disaster. The craze for self-indulgence and ostentatious idleness had, by the time of Philip III, taken the place of a desire for suffering as a distinction. The chivalric ideal, when the influence of the Italian Renaissance was making the rest of Europe almost pagan in its love of beauty and ease, had long kept Spain stern and sacrificial. Partly, it is true, as a protest against the sensuous Moorish civilization which the Christians had fought so long. But by 1610, a mocking skepticism had ousted the simple faith, and selfishness had supplanted abnegation. Lip service to the old ideal alone remained. When, therefore, Cervantes, the man who, of all Spaniards, most completely personified, with boundless wit, the passing spirit of his countrymen, wove into an interesting story, overflowing with satirical pictures of daily life, a pitiless exposure of the dead ideal, and, stripping it of its glamour, scoffed at its absurdity, Spain seized upon Don Quixote in 1605 and raised it upon a pinnacle as a quintessence of cynical disillusionment that had fallen upon the nation. To other countries that welcomed the marvelous book, it appealed by its wit, its satire, and its truth, and these qualities, together with its pathos, doubtless aided its popularity in Spain also. But to Spaniards, it was much more than a witty book. It was the supreme cry, echoing from the inmost heart of the nation, that the old gods were dead, and that Spain's exalted heroics were now but a laughing-stock. The nation was indeed decadent. Its faith and belief in itself had fled, and presumptuous pretense, personal and national, was but a poor substitute for the spiritual exaltation that had made it great. The chivalric tales had produced, however, another offspring besides the satire that killed them. The mawkish, unreal stories of the self-sacrificing hero had, by the middle of the 16th century, inspired by reaction, a tale which centered around an anti-hero, as selfish as Amadis was altruistic. Lazarillo was but another form of protest against a false ideal of life. The other rogue tales which followed on the same lines were purposely cast in squalid scenes as a reaction against the ineffable surroundings of the princes and princesses of chivalry. The hero was not a wandering noble helping others, but a cunning rogue helping himself at the expense of others. The rogue tales, Lazarillo de Tormes, Guzman de Alfaracha, Marcos de Obregon, Pablo de Segovia, and their imitators, appealed to Europe as amusing stories of peripatetic adventure and inspired the modern novel of movement through Fielding, Smollett, and Dickens. But, like Quixote, they meant much more to Spain than to the rest of the world, for they voiced the reaction and disillusionment that had fallen upon the people after the false standards of nearly a century. The vast literary activity of Spain during the late 16th and first half of the 17th century, especially in the drama, did not exercise its greatest influence upon Europe until after the date when this chapter closes, in 1610, although the plots invented by the inexhaustible Spanish dramatists were liberally appropriated by English playwrights at about this period. The swaggering Spanish man-at-arms, who had overrun Europe, had also been accepted by Shakespeare and the Elizabethan dramatists as the type of his countrymen, though he had usually been employed as an object of derision, which was natural enough in view of contemporary international jealousies. But when Anne of Austria was wedded to Louis XIII and Philip IV married a French bride in 1612, Spain became the fashion. Anne of Austria, throughout her life, kept a Spanish court, and for 40 years Spanish actors and authors flocked into France. Spanish dress, demeanor, and manners were the rage. Scores of Spanish words were adopted into French. The games, dances, the favorite dishes, even the terms of endearment of Spaniards were naturalized, and Spanish was the modish language. Spanish plays and novels were translated into French, and thence into English and other tongues, or at least their ingenious plots and intrigues were appropriated. The romantic tradition of Spanish bearing, which permeated the court of Louis XIII, exercised an enduring influence upon the form of French letters, and when the reaction came from classicism to realism under Molière, it was in Spanish originals that models and inspiration were sought. Where France led, England followed, and the dramatists of the late 17th and early 18th centuries perpetuated on the English stage, and this time in English form, the romantic story of intrigue which had its origin in Spain. When, in the 19th century, another realistic reaction took place against the neoclassicism of the Napoleonic period, it was to the Spanish times of Louis XIII that Dumas and other novelists turned, and D'Artagnan and his numerous fellows faithfully reproduced the demeanor and sentiments which popular tradition ascribed to the swaggering gallant of Spain's decadence. In addition to the popular peripatetic rogue tales and the drama of romantic intrigue with which Spain endowed Europe at this period, Spanish literary influence was seen in other directions during the latter half of the 16th century. English maritime ambition, under Elizabeth, promoted the search for information as to foreign countries and the science of navigation, and a large number of Spanish books describing exploration of the western continent, and others teaching the science of seamanship, were translated into French and English, especially the latter, and became extremely popular. The extent to which English knowledge of distant countries was indebted to Spanish originals may be seen from Hakluyt's 3 introductions to his volumes. The fame of the Spanish military commanders, again, led to the adoption of Spanish tactics and army organization in other countries, and many military treaties in Spanish were translated and used as textbooks in England. Literary form in England was, to some extent, influenced at this period by Spanish tradition, the sententious apothegm or didactic proverb, then a fashionable vehicle, being to great extent Spanish in its revived form, while the precocity made popular in England by Lyly in his Euphus was beyond question largely inspired by the philosophical and sententious writings of Antonio de Guevara, which were much read and admired in England in the last half of the 16th century. End of section 55.
Section 56 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 3, The Wars of Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Jonathan Miller. Chapter 17, Britain under James I, by S.R. Gardiner, Part 1. The accession of James I to the English throne was an event of greater importance than anything that he accomplished in the course of his reign. For the first time, the whole of the British Isles were, for practical purposes, united under one government. Ireland, indeed, fell into James's hands by conquest, and for some time to come would have to be dealt with by the masters of English power, without contributing anything to the common objects of the 3 kingdoms. It was otherwise with Scotland, which had maintained its independence through a prolonged struggle, waged with the resources of a scanty but hardy population, upheld by the knowledge that the interest of the continental enemies of England, especially of France, was to support a nation whose alliance gave them the opportunity of attacking England in the rear. This danger was now at an end. though the connection between the two peoples was as yet only a personal one. Scotland, too, imposed a burden on England by giving her a king whose character had been molded by 35 years of kingship. Placed as an infant upon the throne from which his mother had been excluded, James had grown up amidst scenes of war and slaughter. Of the 4 regents who did their best to govern in his name, the first 2, Moray and Lennox, had been murdered, and the 4th, Morton, had suffered death on the scaffold. Only the 3rd, Mar, had died in peace, sometimes under the pretext of a war of principle in which a king's party strove against a queen's party, sometimes without any pretext at all. The ambitions and the hatreds of the great families found vent in mutual slaughter, clothed at times under the form of law, but quite ready to dispense with this if it were not readily forthcoming. Scotland was a prey to feudal anarchy in all its unbridled cruelty. The greatness of the evil roused the indignation of the preachers of the Kirk, of whom John Knox was unmistakably the foremost, to testify against bloodshedding and the more insidious forms of immorality which followed in its train. It was only too probable that in the tremendous struggle which these men had undertaken, their voices should sometimes have been raised too arrogantly, and that they should have called on the civil power to execute their sentences upon offenders, some of whom would have been better left unnoticed. At all events, their main efforts were directed against vice rather than against heterodoxy. Yet, seeing that they owed their recognition by the state to the eagerness of the nobility to appropriate the property of the Church, they had for many years hard work to stand up against their patrons. And in 1572 they gave their consent to the appointment of what were known as Tulchan bishops, named solely with the purpose of passing on the revenue of their sees to lay patrons. It is said, probably with truth, that the massacre of St. Bartholomew later in the same year not only destroyed the Queen's party, but, by the feeling it aroused, gave to the new clergy a far larger basis of popularity than they had before enjoyed. Morton, who was still regent, found his advantage in their growing strength, and kept order among the nobility as it had seldom been kept before. But he was no friend to clerical pretensions, and without support from the powers which divided Scotland amongst them, he was driven in 1577 to resign his office. In 1581 he was condemned to death and executed. Such help as the boy king could give was thrown into the scale against him. James had fallen under an influence hostile to more than the late regent. Amenable to the end of his life to personal flattery, especially when it proceeded from one superior to himself in daring and self-reliance, he was now under the yoke of his father's cousin, Esme Stuart, who had been sent from France expressly to win him to the policy of the Guises and of the Catholic party in Europe. In 1581, the stranger became Duke of Lennox. The new favorite was necessarily detested, not only by the clergy, but by the nobles, who saw a stranger preferred before them. And in August 1582, Lord Ruthven and other nobles seized on the king's person, hoping to control the government in his name. They appealed to the Protestant sentiments of the Kirk as Morton had never done, and before the end of winter Lennox was driven out of the country. This task accomplished, the lords of the old Queen's party, Huntly and Earl Marischal from the north, and Argyll from the west, rose against the knot of men who had monopolized power, and in 1583 James was liberated, only to fall under the dominion of a new favorite, James Stuart, a man of blood and iron, whom he created Earl of Arran. In 1584, the Earl of Gowrie, who had taken a leading part in the raid of Ruthven, was condemned and executed as a traitor. In the following year, there was another transformation, and Arran was driven from court by the party of the Ruthvens. Meanwhile, the Kirk had been organizing herself under Andrew Melville, who, since Knox's death, had been the clerical leader. In 1581, she put forth the Second Book of Discipline, claiming for herself the right to inflict ecclesiastical penalties, and demanding that the state should see them executed. It made for the strength of the Kirk that her assemblies were not composed of ministers alone. In the Kirk sessions in parishes, in the presbyteries, and in the general assemblies themselves, laymen sat as deacons or lay elders. In those days, no line could be exactly drawn between politics and religion, and in testifying against the young king's favorites, the Kirk was expressing her abhorrence of a policy which would bring Scotland under the influence of the Catholic powers, and so endanger her Protestantism. James himself, not unnaturally, wished to free himself from both nobles and clergy, and did his best to play off the one against the other. In 1584, he obtained from Parliament an act striking at the independence of the assemblies of the Kirk, and placing its government in the hands of bishops. The crisis of Elizabeth's struggle with Spain was, however, drawing near, and when, towards the end of 1585, the Ruthven party regained power, a league with England played Scotland on the Protestant side. The execution of Mary in 1587 did not disturb the alliance, and when the Armada appeared in 1588, Spain could count on no help from the Scottish government. In the year before that of the Armada, James reached his majority. In 1589, he married Anne of Denmark. However exaggerated were the pretensions of the Kirk, it was only with her support that James could make the turbulent nobles feel his hand, and in 1592 he consented to an act re-establishing the full Presbyterian system. In 1593 he defeated, with the support of the clergy, a conspiracy of the Catholic Earls Huntly, Errol, and Angus, who had risen not so much against the king as against the harshness of the clergy. This victory brought him into collision with the ministers, who called for the forfeiture of the rebels' lands and the sternest measures against all who shared their faith. In 1596, the quarrel broke out. Melville told James to his face that he was but, quote, God's silly vassal, unquote, and charged him with attempting to balance Protestants and Papists that he might keep them both in check. There was enough of truth in this to sting, and a pretext for attacking the clergy was found in a political sermon of David Black. When the ministers supported Black, on the ground that in the pulpit he was free to say what he pleased, James banished him beyond the Tay. Edinburgh rose in support of the clergy, but was brought to submission by James's removal of the law courts to Linlithgow. The ministers beyond the Forth had little sympathy with Melville's opinions, and by holding assemblies in the north, James succeeded in obtaining their assent to measures intended to reduce the clergy to political obedience. His plan was to bring certain of the clergy into connection with the government, with the intention of using them to control their brethren. Before the end of 1597, an assembly had agreed that clerical commissioners should be appointed to confer from time to time with the king's representatives. And in 1598, another assembly resolved that 51 representatives of the clergy might vote in Parliament. Parliament, however, in which the nobility predominated, would only accept as voters bishops nominated by the king. And in 1600, the nominations were made and the new bishops allowed to vote. Though as yet they had no ecclesiastical position, the foundation had been laid for that work of conciliation which James hoped to carry out. The next few years were occupied by James in securing his position as the heir of Elizabeth. And when she died in 1603, he was accepted by all parties in England as their rightful sovereign. He took with him the consciousness that he had succeeded in so making use of the circumstances of his time as to secure for the crown in Scotland a position which it had not held for many a year. The nobles were no longer ready to rebel on the slightest pretext, and the clergy had been driven to abate the claims of their leaders to the right of interfering in politics. This James had accomplished rather by dexterous management than by supreme wisdom. It was natural that he should fancy himself equally capable of solving the problems awaiting him in England. Unfortunately, he had little knowledge of those problems, and still less of the weaknesses of his own character. The impatience of opposition, the carelessness about details, and the reluctance to take trouble, which rendered nugatory his broader views of policy, often in advance of the peoples with which he had to deal. If he was, as he was called by Henry IV, the wisest fool in Christendom, it is well to remember the wisdom as well as the folly. So far as foreign policy was concerned, hostilities with Spain were suspended on James's accession, for he felt that, as in his capacity of King of Scotland, he was not at war with that power. He could not be at war with her in his capacity of King of England. The first note struck in the reign was the predominance of the dynastic over the national interest, a predominance which was to characterize the whole of the foreign policy of his family. The suspension of hostilities was, in 1604, followed by a treaty of peace. By coming to terms with Spain, now that England was safe from attack, James was but carrying out the wish of Elizabeth. Nor was he diverging from the path traced by her in leaving the Republic of the Netherlands to continue its resistance without open aid. Though it is probable that, had Elizabeth been still on the throne, she would have taken care, as Henry IV did after the Peace of Vervins, that the Republic, whose independence was so valuable to the maritime defense of the country, was in some underhand way supported against absorption by Spain. Of more immediate importance was the question how James would deal with those ecclesiastical problems which in that age constituted a great part of politics. The Church of England had, under the Tudors, been in the main molded by two influences. In the first place, by the spirit of learning and inquiry, which attached itself to the European Renaissance, and in the second place, by the more specially Protestant individualism of religious life, which had steadied itself through the acceptance by the verbally inspired Bible as a rule of faith and practice, and by the belief that the Calvinistic creed and even the Calvinistic discipline was inculcated by the teaching of that Bible. The second of these elements had been strengthened by the long struggles against Spain and the Pope, and by far the larger number of religious Englishmen accepted at least the Calvinistic creed, though from their love of individual freedom they were hostile to the introduction of the Calvinistic discipline. To James, who had taken no part in the conflict with Spain, it was rather the other phase of the teaching of the Church of England which was acceptable. And he was likely to find support in a small but growing section of her clergy who had revolted against the Calvinistic teaching, and in a much larger body of the laity which was stoutly opposed to the introduction of the Calvinistic discipline. Yet the immediate cause of strife centered rather in external forms than in intellectual doctrines. Elizabeth, though enforcing in conspicuous instances the ritual enjoined in the prayer book, took care not to be too ready to mark divergences of practice where they could conveniently be overlooked, with the result that large numbers of the clergy were remiss in their observance of certain outward forms, such as the use of the surplice, the ring in marriage, and so forth. On his arrival, James was met by a body of clergy who wished to have his sanction for certain changes in the law which would allow them to dispense with ceremonies regarded by them as hostile to true religion. Bacon, the most thoughtful publicist of the day, recommended that the law should be changed so as to admit diversity of ceremonial in the Church. And James, in order to feel his ground, summoned a conference between conformists and nonconformists, those thus specified having as yet no wish to separate from the Church, which met on January 14th, 1604, at Hampton Court. James, recollecting the opposition of the Scottish Presbyterians, grew impatient of language which seemed to show tendencies in a similar direction, and, breaking up the conference, gave his support to the bishops in driving out of their cures those amongst them who refused to conform to its existing rules. Such measures required prolonged watchfulness and consistency of purpose if they were to be even temporarily successful. And James was not the man to be either watchful or consistent. Puritanism, in the sense of attachment to Calvinistic doctrines, was too widely spread not to lead, amongst many of the clergy, to Puritanism in the shape of resistance to ceremonial observances. And in spite of fitful episcopal activity, the neglect of ceremonial continued to creep in. Yet, for all this, the mental and spiritual movement of the time was not making for Puritanism. The Calvinistic doctrines, though still triumphant in the universities, were at issue with the broader outlook of the men in whom the spirit of the Renaissance was still active. And the seed which a Shakespeare and a Bacon were sowing in the world would find its counterpart in the Church in the work of a learned clergy, prepared to sift the theology of the day, and to find it wanting. If these men attached themselves, like the bishops at Hampton Court, to the maintenance of an established ceremonial, or if, with Bancroft, who in 1604 succeeded Whitgift as Archbishop of Canterbury. They maintained that episcopacy was of divine institution. They did but act in accordance with the law of human nature, which makes men the more inclined to immutability in one direction, in proportion as they treat matters as open to question in another. The Puritan could be careless about order and ceremonial, because his creed was strict. The rising school of ecclesiastics was strict about order and ceremonial, because it questioned the prevailing creed. One result of this activity of parties in the English Church was the weakening of the hold of the Church of Rome on cultivated Englishmen, who were no longer left with the Puritan system as the only possible alternative to that of Rome. Men of thought were now found who refused to consider the doctrines of that church as of diabolical origin, and who yet rejected them as fettering human intelligence, and subjected them to the searching investigation of historical study. So far as political danger from Rome was concerned, it was far less than it had been when Spain had been formidable, and the spirit of domestic faction ran high. And it might seem that the time had come to relax the penal laws against recusants. Effects, however, long outlast their causes, and the ordinary Englishman was persuaded that the danger from Rome was as great as it had been 20 years before. It is to James's credit that he aimed at relieving the tension by contenting himself with civil obedience. He had given good words to the Catholics before leaving Scotland, which he was too indolent to translate into practice in defiance of the opposition of his ministers, especially of Sir Robert Cecil, to whom he gave a leading place in the council. A few hot-headed Catholics, led by a priest named Watson, formed a plot to capture the king, and their detection was followed by a promise from James to remit the recusant fines, while an underhand negotiation was carried on with Pope Clement VIII in the hope of inducing him to appoint a representative in England with orders to excommunicate Catholics believed by the government to be dangerous to the peace of the realm. The traditions of the papacy forbade the acceptance of a plan which would have virtually given to the civil power a voice in the issue of excommunications. And early in 1604, James learnt that the modus vivendi from which he had hoped much had failed to be accepted on the other side. His fears were also excited by discovering that, as might have been expected, the number of recusants had largely increased since the remission of the fines. Imagining that this portended a vast increase of Catholics of whose loyalty he could not be assured, and wishing to conciliate the Parliament that was shortly to meet, he ordered the banishment of the priests. A consequence of this order was the formation by a little knot of exasperated Catholics of the conspiracy known as the Gunpowder Plot for the destruction of king, lords, and commons by means of an explosion of materials to be placed under the House of Lords. It was impossible for the design to take effect during the coming session, and when Parliament met on March 19, 1604, it could deliberate in safety. Between James and a House of Commons filled with country gentlemen and lawyers, misunderstandings soon declared themselves. A claim by the king to have disputed elections referred to Chancery was defeated under the semblance of a compromise. James was, however, eager for a complete union with Scotland, which the Commons were too conservative to accept, and for an increase of financial resources, which had been scarcely sufficient for the frugal Elizabeth, but had been further impaired by his own extravagance, especially through the gifts he had lavished on Scottish favourites. The Commons desired the removal of evils connected with wardship and purveyance, the removal of ceremonies obnoxious to the Puritan clergy, and the enforcement of recusancy laws. In the end, little or nothing was done, and James prorogued Parliament after administering a sharp rebuke to the House of Commons. One of the bills which had received the royal assent reinforced the laws against Catholics. And to this, after some hesitation, James gave his consent. At the Common Assizes, the judges put the law in force, and several executions took place. Furthermore, towards the end of the year, the recusancy fines were again required from a few of the richer Catholics, though James sent a messenger, Sir James Lindsay, to Rome to endeavour to come to an understanding with the Pope. Either Lindsay or the authorities at Rome mistook the royal intentions, and early in 1605 it was noised abroad that the king was about to abandon his religion. James took offence, and on February 10th, 1605, announced his purpose that the penal laws should again be put in force. His good intentions had broken down, partly because he could not obtain the Pope's cooperation in the enforcements of obedience, partly because he shared the anxieties of those around him lest the Catholics, if suffered to increase, should prove a danger to his throne. The gunpowder plotters were naturally even more exasperated than before, and previously to November 5th, 1605, the day fixed for the opening of the second session of Parliament, they had conveyed a large quantity of gunpowder to a room under the House of Lords. The government, however, got wind of their enterprise. Before long, the conspirators were either killed or executed. Father Garnet, the provincial of the Jesuits, being also executed on a charge of having a guilty knowledge of the plot. The second session of Parliament, 1605 through 1606, was given up to the passing of a sharper law against recusants, accompanied by a new oath of allegiance, not in order that Catholics who took it might be spared the ordinary hardships of recusancy, but merely that those who refused to take it might be subjected to the additional penalties of a praemunire. Those who took the oath declared, not against the Pope's right of excommunication, but against his claim to pronounce the deposition of kings and to authorize their subjects to take arms against them. The Pope, by pronouncing the oath inadmissible, placed Catholics who wished to be loyal subjects in an awkward position. Though the law was not put in general execution, its results pressed with no little harshness upon those against whom it was directed. The gunpowder plot had delayed James's attempt to bring about a closer union between England and Scotland. Parliament, in its first session, had contented itself with authorizing the appointment of commissioners to consider the question. But it was only upon the opening of the third session in November 1606 that the report of the commissioners was made. They recommended the repeal of laws passed in each country to repel hostile attacks from their neighbor, legislation for the mutual extradition of criminals, freedom of trade, and the naturalization in each kingdom of the natives of the other. The first two suggestions were adopted by Parliament, but the opposition to the last two was strong. Englishmen feared lest the more economical Scots might undersell them, and they were alarmed lest James's Scottish favourites might compete with them in other ways. Those whom James had brought with him had received large donations in land and money, and did not scruple to sell their influence with their master. In the end, the bills proposed to give effect to these two measures were talked out, and the session was brought to a close. Some effect was given to one of these measures by a judgment delivered in the Exchequer Chamber in 1608, by which the post-nasci, or subjects of the king born in Scotland after James's accession to the English crown, were declared to be natural subjects of the King of England. Partly through the narrowness of the means on which Elizabeth had contrived to subsist, but still more through his own extravagance, James found himself in grave financial difficulties. In 1606, he had added a debt of £261,000 to one of £400,000 bequeathed him by Elizabeth, while the excess of ordinary expenditure over revenue was £51,000, to say nothing of extraordinary expenses amounting to an average of nearly £35,000 a year in his first 3 years. In the enthusiasm caused by the discovery of gunpowder plot, Parliament voted subsidies amounting to £370,000. Such liberality could not, however, be reckoned on as a constant source of supply, and when in 1608 Cecil, now Earl of Salisbury, became treasurer, it was incumbent on him to find some means of replenishing the exhausted treasury. Elizabeth had laid an imposition upon imported currents, that is to say, a duty additional to the tonnage and poundage voted to each sovereign for life by the first Parliament of his reign. In 1606, a merchant named Bain refused to pay the duty, on the ground that it had not been granted by Parliament. The judges, however, in the Court of Exchequer, decided against him, and in 1608 Salisbury took advantage of their decision to lay new impositions on imports and exports, estimated to bring in $70,000 a year. At the same time, he issued a new book of rates, fixing more highly than before the value of each pound weight or measure of goods, both the ordinary customs and the new impositions being raised on the value and not on the weight or measurement of dutiable articles. When Parliament met in 1610 for its fourth session, it was alive to the importance of the question of the legality of this new taxation, though it found itself hampered by the consideration that the judges, who were constitutionally empowered to lay down the law, had already given their decision, and that no resolution of the Commons, nothing in fact short of an act of Parliament, could overthrow it. On the other hand, it was possible that they might take advantage of the necessities of the government to obtain an act which would give them what they wanted. This is indeed what very nearly happened. Salisbury, still in need of money, entered into a bargain with the Commons, known as the Great Contract, by which the king was to abandon such of his feudal rights as were burdensome to his subjects, receiving in return a permanent grant of $200,000 a year. Outside the contract, it was agreed that a bill should be passed, annexing to the crown the least hurtful of the impositions, amounting to about £50,000 a year, while the crown was to renounce any right it might possess to levy customs in future without consent of Parliament. When Parliament was prorogued, the understanding was that it should meet again in October to settle the detail of this arrangement. The fifth session of James's first Parliament was of short duration. The members, after consulting their constituents, returned under the impression that the sum of £200,000 a year was too much to grant. James, on the other hand, thought it too little. The great contract was dropped, and the House, in an ill temper, not only refused to grant supply in any form, but fell foul of the king's Scottish favourites. James angrily prorogued Parliament, and on February 9th, 1610, dissolved it. The struggle with the Commons, which was to end with the decapitation of his son, had begun. As yet, however, it was want of sympathy, rather than any definite variance of principle or practice, which separated the two authorities. Building his theory upon Elizabethan practice, Bacon held that the strength of a ruler was to be found in his representative character, and that financial support would not be withheld from a king who set himself to lead his people in the paths in which they would willingly go. "The voice of the people," said the House of Commons in words which probably flowed from Bacon's pen, "in things of their knowledge is said to be as the voice of God." This was exactly what James could not understand. His own superior judgment was to set the standard of progress. The aims which interested himself were to be alone pursued. He had little of the patience required for the leadership of men, and still less of sympathetic interest in the opinions of those who, like the opponents of the union with Scotland, were less wise than himself. James's foreign policy was, in principle, at least as unexceptionable as was his desire to bind together his own kingdoms. Though religious antagonism was still powerful in Europe, the attempt of Spain to establish her own predominance as the champion of the papacy had signally failed, and when James made peace with her in 1604, there seemed to be a chance that religious wars might be brought to a close. James, having therefore recognized that this was so, his foreign policy was marked out for him by the facts of the case as well as by his own temperament. He had but to discountenance all efforts to revive the past strife, from whichever side they proceeded, and to transfer conflicts, if conflicts arose, from the domain of religion to that of politics. If Spain, under Philip III, was prepared to keep the peace, there was no reason to count her as an enemy. If Henry IV of France was nursing designs of future aggrandizement at the expense of Spain, there was no reason to support him. The point of danger during the early years of the reign lay in the Netherlands, where Spain was winning ground from the Dutch Republic. Spain was, however, financially exhausted, and in 1608 a conference opened at The Hague, in which England and France took part. This resulted in 1609 in the Truce of Antwerp, which put a stop to hostilities for 12 years. Later in the same year, a disputed succession in Cleves and Jülich seemed on the point of being seized by Henry IV as a pretext for attacking the Spanish monarchy. But his murder in 1610 put an end, for the time, to the danger of a European war. His widow, acting as regent in the name of Louis XIII, was prepared to rescue Jülich from the Archduke Leopold, who had occupied it in the emperor's name. She was, however, in no hurry to act, and the place was besieged and taken by a force to which James and the Dutch Republic had jointly contributed. Whether rightly or wrongly applied, James's principle was that the peace should be kept by leaving each power in possession of what was already its own. Unfortunately for his popularity, he tried to carry his impartiality into his family relationships. 3 of his children had escaped death in infancy: James, Elizabeth, and Charles. Since the treaty with Spain in 1604, James had been hoping to secure the hand of an infanta for his eldest son, regarding the alliance partly as likely to bring personal credit to his family, and partly as placing in his hands an instrument by which he might, in conjunction with Philip, secure the peace of Europe. It seemed to him that a union of the chief Protestant state with the chief Catholic state of the day would be irresistible. The question whether he was himself quite the man to place a bridle in the mouth of the Spanish monarchy appears not to have occurred to him, and still less the doubt whether his own subjects might not be justly aggrieved by the introduction into the heart of the royal family of a religion which the nation had rejected. For the present, however, the danger was averted. An application made at Madrid in 1611 for the hand of Philip's eldest daughter, the Infanta Anna, was met by the answer that the princess was engaged to Louis XIII. The Prince of Wales, it was added, might have her sister, Maria, a child in her 9th year, and even this was only to be permitted on the impossible condition that the young Henry should conform to the religion of his bride. Salisbury, as an old minister of Elizabeth, was pleased with this turn of events. The prince, he said, could find roses everywhere. He need not trouble himself about this Spanish olive. Yet he was compelled to seek his rose in a Catholic court. Salisbury's own career, however, was drawing to a close. His financial scheme had proved a failure, and in diplomacy he had dwindled into a mere exponent of his master's schemes. In May 1612 he died. The prince himself seemed likely to be a warmer opponent of his father's plans than Salisbury could be. He was resolved, he said, that 2 religions should never lie in his bed. This opposition, however, was brought to an end by typhoid fever, which carried him off in November 1612. End of section 56. Section 57 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 3, The Wars of Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Chapter 17, Britain under James I, by S.R. Gardiner, Part 2. James, indeed, had no desire for an exclusively Protestant alliance. He wanted to have a foot in both camps, and in February 1613 he married his daughter to Frederick V, Elector Palatine, leader of the Union, an aggressive combination of the Protestant princes of Germany. The Spanish government replied by dispatching to England the ablest of its diplomatists, Diego Sarmiento de Acuna, afterwards known as the Count of Gondomar, to bring James, if it were still possible, into strict conformity with Spanish policy. For the present, however, Sarmiento thought best to watch the situation till he was able to master it. It was in his favor that after Salisbury's death, James fell more completely into the hands of the Howard family. The Earl of Northampton and his nephew, the Earl of Suffolk, together with the old Earl of Nottingham, who had commanded the fleet which defeated the Armada. Northampton was secretly a Roman Catholic, though he conformed ostensibly to the established church, and both he and the other members of his family were favorable to the Spanish alliance, and to the detachment from Protestant interests on the continent, which it implied. Their hold upon James was strengthened in 1613 by the marriage of Suffolk's daughter, Frances, who had been divorced from the Earl of Essex under disgraceful conditions, with the king's Scottish favourite Carr, created successively Viscount Rochester and Earl of Somerset. Yet, for all that, financial necessity compelled James at least to attempt a more popular course. The deficit was increasing, and the extraordinary expenses were mounting up. It was determined to summon another Parliament, and in 1614 Winwood, an opponent of the policy of the Howards, was named secretary. When Parliament met, however, no attempt was made to come to that general understanding which must form the basis of any permanent settlement. Winwood merely announced that the king was prepared to grant a certain number of concessions in consideration of a certain amount of supply. There was still to be a bargain, as had been proposed in 1610, between the Crown and the House, though it was to be a bargain on a smaller scale. The Commons, on their part, passed a bill declaring the illegality of the impositions. In this step the Lords refused to concur. There was an outburst of excitement in the Commons, and Parliament was dissolved after a session of little more than 2 months. It had not produced a single public act, and was consequently known as the Addled Parliament. The dissolution necessarily threw power into the hands of the Howards. Northampton having died in this year, Suffolk was appointed treasurer, and his son-in-law, Somerset, Lord Chamberlain. The Spanish alliance was now taken up more seriously. Before dissolving Parliament, James had consulted Sarmiento as to the likelihood of the King of Spain's consent being given to a marriage between Prince Charles and the Infanta Maria. The ambassador's reply was vague, but on the whole favorable, and Digby, James's ambassador in Spain, was instructed to make the proposal at Madrid, where it was resolved to open the negotiations on the ground that it might be a means of converting England. When the proposed articles reached England in 1615, it was found that they included a demand not only for the suspension of the penal laws against Roman Catholics, but for the education of all children born of the marriage up to the age of 12 by their mother, whose household was to be exclusively composed of persons of her own religion. James hesitated, but in the end offered to empower Somerset to treat on the matter with Sarmiento. So marked a danger to the Protestantism of the future king brought on a fierce conflict in the council between Somerset and the Howards on the one side, and the supporters of the Elizabethan tradition, headed by Archbishop Abbot and Lord Chancellor Ellesmere, on the other. The main attack was directed against Somerset, whose position was known to be shaken. Spoiled as he was by good fortune, his arrogance had shown itself in rudeness, even towards the master who had raised him from obscurity. His enemies had been doing their best to induce James to accept in his place a new favourite, young George Villiers. A discovery was opportunely made that the Countess of Somerset, 2 years before, had poisoned Sir Thomas Overbury, who had remonstrated with her present husband against his marriage with her, and rightly or wrongly Somerset was implicated in her crime. The pair were put on their trial and condemned to death, but were spared the extreme penalty by order of James, who never saw them again. Villiers was now accepted as favourite, and raised rapidly to wealth and honour. In 1616 he became Viscount Villiers, in 1617 Earl, and in 1618 Marquis of Buckingham. Nevertheless, Somerset's enemies failed in their main object. In 1615, the question whether Parliament should again be summoned was debated in the Council, and though it was answered in the affirmative, the proposal was ultimately abandoned. James felt that an understanding with Parliament was incompatible with the Spanish alliance, and, as he was now resolved to continue the marriage negotiations, decided that Parliament should not meet. The marriage question was financial as well as political. In 1614, after the dissolution of Parliament, the Council had sent out letters to persons of means asking for benevolence, holding it justifiable to ask for money on the ground that the Statute of Benevolences condemned the exacting of gifts to the Crown, not the simple request. Informal pressure was, however, used, and a gentleman named St. John was fined in the Star Chamber, not, however, for refusing payment, but for stirring up others to refuse. The whole sum collected was little more than £66,000. It was not a remedy to be repeated, and in the spring of 1617, when the opening of a formal negotiation for the marriage treaty was discussed, it was a powerful argument that, whereas the portion of a French princess would be but £200,000, the Spaniards offered £600,000, with the Infanta. To a body of commissioners selected out of the council to advise him on the business, James declared that the state of his affairs was such as might give him cause to make the best use of his son, thereby to get some good portion towards the payment of his debts, adding an assurance that Sarmiento had assured him that no alteration in the prince's religion was required by the King of Spain, nor any liberty or toleration for his subjects. The Spaniards were doubtless promising more than they intended to fulfill, in the hope that by dragging James a step in advance, he would ultimately be induced to go as far as they desired. At all events, in May 1618, when Digby returned to England with the Spanish terms, it appeared that, though toleration was not asked for in the articles themselves, it was expected that James should agree to the repeal of the penal laws. James, who was obviously incompetent to do anything of the sort, refused to make the promise required of him. The negotiation, though not absolutely broken off, was suspended, and Gondomar, as Sarmiento was now styled, left England in July. It was probably in consequence of the same financial distress which made James so eager for the Spanish marriage that he had sanctioned an enterprise which, if successful, could hardly fail to bring him into collision with Spain. One of his first acts on his arrival in England at the commencement of the reign had been to deprive Raleigh, the outspoken advocate of war with Spain, of all his offices. though not without some compensation for his loss. Very soon afterwards, Raleigh was charged with having taken part in a plot to bring Spanish troops into England, a crime of which, though he may possibly have been guilty of rash and thoughtless speech, he was undeniably innocent. Raleigh, however, was condemned to death, though his punishment was commuted by the king to imprisonment in the Tower. In his eagerness to recover his freedom, he assured James that if only he were relieved of his imprisonment, he was ready to secure for him a gold mine on the Orinoco, the existence of which he had ascertained in a former voyage to Guyana. Supported by the new favorite, Raleigh was allowed to try his fortune, and in 1616 was released from the Tower. The Spanish ambassador at once declared the enterprise to be an infringement on his master's right to the east of Guyana. James, instead of deciding the question, left the whole responsibility to Raleigh, who was given to understand that, if he meddled with any part of the King of Spain's dominions, he would answer for it with his head. Since it was precisely the extent of those dominions that was in dispute, this practically meant that if Raleigh brought back the assurance of large quantities of gold for James, the site of the mine would be held at Whitehall to be outside the limits of Spanish territory. Under these conditions, Raleigh sailed in 1617. Reaching the mouth of the Orinoco, he sent an expedition up the river, but the Spaniards were able to stop its passage through the woods, and the venture ended in total failure. Raleigh, on his return in 1618, was offered as a sacrifice to Spain and executed, nominally in accordance with the sentence delivered in 1603. In reality, because he had failed to secure the gold of which James was in need. The real crime was the king's, who had sent him out without first defining the limits of Spanish sovereignty. It was not by the acquisition of gold mines that English influence was to grow beyond the sea. Commerce was advancing steadily in the midst of political complications. The East India Company was driving a lucrative trade, though it received but scanty support from the Crown in its resistance to the overbearing interference of its Dutch rivals. In the West, an attempt to colonize Virginia was made in 1607, and the new settlement proved successful after some years of struggle. In 1620, a more remarkable body found a home in the New World, a party of separatists who had fled from persecution to Holland, finding themselves ill at ease in their new surroundings, crossed the Atlantic and established themselves at Plymouth in New England. The foundations of the empire were laid in strenuous labor. At home, attention was little fixed on these seeds of future greatness. The minds of men, so far as they were bent at all on matters outside the domain of private life, were drawn to the constitutional struggles which were to render the mother country worthy of her offspring. The strife between the Crown and the House of Commons, which had twice culminated in a breach between them, had given increased importance to certain questions which arose as to the functions and limitations of various branches of the judiciary. So long as the parliamentary system was in working order, legislation might be called in to redress any defects in the existing system. Now that it was out of gear, a conflict of jurisdiction could only be ended by the direct interposition of the Crown, a result of little importance so far as the rights of private individuals were concerned, but one which, by rendering the judges subservient to the king, might lead to evils of no slight magnitude, if his claims encroached on the subjects' rights. If, on the other hand, this undue influence of the Crown was to be resisted, it could only be opposed, under existing circumstances, by exalting the judiciary into a position in which it would have to decide between the rights of the king and his subjects, thus placing the final control in political disputes in the hands of lawyers, a class of men inclined to lay down hard and fast rules more suitable for a court of justice than for political life. It so happened that Coke, who had become Chief Justice of the Common Pleas in 1606, was the very man to claim this high position for himself and his colleagues. Ambitious and overbearing by nature, he was ever prone to overvalue his immense stores of legal knowledge, and to undervalue those broader perceptions and sympathies which enter into the making of a statesman. Whatever might have been his office, he would have been sure to do his best to magnify it, and as a judge of a common law court he was determined, so far as in him lay, to exalt the authority of the common law courts above all others. Even before he became a judge, these courts had been accustomed to issue prohibitions to the ecclesiastical judges, stopping cases before them till they had shown that the matter in hand rightly fell under their jurisdiction. The clergy, on the other hand, held that the ecclesiastical courts derived their jurisdiction immediately from the crown, and that their powers could only be defined by the king. In 1605, Bancroft, then Archbishop of Canterbury, presented to James a statement of their case, entitled Articuli Cleri, and asked that the disputes about jurisdiction might be decided by the Court of Chancery. In 1606, after Coke's appointment, the judges gave in their answer, contending that the points at issue could be settled by Act of Parliament alone. The smaller dispute between two sets of judges was thus brought into connection with the large one between Parliament and the Crown. In 1607, a further question arose. A lawyer named Fuller appeared before the Court of King's Bench to ask for a prohibition forbidding the Court of High Commission to tender to two of his clients an oath, known as the ex officio oath, which bound the person taking it to reveal all he knew, even against himself. The High Commission proceeded to summon Fuller before it on a charge of schism and erroneous opinions, upon which the King's Bench issued another prohibition, this time on behalf of the lawyer. Bancroft appealed to the king, who summoned the judges before him. An altercation ensued between James and Coke, in which the latter claimed the supremacy of the law, which to his mind meant the supremacy of the lawyers over the king. The 12 judges were next consulted, who admitted that the High Commission had the right of trying schism and heresy, but that it was for the common law judges to decide on the legality of its acts. On this answer, Fuller was condemned to a fine by the High Commission and found no more support in the King's Bench. The assumption by the common law judges of a right to test the legality of proceedings in ecclesiastical courts was, however, still contested by Bancroft. But, though the question was debated in the king's presence, it was still unsettled in 1609. Another question in which the jurisdiction of the common law courts was disputed arose out of an attempt made to reform the navy. Nottingham, who, as Lord Howard of Effingham, had commanded the fleet which foiled the Armada, was now growing old, and was altogether destitute of organizing capacity. Since 1604, the administration of the Navy had fallen into the hands of Sir Robert Mansell, a man whose inefficiency was only equaled by his dishonesty. and under such control the navy, which had been handed down in admirable order by Elizabeth to her successor, was falling into ruin. In 1608, a commission of inquiry was appointed, and ended in a speech by James, who contented himself with hoping that those who had misbehaved themselves would see the error of their ways. Bribery and corruption were hardly to be checked by so feeble an intervention. And in 1613, after a fresh commission of inquiry had been issued, Mansell obtained from James Whitlock, a lawyer who in 1610 had taken a part adverse to the claim of the Crown in the matter of the impositions, an opinion that the commission was illegal as containing a clause authorizing the commissioners to, quote, give order for the due punishment of offenders, unquote. Whitlock and Mansell were forced to acknowledge before the council that they had been in the wrong, but no further attempt was made at this time to reform the navy. Two conceptions of government were thus confronted with one another: that of confining the royal authority strictly within the limits of the law, thus bringing in the judges as the arbiters of the Constitution, and that which left considerable latitude to the prerogative, hoping to find in the king a center of reforming activity. The former view was championed by Coke, the latter by Bacon. Bacon no doubt had acquired, through his long experience of courts, much of the suppleness of the courtier, but there was at the bottom of his heart a warm and ever-active patriotism, never allowing him to lose hope that the wearer of the crown would stand forth as the leader of the nation, and at last prove himself acceptable to the Parliament by which the nation was represented. Bacon must work with James or not work at all, and it was the real tragedy of his life that James, with all his good intentions, could never rise to the occasion, and that the best servants of the crown were employed in building up an authority which their master knew not how to use. In 1614, the conflict between Coke and Bacon was emphasized by the proceedings arising out of the case of a clergyman named Peacham, who was charged with a libelous attack on the king, in which he had suggested that the people might rise in rebellion. In 1615, in order to discover whether he had acted in collusion with others, Peacham was tortured by order of the council, and when nothing was discovered by this means, it was resolved to ask the judges whether Peacham was a fit subject for prosecution on the charge of treason. Bacon, then Attorney General, was employed to ascertain the opinion of the judges of the King's Bench, and, dreading lest Coke should overawe his brethren, resolved to put the question to each of them separately. Coke, as might have been expected, was highly indignant. "Such particular and auricular taking of opinions," he said, "is not according to the customs of the realm." The conflict between Coke and Bacon came to a head in 1615, in a case in which the king was interested. Bacon produced before the King's Bench a writ de non procedendo rege in consulto, directing the judges to proceed no further till the question had been referred to the Chancery, and till the King's leave to proceed further had been obtained. Bacon appears to have thought that the Chancellor, as a political as well as a judicial officer, would be a fitting mediator between the Crown and the judges. The case, however, was compromised out of court, and it was on another point that the final struggle took place. Embittered against the Court of Chancery, Coke took up the case of two swindlers whose victims had obtained in chancery justice, which had been denied them in a common law court, and on their application to himself declared all who had taken part in the chancery proceedings to be liable to the penalties imposed by the statute of praemunire. In another, a case of common law, Coke and the other judges of his court refused to take notice of an order from the king to suspend action, inasmuch as the matter was one in which the crown was interested. On this the 12 judges were summoned before James. 11 of them gave way, acknowledging that they were bound to consult with the king before deciding a question in which he was concerned. Coke alone held out, and was dismissed from his office. It was November 15th, 1616. This, said James, is a thing regal and proper, to keep every court within his own bounds. As for the absolute power of the crown, that is no subject for the tongue of a lawyer, nor is it lawful to be disputed. It is atheism and blasphemy to dispute what God can do. Good Christians content themselves with his will, revealed in his word. So it is presumption and high contempt in a subject to dispute what a king can do, or say that a king cannot do this or that, but rest in that which is the king's will as revealed in his law. Stripped of James's verbiage, the meaning of this declaration of principle was that the crown, and not the bench, was the ultimate disposer of sovereign authority. The defeat of the judges was complete, a defeat which left king and parliament face to face, and ensured the grave questions at issue being dealt with on political rather than on strictly legal grounds. In this conflict, Coke was again to be heard of, but as a member of the House of Commons, and not as a judge. For the present, there was no House of Commons in which Coke could find a seat, and he therefore strove to climb back into power by the only means available. In 1617, James, having set out to revisit his old kingdom, Coke sought to curry favor by supporting a marriage between his daughter and a brother of the favorite, a marriage which was strongly opposed by her mother, Coke's wife. At once the court split into factions, Bacon, who had just been made Lord Keeper, taking part against Coke, in whose return to influence he recognized a grave political danger. Buckingham, however, was always eager to have as many dependents as possible, vehemently encouraged the marriage, and it was only by a profound apology that Bacon succeeded in warding off the danger which threatened him from the favorite's displeasure. The position now assumed by Buckingham was in fact a greater danger to the crown than anything that could arise from the pretensions of lawyers. As yet, indeed, the favorite claimed no more than to be the mouthpiece of the policy of the king. But he was allowed to be the master of the patronage of the crown. Welcomed at first for the friendliness and good nature which distinguished him from the overbearing Somerset, he soon developed an impatience of opposition, and an insistence on personal submission by all who sought his favor, which might gain him obsequious idolaters for the present, but were certain in the end to cost him the good opinion of those standing outside the circle of the court. Day by day he grew more self-confident, taking increased delight in the flattery of those who sought his favor. Brilliant in conversation, and affable of demeanor towards his inferiors, and there was no man at court whom he did not regard as such. He made the path easy to flatterers, and hard to those who respected themselves too highly to pay him the extravagant court that he demanded. His intervention in the question of his brother's marriage led to Coke's restoration to the council board, and though Coke gained little in real influence thereby, the interference of the favorite was significant of the weight which personal considerations were now to have over politics. It was unlikely that a youth so constituted would long be content to remain a mere court favorite. Somerset had risen to power in conjunction with the Howards, and Buckingham now set his heart on ousting the Howards from power. In 1618, Thomas Howard, the Earl of Suffolk, was suspended from the office of Lord High Treasurer, and in the following year he was condemned by the Star Chamber to a heavy fine for corruption in complicity with his wife. Wallingford, Suffolk's son-in-law, was, also in 1618, turned out of the mastership of the wards. In 1619, the secretary, Sir Thomas Lake, who had been introduced to the office under the protection of the Howards, having indiscreetly taken sides in a private quarrel, was fined in the Star Chamber and dismissed from office. The most important change, however, took place at the Admiralty. Buckingham's determination had succeeded when James had failed in setting at work a commission of inquiry into the scandals of the Navy. So enormous was the malversation now detected and exposed that Nottingham was driven to relinquish his post, and in January 1619 Buckingham became Lord High Admiral. Mansell had got rid of, and a new body of Navy commissioners was appointed to take charge of the details of naval administration. The leading spirit among the commissioners was Sir John Coke, a man of probity and a fair administrator. Under his influence, the Navy made some recovery from the slough of corruption into which it had sunk in the former part of the reign. Ships were built at cheaper rates, yet Buckingham, with the best will in the world, was too ignorant of naval matters and too prone to dispense his patronage amongst sycophants to obtain all the good results that ought to have followed from the dismissal of Nottingham. The more economical handling of the expenses of the Navy was paralleled by financial reforms in other directions. Buckingham's eagerness to lift the crown out of financial embarrassments had found an instrument in Sir Lionel Cranfield, who, having been bred as a London merchant, brought his commercial expertise to bear on the public revenue. The time had come when, unless something were done to check the outflow of expenditures, James would be compelled to surrender at discretion to the House of Commons. The deficit for the year 1617 reached £150,000, and a loan of £100,000, obtained with difficulty from the city, had been swallowed up. The Crown debts amounted to £726,000, and this in spite of the fact that the revenue was automatically rising through the growth of commerce, so that the customs, which at James's accession had brought in £86,000, were now leased for £140,000. In 1619, Gondomar estimated the growth of the trade of London since the peace with Spain at £7,500,000. It was Cranfield's task to battle with officials whose perquisites were threatened. Yet, in spite of all opposition, he reduced the annual expenditure of the household by £23,000. In 1618, he was himself named Master of the Wardrobe, with the expectation that he would be able to reduce expenditure in that department. And in the same year, with a similar object, he was appointed Master of the Wards. He was looking forward to a seat in the council when he was threatened with a loss of favor. till he consented to marry one of Buckingham's poor kinswomen. It was by proceedings of this kind that Buckingham spoiled his own career. It was only a lucky accident that gave him a man of ability like Cranfield as a tool, who was at the same time prepared to accept the position of personal subservience, which the favorite regarded as indispensable. In the long run, it is better for a government to attract men of independent character than to be served for a time by the ablest of financiers. And so long as Buckingham held the patronage of the crown, it was hardly likely that men of independent character would consent to serve under him. The immediate result was, however, to the advantage of the crown. Cranfield's efforts resulted in bringing about something more approaching a balance between revenue and expenditure than had been known since the death of Elizabeth. If, as was not unlikely, an actual balance could be reached, it would be on the sole condition that James should abstain from expensive entanglements in foreign politics. Yet this condition was becoming increasingly difficult of observance. In 1618, a revolution broke out in Bohemia, and in 1619, James's son-in-law, Frederick V, Elector Palatine, was elected king by the revolutionary estates of that country, in opposition to Ferdinand, who claimed to be the legitimate king, and who himself was elected emperor under the title of Ferdinand II 2 days later. The conflict which followed the Bohemian Revolution, usually known as the 30 Years' War, was partly a war of religion, partly also a war in which the imperial authority was pitted against the territorial authority of the princes. James had no reason to take sides on the latter issue, and no wish to plunge into war on the former. What was wanting in him was the capacity for understanding the sentiments of those who were actuated by motives different from his own. And he only succeeded in making himself the laughingstock of Europe by sending one diplomatic mission after another to urge the parties to a peaceable compromise which was detested by each. In the circumstances, it is impossible to blame him for refusing to send aid to his son-in-law in Bohemia, but it is difficult to overestimate his folly in consenting, when Gondomar returned to England in 1620, to take up once more the thread of the negotiation for the Spanish marriage. He was swayed by the vain hope that Spain, whose whole foreign policy was and must be based on her position as chief leader of the Roman Catholic Europe, would join him in an effort to mediate between Protestant and Catholic, and would subordinate the interests of her church to the petty question whether the King of England's son-in-law should retain his territorial dominions in the Palatinate. End of section 57.
Section 58 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 3, The Wars of Religion. This is a librivox recording. All librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Chapter 17, Britain under James I, by S. R. Gardiner. Part 3. No doubt James's means of making war were defective. England had no standing army ready to take the field. It was only by permitting Vere to carry a regiment of volunteers in July to the defence of the Palatine that he was able to signify his intention to secure that country for his son-in-law. The Spanish government, recognizing his weakness and sure of their power to lull him to sleep, in August sent Spinola with a Spanish army to seize the western portion of the Palatine. In November, the defeat on the White Hill, outside the walls of Prague, drove Frederick out of Bohemia, and the question for James to decide was whether he would ally himself with other interested powers to check the vengeance of the Emperor and his allies. At first, James seemed now inclined to make a stand. He offered a military alliance to Christian IV of Denmark, and called Parliament to provide supplies for the undertaking. When Parliament met in January 1621, the House of Commons enthusiastically voted 2 subsidies, worth about £140,000, in token of its loyalty, but prudently abstained from discussing ways and means for a military intervention till the king was able to announce that intervention would positively take place. The postponement of the final decision gave an opportunity to Parliament to turn its attention to domestic affairs. Complaints had of late been rife against the issue of patents of monopoly. Elizabeth, indeed, had counselled some of these against which an outcry had been raised, and James, soon after his accession, had counselled many more. Fresh grants, however, had taken the place of those which had been recalled, and the public disposition was such as to cry out against them, not merely as evil in themselves, but as having been launched for the sole purpose of diverting money into the pockets of the favourites of the favourite. Yet this latter belief, though justified to some extent, was not nearly so well founded as was supposed. The claim of the Crown to grant patents of monopoly had never been abandoned. It was held by James's advisers, long before Buckingham had been heard of at court, that it was desirable to exercise the king's powers when the public advantage could thereby be secured. It is true that it was held in those days that the public was benefited not only by protective measures, but by other expedients which would now be rejected. A patent, for instance, was granted in 1611 for the manufacture of glass by means of coal furnaces, and in 1618 all manufacture of this article by other persons was prohibited on the ground that the use of wood in their furnaces would be injurious to shipbuilding. Another patent for the manufacture of gold and silver thread was issued, and enforced on the plea that the patentees pledged themselves to import the bullion they consumed, whereas it was exceeding likely that private persons would melt down the gold and silver within the realm. The process, which according to the economic doctrine of the time, signified the consumption of the wealth of England for purposes of display. The manufacture was not so easily carried on surreptitiously that stringent, perhaps illegal measures were taken to maintain the patentees in the rights conferred on them, and these measures brought the greater obloquy on those with whom they originated, since Sir Edward Villars, Buckingham's half-brother, having invested £4,000 in the concern, had a pension of £500 secured to him out of the profits, while a full brother of Buckingham's, Christopher Villars, was to enjoy a similar pension of £800 for no reason at all. It was easy to base on these facts a belief that the whole proceedings had been due to no more exalted cause than a desire to find money for the Villars family. Large numbers of other patents were granted them, with some excuse of being, at least at the outset, for the public advantage, but all of them tainted with the slime of favouritism, though Buckingham himself gained nothing in the process. Another patent, not strictly to be termed monopoly, brought even greater obloquy on the government. There was as good a reason then as now for keeping inns under special supervision, and in 1617 a project of one of Buckingham's kinsmen, Sir Giles Mompesson having been adopted, all innkeepers were forced to receive a licence and certain commissioners, of whom Mompesson was one, which licenses would be forfeited through overcharge or ill treatment of travellers. A somewhat similar method was adopted with alehouses, Christopher Villiers and other courtiers receiving a share of the forfeitures expected to accrue. The mischief was that the commissioners had an interest in gathering in fines and forfeitures, but had no local knowledge to enable them to deal justly with the keepers of inns and alehouses, even if they had had any interest in so doing, and several cases were adduced in which the agents of the commissioners had extorted undue payment. When therefore the Commons turned to domestic affairs, it was on these patents that they fell. They found a leader in Coke, who had been elected a member, and being always prepared to magnify his own office, urged the House to limit the powers of the Crown to interfere with the ordinary process of law. Sir Francis Mitchell, as a Middlesex justice, had supported the patent for alehouses, and the House, without hearing his defence, ordered him to the Tower. Mompesson was thereupon ordered into custody. He, however, succeeded in making his escape, and the Commons discovered that they had no right to inflict punishment without the consent of the House of Lords. These intemperate proceedings showed that the Commons were hardly fit to be trusted with unchecked power. Buckingham, at all events, was thoroughly frightened, and explained that if anything had gone wrong, it was all the fault of the referees, the privy councillors who had recommended the adoption of the patents, on the ground either of legality or of the public interest. James had naturally no wish to see his chief officers brought to book for advice given by them in the exercise of their duty as councillors, but he soon found that he could only gain his point by throwing over less important personages, and in this view he acted with the concurrence of Buckingham, now under the influence of Williams, the worldly wise Dean of Westminster. On March 13, 1621, Buckingham announced his readiness to join in punishing even his own brothers if they had been the cause of grievance to the Commonwealth. The Commons, on this, diverted from any further attack on himself, prepared to deal with Mitchell and Mompesson by way of impeachment, and turned their attention to a bill drawn up by Coke with the object of securing that the rules under which patents of monopoly were to be granted should be interpreted by the judges and not by the council. Among the names of the referees that of Bacon, now Lord Chancellor and Earl of St Albans, was conspicuous. When therefore a charge of bribery in execution of his office was brought against him, it seemed at first as if those who brought it merely sought to punish him in an indirect way for his share in the enforcement of the monopolies. Other charges, however, followed in quick succession, and were referred by the Commons to the consideration of the Lords. In the end, Bacon acknowledged himself to have been guilty of corruption, and was sentenced to deprivation of office, together with fine and imprisonment, the latter two penalties being ultimately remitted by the King. Subsequent investigation makes it almost certain that Bacon committed corrupt acts without corrupt intention, but it is impossible to blame the Commons for accusing him or the Lords for sentencing him. Bacon's case was indeed but an indication of a widely spread disease. The royal, or as we should now say, the public revenue, was insufficient for the due payment of services rendered. Add to this, that there was no line drawn between the public and the private revenue of the Crown, and it is obvious that not only officials who ought to have been paid in proportion to their services, but also court favourites, who, if they rendered services at all, rendered them only to the King in his individual capacity, would seek to benefit themselves in irregular ways. Though the system did not originate with James, it undoubtedly flourished under him with increased vigour. Persons in office expected to be paid by those who sought their aid, and courtiers were not remiss in following suit. Occasionally, as when Suffolk was sentenced in the Star Chamber, an attempt was made to distinguish between legitimate gratuities and illegitimate bribery, but the attempt could not properly be crowned with success, especially as James was himself an offender in the matter. It is true that in 1611, when James created the Order of Baronets, and required the payment of £1,080 from each recipient of the new title, he at first expended that sum upon the maintenance of cavalry in Ireland, and afterwards took care to return the money to each payer. But in 1618 he openly sold 4 earldoms, and in 1620s he took, either for himself or for Buckingham, £20,000 from Chief Justice Montague, for creating him a viscount and conferring on him the Lord Treasurer's staff. The causes which had wrecked Bacon's career had also frustrated the success of his political expectations. Looking as he did to the crown to be a leader in reform of everything, he had sunk into the position of a mere courtier, because James had no leadership in him. The House of Commons, feeling that the reins were slackly held, was taking the bit between its teeth. In the case of Montbesson, and then in that of Bacon himself, it had brought its charges before the House of Lords, and had thereby revived the system of impeachment, dormant since the reign of Henry VI. There was as yet no direct claim put forward to assert the responsibility of ministers of the Crown for political action. That had been for the time abandoned, when the idea of questioning the referees had been laid aside. But the claim to accuse before the Lords ministers who had been guilty of misconduct or crimes had been successfully asserted, and it was no long step from the one to the other. Yet how unfit the House of Commons was to exercise supreme power appeared when, in May 1621, it ventured to sentence a certain Floyd to be 3 times pilloried, ride on a barebacked horse with his face to the tail, and pay a fine of £1,000, simply because, being a Roman Catholic, he was said to have spoken contemptuously of the Elector Palatine and his wife. Here again James intervened, and the Commons had to carry their complaint before the Lords, who passed a still more cruel sentence on the unfortunate man. From a constitutional point of view, the result of the session at this stage was that while the Commons were unable to secure for themselves the right of inflicting punishment, they actually secured it for the 2 houses in cooperation. When the usual time for the close of the session arrived, James had come to no definite conclusion on the subject of the Palatinate. His negotiation with the King of Denmark had failed, because Christian IV, though ready to join England in an active alliance with the support of the Palatinate, had no patience with James' continued trust in negotiation unbacked by military force. James, who persisted in renewing his attempt to turn aside the Emperor's wrath by argument, dispatched Digby to Vienna and commended the adjournment of the House, in the hope that it might be ready to take warlike measures should Digby's report prove unsatisfactory. On June the 4th, in the last sitting before the adjournment, a declaration was moved in the Commons to the effect that if the negotiation failed, they would be ready to the uttermost of their powers, both with their lives and fortunes, to assist the king, so that he might be able to do that by his sword which by peaceable courses shall not be affected. Waving their hats in the air, the members adopted the declaration with resolute shouts. But James did not use his opportunities well. In the course of the same month, he ordered the arrest of Southampton and 2 members of the House of Commons, although he had it given out that they were not under restraint for anything done by them in Parliament, it was difficult to persuade his subjects of the truth of the explanation. The arrest of Essex followed. Then the king placed the Great Seal in the hands of Williams, whom he also made Bishop of Lincoln. If William's character had been equal to his parts, he would have been a great statesman. At all events, he had the sense in which James was wholly wanting, the sense of what the state of public opinion would allow a government to do with impunity. The first fruits of his advancement was the liberation of the imprisoned members and of other prisoners who had been in durance for a long time. About the same time Cranfield became Lord Treasurer. For the first time in the reign, the finances were placed under the control of an expert. If James could save the Palatinate by diplomacy, all might yet be well. Unfortunately for James, neither the passions nor interests of the German princes were likely to bring about such a consummation. The Emperor Ferdinand desired to establish the authority of his crown and his religion in Germany, while the Duke of Bavaria craved Frederick's electorate, and at least part of his territory. When Parliament met in November, it was to hear from Digby's lips that the Upper Palatinate had been overrun by Tilley, and that the Lower was in danger. Digby was himself a warm supporter of the policy of an understanding with the Catholic powers, a warm opponent of the policy which assumed that Protestant states must in every case be in the right. Yet he knew what James never perceived, that the power which aims at an understanding with others must begin by inspiring respect, and he proposed that as winter was coming on, sufficient money should be voted to pay the Elector's troops in the Lower Palatinate under Mansfield, including the English volunteers who garrisoned the fortified towns. In this way only would it be possible to hinder these troops from plundering in the neighbouring Catholic states, and thus irritating the enemy into hostile resolutions. Before the summer arrived there would be time enough to obtain from the Emperor a final declaration of his intentions as to Frederick's retention of his hereditary dominions. As to his retention of Bohemia, there could be no longer any question. The Commons voted that the supply required should be granted, but they coupled their vote with a petition complaining that the King of Spain was aiming at universal monarchy, and that in England itself the expectation of the Spanish marriage and the favour of the Spanish ambassador had elated the spirits of the recusants. They therefore asked that the king should pursue a merely Protestant policy at home and abroad, enforce the necessary acts, make war upon Spain, and marry the prince to one of his own religion. Against this petition James protested as derogatory to his rights, and the Commons admitted that they had no power to control him, especially as regarded the marriage of his son, but insisted on their right to debate all matters relating to the welfare of the kingdom, and to bring their sentiments humbly before the throne without demanding an answer. No assertion by James that they had only the right of debating questions on which he asked their opinion could drive them from their position, and they finally embodied their claim in a protestation that the liberties, franchises, privileges, and jurisdictions of Parliament are the ancient and undoubted birthright and inheritance of the subjects of England, and that the arduous and urgent affairs concerning the king, state, and defence of the realm, of the Church of England, and the making and maintenance of laws and redress of grievances are proper subjects, a matter of counsel and debate in Parliament. They further declared that the Commons had liberty to treat of such matters in what order they pleased, and that every member had freedom from all impeachment, imprisonment, and molestation other than by the censure of the House itself. The King's reply was to tear the protestation out of the journal book, and to dissolve Parliament, even at the expense of foregoing the subsidy which the Commons had resolved to grant. Coke and 2 other members of the House were imprisoned for some months, and Pym, who had taken a leading part in the opposition, was ordered into confinement in his own house. The dissolution of James's third Parliament was a triumph for Gardiner. Without a Parliament behind him, James's plan of mediating between the powers in collusion on the continent had been reduced to a shadow. The benevolence to which he again had recourse produced no more than £88,000, a sum that, if it had come in at once instead of in driblets, would have gone but a little way to meet the expenses of war. In the meantime, the blow which James dreaded had fallen upon his son-in-law. Mansfield, receiving no money from England, was under the necessity of plundering the neighbours of the Palatinate. An excuse was eagerly seized by the armies which sought his downfall. Despite of fresh English embassies pleading for times to negotiate, the armies of Frederick were defeated, and the Lower Palatinate was overrun before the summer of 1622 had far advanced. 3 fortresses only, Heidelberg, Mannheim, and Frankenfeld, held out for the Elector. So completely had James played his part in bringing about the ruin of his own policy that Gardiner had been able to leave England in May, safe in the consciousness that nothing that England could now do would rob the Catholic powers of their supremacy on the continent. Even then, James could not see how complete his failure was. Starting from the simple proposition that both the Upper and the Lower Palatinate were the property of his son-in-law, and that everyone with a sense of justice ought to be ready to give effect to claims so well founded, he persisted in believing that the Spanish government of Philip IV would not only recognize that his demands were just, but would also consent to renounce the solidarity of its religious and political interests with those of the Emperor, in order to restore to his inheritance a prince who was the enemy of the religion professed by every Spaniard, and whose only merit was that he had married the daughter of an English king. Seeing foreign policy not as it really was, but as he wished it to be, James sent Digby, now Earl of Bristol, back to Madrid to complete the arrangements of the Spanish marriage, March 1622. Nor was it only over James himself that Gardiner had cast his net. Prince Charles, now in his 22nd year, had developed slowly. Shy and constrained in his intercourse with others, he had fallen entirely under the influence of Buckingham, who at this time shared the king's belief that Philip could not give his sister in marriage to the Prince of Wales without restoring the inheritance of Frederick and Elizabeth. During the last weeks of Gardiner's stay, Buckingham had been on terms of close intimacy with him, and it could hardly have been without his approval that Charles had promised to come in person to Madrid incognito, should the ambassador advise him to do so. There is no doubt that the Spanish government at this time desired to effect the marriage, if only to avert the danger of war with England. Yet it was morally impossible to assure James of the results which he expected from the marriage. The invaders of the Palatinate could not be held back. Heidelberg surrendered in September 1622. Mannheim in November. The news of the first disaster brought about the mission of Endermine Porter to summon the King of Spain to obtain the restitution of Heidelberg within 70 days, to engage to take the field against the Emperor if he refused to make peace on terms agreed on by Spain and England. Buckingham, with the prince in his train, threw himself on the side which was in favour of warlike measures. Before Porter left England, the control of Spanish affairs had fallen into the hands of Olivares, a minister anxious to stave off financial ruin by keeping, if possible, out of war, and yet resolved to do nothing derogatory to Spain's position as a great, perhaps still the greatest, of the Catholic powers. His position was moreover hampered by a declaration of the Infanta to her brother that she would never marry a heretic, and by Philip's consequent resolution that the marriage must be broken off in such a way as to give no offence to James. Porter, therefore, could but carry back a dilatory answer in regard to the Palatinate. At the same time, more stringent demands were made in regard to the marriage articles, and these were accepted by James and his son on January 1623. If Philip took no step to reveal his determination to break off the marriage, it was doubtless because Porter had brought a secret message revealing Charles's wish to come to Madrid in person, such a message being in the eyes of the Spanish ministers equivalent to an offer to change his religion, and in which case the repugnance of the Infanta to the marriage would be readily overcome by Buckingham and also by Charles, whose irresolute mind had surrendered itself absolutely into the keeping of the strong-willed favourite. The proposed visit to Madrid was regarded from a very different point of view. The visit would, they thought, be a personal compliment to Philip, which would impose on him an obligation to effect the restoration of the Palatinate. It was the misfortune of these two youths not only to subordinate political to personal considerations, but to imagine that others would do the same. Thus, when in March 1623 they arrived in Spain, they were surprised to find difficulties thrown in their way. Some time elapsed before the papal dispensation for the marriage was obtained, and when it arrived it was clogged by a condition that before it was handed over, Philip must swear that Charles and his father would fulfil the articles inserted in the marriage treaty to protect the religious liberty of English Catholics. James, indeed, after some hesitation, swore to observe these articles, but Charles, annoyed at discovering that no binding engagement to re-establish Frederick in the Palatinate was to be had from Philip, left Spain in disgust in September. When he landed in England, he was received with every sign of popular joy, not so much in consequence of his own safety, as because he had not brought the Infanta with him. Charles at once put pressure on the king, not merely to break off the marriage negotiations, but to declare war against Spain. Naturally, the old man hesitated to abandon the policy to which he had clung during so many years, but the logic of facts was against him, as well as the petulant insistency of his favourite and his son. The Spanish alliance was one thing, and the restoration of the Palatinate was another. There was no way possible by which the two could be combined. Step by step he yielded to the inevitable, till at last he was driven to summon Parliament, and Parliament, which met in February 1624, at once recommended the dissolution of the treaty of the marriage, and an attempt to recover the Palatinate. It was by this time obvious, even to James, that his double object was unattainable, and with a heavy heart he directed that effect should be given to the wishes of Parliament. Not only had his diplomacy broken down, but the policy behind that diplomacy. It was none the less a noble object that he had had in view, the object of smoothing away the differences arising from the great religious struggle of the last century, and of bringing Catholic and Protestant governments to work together upon the lines of civil justice, but even if the scheme had not been in itself too far in advance of his age to have a chance of success, James was too deficient in skill or firmness to have averted its disastrous failure. From that time onward the true ruler of England was Buckingham, and for the time being he saw his advantage in the corporation of Parliament. He steered for war, not in the spirit of the statesman, but in the spirit of a rash youth, eager to revenge the slights put on him, and careless of measuring his designs by the powers at his command. However warlike her sons might be, England was unorganized in military operations outside her own territory, nor, even if such an organization could be improvised, were Englishmen habited to the financial burdens for which alone such operations could be supported. Before the end of March, Parliament had voted free subsidies and 3/15, about £300,000, for the defence of the realm, the securing of Ireland, the sending of assistance to the States of the United Provinces and other allies of His Majesty, and for the putting out of a fleet to sea. The sum named was inadequate for these four purposes, especially if Buckingham construed liberally the vague mention of assistance to be given to allies rather than the United Provinces. So far as domestic matters were concerned, the good understanding between him and the powers bore fruit. On the one hand, in the passing of the Monopoly Act, which confined the privilege of a monopoly to 14 years in favour of those who had invented or introduced a new discovery. On the other hand, in the impeachment and punishment of Lord Treasurer Middlesean on a charge of corruption, his real offence being his opposition to a war with Spain. So far as foreign affairs were concerned, the rift which led to a breach between King and Commons in the following year was beginning to be discernible. Buckingham, seeking for allies, aimed at a marriage between the Prince of Wales and Henrietta Maria, the sister of Louis XIII, whereby the Commons, though preferring a French to a Spanish alliance, would much rather have welcomed a Protestant lady as their future queen. They were only to some extent reconciled to the prospect before them by a promise from Charles and James that no liberty of religion should be accorded to any Roman Catholics not of the princess's own household. On the subject of the war, too, divergences of opinion soon revealed themselves. The Commons, regarding Spain as more powerful than she was, were eager for a war, mainly naval and commerce-destroying, which would weaken Spain's financial resources, and thus render her incapable of furnishing help to her continental allies, while Buckingham was eager not only to send forth the fleet with this object, but also to dispatch a land expedition under Mansfield to liberate the Palatinate in conjunction with the King of France. And Parliament was procured in May. It was understood that the Houses were to meet at the beginning of the winter to receive a communication from the government on the plans which would by that time have been matured, and to vote such supplies as might then seem necessary. By that time Buckingham had discovered that he could not dispose of foreign governments at his pleasure. Louis XIII called Richelieu to his councils, and through him refused his sister's hand, unless she were to take with her to her new home concessions to the English Catholics, at least equal to those which had been promised to Spain. Buckingham, to save his house of cards from falling to pieces, persuaded James and Charles to throw over the promise made by them to Parliament, and in December the marriage treaty was ratified by James, while Charles, with the counter-signature of a Secretary of State, ratified a secret engagement to grant religious liberty to the English Catholics as fully as had been promised in the Spanish treaty. That which, at least according to the notions of the present times, ought to have been accorded spontaneously, was made a matter of obligation to a foreign power in the teeth of the ill will of the English nation. Such humiliation brought with it a swift recompense. Louis XIII had promised to allow Mansfield to pass through his territories with an English army on the way to the Palatinate, and to support him with a French contingent of 2,000 horse, partly through dread of the consequences of admitting so undisciplined a host, partly through his desire to divert the expedition to the relief of Breda, which was undergoing a siege by a Spanish army. The King of France retracted his promise, and Buckingham, having, in consequence of Charles's breach of promise in the matter of toleration, been unable to advise the summoning of Parliament, was driven to choose between sending Mansfield through Dutch territory with his men unpaid and unprovided, and abandoning altogether the scheme of intervention in Germany on which he had set his heart. Being what he was, he preferred the former and more reckless course. In January 1625, Mansfield crossed the Channel at the head of 12,000 men. In a few weeks 9,000 of that number were dead or invalided. Of the 2,000 French horse, only 200 made their appearance. Never had an English government been more thoroughly discredited. James had shown himself incapable of making peace. Buckingham and Charles had shown themselves incapable of making war. On March 27th, James died, and Charles and his favourite were left to bear the brunt of the struggle in which they had heedlessly engaged. End of section 58.